Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter inherited all of Voldemort's memories. Here is short summary. With the Dark Lord's memories now his own, Harry gains knowledge, power, and a chance to reshape the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry ran down, skipping 2 stairs at a time, feeling the energy from the seed flood into him, but before he even reached the bottom of the stairs, he felt a pulse of magical energy throb from the walls themselves. The feeling was soon joined by a smooth sound of chanting. He instantly knew what was happening. The Death Eaters were countering the wards with ancient magic as old as ward magic itself. They had no doubt positioned themselves around the house to perform some kind of anti-ward ceremony. He had seen one done before in Tom's memory. They had tried it on that small house with the woman inside. Hopefully the wards here would be as strong as the woman's in the memory. He landed at the bottom of the stairs with a thud and charged into the living room as 3 startled Dursleys turned to him, confused as they too were feeling the static in the air and hearing the odd chants making their way through the walls. "Boy, put that thing away this instant," Vernon hissed as Petunia and Dudley gasped upon seeing the wand held tightly in Harry's hand. "They are coming. Get in my room now," Harry boomed, skidding into the room. "They, who?" Vernon shouted stupidly, already turning red, as Petunia instantly stood up, her face pale, and her eyes wide. Apparently, she was intelligent enough to see the danger that was linked with the sudden odd chanting and power coming from the house that was making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. "Vernon, Dudley, do as he says," she stated, her voice flat and hollow. "Wah," Vernon began, turning to his wife as if she had lost it. "Boom, go," Harry shouted, running past them into the kitchen to see at least 2 Death Eaters attacking the back door, trying to get past the wards that were now visible and shimmering bright red and silver across the doorway. Harry didn't see the Dursleys, but heard them charging up the stairs as he literally felt the house come to life. It was angry. Harry turned and was about to head for the stairs to follow his relatives as the magic within the house shuddered. It didn't go out, but Harry knew that what he felt was not a good sign. Whatever the Death Eaters were doing, it was not the same thing they had done in the memory to that woman's house. Bang! The kitchen back door blasted off, and Harry saw Death Eaters beginning to step through the threshold as the ward faltered slightly, forcing their way through with precise waves of their wands. "Reducto!" Harry shouted, hitting the Death Eater who was just beginning to enter in the chest, before he quickly moved backwards towards the stairs, re-entering the entryway from the kitchen. Harry then glanced at the kitchen table, and with a flick of his wand and a muttered charm, caused it to fly towards the doorway. "Vinculum," Harry shouted, pulling a spell from his mind he had just recently learned. At that, the table seemed to melt into the wall itself, glowing a bright shade of blue before glowing red, actually bonding to the house and wards. Harry then ran to the stairs, hoping the Dursleys weren't freaking out over Dobby or Draco. Hopefully Draco had body binded them off to the side or something and he was guarding the window and door. He was halfway up the stairs when the front door behind him was thrown open. With barely a glance back, he shouted, "Stupefy," as he clambered up the stairs, hoping he would hit whoever had blown the door away. He heard his curse hit something, closely followed by a thud of a body. "Protega," Harry shouted soon after, feeling an odd warm pressure shooting towards his back, and knowing it was anything but friendly. The wards of the house were under attack, and Harry could literally feel gaps in the protection around him. It was beyond disconcerting. Dashing up the stairs, he felt something collide with his shield, and from the corner of his eye, as he turned at the top of the stairs, he saw the railing get blown apart, the curse having ricocheted off his shield. Stumbling forward, he fell in front of the entrance to his room. Turning to get up, he looked into the room. Draco was standing by the bed, his nearly healed burns quite visible, his wand at the ready. The Dursleys were huddled together in the corner, looking horrified, and Dobby was beside Draco. Harry met Dobby's eyes as he heard someone making their way up the stairs, and by the sound of their steps, Harry knew they were angry. "Dobby, seal the door," Harry shouted, beginning to raise himself up to face the stairs. Dobby sadly did as he was told, remembering Draco's previous order to do whatever Potter said. He sealed the door shut in an instant before Draco could do or say anything. Harry focused his sights to the stairs, his eyes coming to rest on a formidable form who just came from the stairs, robed in black, his face covered in a skull-like mask. The Death Eater came forward, his black robes settling around him, wand in his hand. Harry raised his wand as he straightened up, the chanting still going on around them, the words, power fading. Harry was certain the Death Eater was smirking behind his stupid mask, his eyes gleefully twinkling. Why, this is a pleasant surprise. 2 birds with 1 stone, the man lulled. The Dark Lord will be pleased. I'm not so sure, Harry muttered, just before spells were exchanged. Defendo, the Death Eater shouted. Protega, Harry boomed. The magic settled into a temporary stalemate it seemed, until Harry felt, rather than heard, someone come up behind him. Expelliarmus. Harry tried to move, but it was too late. With the small amount of space in the hall, and the lack of warning, he felt his wand yank from his hand. He turned slightly, his back to the sealed door, his left side to the first Death Eater, his right to the new one. His wand was now on the floor beside the newcomer who was twirling her own wand in her hand. My, what have we here? A defender of blood traitors. A filthy lover of mudbloods and muggles. The boy who lived, the newcomer asked, her voice venomous. Well, I suppose the lived part won't be for long. A pity we must cut this short. Time suddenly seemed to stop, for at that instant so many things happened that it felt to Harry that it should not have been possible, and he was right. They shouldn't have been possible, and yet they were. He saw the Death Eater woman raise her wand, and her lips beginning to move. Avid, he felt the wards of the house finally cave and fall, but something more. Overlapping. Again, should be self-explanatory. Dumbledore had gone into action the moment he had gotten word from Kingsley Shacklebolt, a high-ranking Auror, that something had occurred at the Malfoy Manor. He had just finished contacting Alistair Moody after he had alerted Snape of what had happened. Kingsley told them what they had found, and that an investigation was now underway, one that they were currently keeping under wraps. The bodies of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy had been found, but their son was currently missing. Due to the information, Dumbledore and Snape were certain that Death Eaters had been involved, but the question was why. That had been several hours ago, and now they were contemplating where to look for young Malfoy. Snape had just re-entered the headmaster's office, returning from his quarters. A letter was securely in his hand, and by the look on his face, Dumbledore knew it was important, but before he could ask what was wrong, an owl shot in from the window, and landed right in front of him, parchment tightly in its claws. Seeing that the owl urgently wanted to be free of its burden, Dumbledore took the envelope, and read. Snape was just as curious, but he didn't shake his grim expression. Albus, I was told some disturbing news, and I have no reason not to believe it. Evidently, Mr. Potter owled Hermione, who in turn owled my son, about a serious matter. My son is rarely ruffled up by things, nor brought to such seriousness. With the things I was told that were contained in the letter, I have reason to believe the Malfoys are in trouble, as well as their son and possibly Mr. Potter. I must be honest, Lucius and I are not on friendly terms, but the way Ron talks of Draco, I cannot ignore possible danger to his family, not to mention that if it is all true, it is now more than about his family. If you do not know what I speak of, flow me. I await your instructions, Arthur Welly. Dumbledore quickly handed the letter to Snape to read, and he did so. At that, Snape straightened up, his eyes even darker than normal. Headmaster, I retrieved a similar message. It was from Potter, and I believe he has young Malfoy, he said, handing Arthur's letter back. I'm afraid the people responsible for the attack will be after Malfoy. And if I am correct, they will not allow any witnesses to reveal what they might have seen, and I have little doubt Draco knows what truly happened to his parents. I replied to Potter, telling him to stay in the house, but... He paused, locking eyes with the wise old man, the message behind them boring into the solid blue eyes. The beacon charm, Dumbledore whispered. Snape's jaw tightened before giving a small nod. Yes, Lucius placed that upon his son, in case he was ever taken to a warded location. These charms are as old and just as powerful as blood wards. You know what can be done to the wards of a location if an individual with a beacon charm enters. At that, Dumbledore took out some parchment, and quickly wrote out instructions. Arthur, I am personally handling the matter. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious, and for the time being, keep your family at the burrow. Something has happened, but I cannot say more right now. I will get back with you as soon as I can. Albus. Dumbledore then sealed the letter and handed it to the owl, who was still expectantly waiting, before the owl flew out the window. Beacon charms were just as old as blood wards. They were used to be able to find a person anywhere. This kind of precaution gave parents some peace of mind in knowing that if their child was ever taken, kidnapped, or lost they would be able to find them. However, just as there were different kinds of wards, there were different kinds of beacons, and Dumbledore and Snape knew that the one placed on Draco was the most powerful one Lucius could cast, which was saying it was the most powerful one possible. All beacons gave off a signal, one that could be used to lead those who knew how to activate that specific charm laid, but this specific beacon could do more than that. It could affect, damage, or even break wards, as long as that person with the beacon charm on them was within the ward boundaries. However, never before had a blood ward and this type of beacon been in conflict before, for the reason a beacon would ever be called upon would be to save someone from being ransomed or held against their will. Blood wards were foremost used to protect, not to hide. Those kidnapping people had little use for blood wards. A Fidelius charm made more sense, since all the beacon would be able to do would be to tell the approximate location. It wouldn't give anyone passage into the place. Dumbledore looked his age as the full realization hit. There was no telling what could happen to the blood wards if the beacon charm was activated. The two spells could cancel each other out in a devastating explosion. They could slowly fight one another until the magic collapsed into nothingness, or they could even combine, which would result in Merlin only knew what. Turning to the fire, Dumbledore called Kingsley Shacklebolt, knowing they would need more people than just himself, Snape, and Mad Eye for this operation. Headmaster, Kingsley greeted, his head coming from the fires, looking a tad tired. Kingsley, I need you to get a group of your most trusted Aurors for an Alpha-level mission. I have new information on the Malfoy case that must be acted upon as soon as possible. Kingsley's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before they went back to being neutral, the tiredness in them now gone. He then gave a stiff nod, and departed. Dumbledore then fire-called Moody and told him of the new situation, requesting him to help as well. Moody obliged and said he would arrive as soon as he got a few things in order. Snape and Dumbledore didn't need to wait long before several people came from the fireplace. Kingsley stepped out, closely followed by a tall, slightly intimidating lady with flowing brown hair. She stepped beside Kingsley, her back straight, and her face blank in expression. Soon after, 3 others entered. A short black man came from the flames, his hair silvery black and his eyes equally so. He had a short dagger on his belt, and his clothing was secured. No loose clothing would hinder his movements, or be snagged in a fight. The next person was a stout young man. His hair was curly blonde, and his eyes were golden hazel. His robes were light brown, and he had a vest of thick chainmail. The last person was a raggedly-looking man, who quite frankly looked as if he was out of a job, and lived on the streets, but he had an unmistakable sense of power about him, mixed with an impression of honor and unbreakable loyalty. The 4 newcomers were now beside Kingsley, 2 on either side of him. Headmaster, may I introduce Stephanie Somick, Kingsley said, motioning to the formal-looking woman. She is new to Britain, she's an American. I trust her with everything I hold dear. Snape gave her a respectful nod, as did Dumbledore, before looking to the others. Snape's eyes trailed over the man who had entered last, but held his tongue. This is Joseph D. Moy. I dare say he's the best with a blade, but any weapon will do for him. He's from Africa, and has been a friend of the family long before he became an Auror, he said, placing a hand on the short black man's shoulder. This is Forsaw Craw, a ward's master, as well as a trusted companion and Auror. The blond young man gave a small respectable bow. And, I am sure you know Remus Lupin, Kingsley finished, before solidly lifting a hand, more to silence Snape than Dumbledore. You said to get the most trusted people I could get, and though Mr. Lupin is not an Auror, he fought alongside several who were the greatest of this generation. I passed him by chance at the ministry, and needed a fourth body, and since the other Aurors that I trust for such a mission were not around at the time, I took a chance to ask for his services. No further explanation is needed, Kingsley. He is welcome to join us, and his help is appreciated, Dumbledore said, interrupting the determined man. Just then, the flames ignited once again, and out stepped Mad-Eye Moody. Everyone here then? He asked gruffly. He looked around, pausing at Lupin before continuing on to the others. Good, he finished. What can we expect? Craw asked, his voice much deeper than what would have been expected from someone who looked so young. Dumbledore was about to give a quick rundown, but before he could even form the first word, an object on his shelf wailed out in definite alarm. Dumbledore's face fell. The wards are under attack, he stated flatly, pulling out a twisted pen. Take hold, and prepare for combat, Moody ordered, even though everyone was already moving their hands forward to grab the obvious portkey, their combat faces on. They landed solidly on the ground in the peaceful residential neighborhood, but they knew that peaceful was an incorrect description. The air around them was alive with conflicting magics, and a disturbing chant was in the air. They took action immediately, weaving around the next street to find the source. What they found was a house lighting up with red and silver, the classic colors of a blood ward. A dozen Death Eaters were around the boundary, chanting, the wards of the simple house flickering. Moody and the others went forward, but before they could send out their curses, the thing that none of them would have believed the day before, happened. A blood ward fell, diminished, and disappeared. The protection Dumbledore had placed for Harry was no more. The house was just like any other now, defenseless. At that moment, the Death Eaters who had been chanting, stopped, and charged into the house as Albus and the others made themselves known. Snape charged towards the house, cursing every Death Eater he saw. Moody and Lupin were headed towards the back door to the kitchen. Snape was about to enter the house and rush up the stairs, but something stopped him. A wave of power like no other brushed against him, shooting towards the center of the house. A roar of unbelievable energy cut through the house as a blinding silver flash resonated inward. Petunia and Vernon dared to look up as the floor trembled from the roar. They focused on the shirtless blonde-haired boy, standing beside the horrifyingly shriveled monster, but then the light came. It seemed to come from the house itself, and yet the boy appeared to be a source as well. In a blink of an eye, the roar came and went, and within that same second, light surged from and into the injured boy, leaving only a trace of magical residue across his frame. Avada Ked, the woman continued, green light forming on the tip of her wand. Harry felt it at his feet, pure hot power, angry, loving, and protective surge into him. It was like bubbly warm water pulsing up his frame. If the Death Eaters had had more time, they would have seen after the flash, clear light shimmer over Harry's skin, but there was so little time. Acting purely on impulse, Harry threw his hands out, his left to the man, and his right to the woman, and like the time with the troll, he shouted the first spell that came to mind, cutting off the woman's curse. Ardesco. The pressure in his hands was indescribable, but it was nothing compared to the pressure the Death Eaters faced when the spell was released and hit. The Death Eaters were slammed back to the walls behind them, and before Harry could truly register what he was doing, he stretched out his hand towards his wand. It immediately, as if being called, flew into his palm. Turning to the sealed door, the wards now clearly gone, the sound of people rushing into the house being heard below him, Harry began to feel unconfined panic. If the wards were down, the Death Eaters could get into the room through the window. Draco, Dobby, and the Dursleys were beyond vulnerable. I must get in, thought, facing the magically sealed door, an odd fuzzy feeling surging from his center. Ah! Petunia screamed when Harry popped into being in the center of the room and in front of Dobby with a pop. Harry didn't bother to acknowledge anyone as he turned to face the door and raised his wand to his finger. There was no time to waste, he knew the wards were gone, and so, with a rushed whisper, he cut his finger with his wand, and let a red drop fall to the floor. He felt Draco step closer to him, and he could surprisingly feel Draco's magic radiating towards him. Guard the window, Harry ordered as he bent down to one knee, pushing aside all distractions, and focused on the task at hand. This was their last chance. Even if help arrived now, the Death Eaters would finish what they came to do, especially now that they had met resistance. He heard Draco grunt an affirmative, and Dobby turned to help before he closed his eyes and prayed that this would work. Pressing the tip of his wand into his drop of blood on the floor, his cut already having healed thanks to the energy seeds from Neville, he recited the spell he had heard from the woman in the memory. It seemed to take forever to finish muttering the words, but once he finished, the air stilled, the rushing footsteps coming towards the room went silent, and the fear dripping from all in the room vanished. Golden light, acting like a liquid, spread from the wand's tip, surging to every corner of the room, leaving a glistening hue on all of the walls, door, window, and floor. They were safe. The moment the light coated the room, sound came back to them, and they could hear those outside, and those beyond the door in the hall. It sounded as if there was a battle going on the floor below them, but they were more concerned about the angry voices beyond the door. Just below the door, a voice shouted, "Bombarda!" Boom! The glowing gold door didn't budge at all. However, there were several startled yells, and a crash of something, or rather someone, breaking through a wall. The spell had bounced off the door, and hit the person who had cast the spell as well as their companion, forcing them through the wall across from the door. Harry stayed on one knee, Draco stepping beside him, ready to defend them if anything broke through. He could still feel Draco's magic, and now Dobby's, now that he thought about it, but what was more startling was the magic he felt outside the room. There were several powerful wizards in the house now, and though he could have been mistaken, they seemed to be fighting each other. "What's happening out there?" Vernon asked gruffly, still holding his family to him. "I don't know," Harry answered, taking a breath, trying to collect himself after having completed the golden ward. Go up, they're up there." A deep voice boomed beyond the door as sounds of things breaking and shattering continued coming up the stairs. "Stupefy, Defendo, Protega, Craw, guard them," someone else shouted as several more people could be heard entering the hall. Harry stood up, now side by side with Draco, just as confused as him. "Reducto," the rough voice shouted, followed by a familiar voice shouting, "Protega." "Defendo, don't you people get tired of using that?" The same rough voice asked, the curse hitting the shield harmlessly, before the worn young man added, "Petrificus totalis." "Clear," someone shouted from below them as the sound of battle calmed, the voice full of magic and power. "Kingsley, I trust your people can handle securing them," another voice asked, moving towards the stairs. "Potter," Draco whispered, giving him a side glance. "I'm not dropping the ward, till we know who these people are," Harry replied softly, adrenaline still coursing through him. Draco nodded in agreement, the others in the room staying completely silent. Snape stepped in front of the shimmering golden door. "What kind of magic is this?" he asked himself. Moody and Lupin were on either side of him, wondering the same thing. He knew not to touch the door. The two unconscious Death Eaters through the wall behind him told him that, though he had to wonder how two other Death Eaters had ended up in heaps on either side of the hall. Is this more of Potter's magic? Shaking himself, knowing questions would have to wait, he spoke. "Potter, are you all right?" he asked, hoping this magically sealed room wasn't holding those beyond their help, ignoring the werewolf startled beside him. "Professor," a strong voice asked, no doubt Draco's. Snape inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. His godson was all right. "Yes, it is me. Now, let us in, it is safe now," he answered. "Prove it," a second voice demanded, a voice he was surprised to realize was Potter's. "I took 5 points away from you once for carelessness, glad you have learned your lesson," Snape stated. Harry hadn't moved from where he was after he had stood up, and now he was wishing he had stayed kneeling down. Upon hearing the proof that Snape was who he said he was, the spike in adrenaline fell, and the magic pounding in his ears shrank into him. Harry lowered his wand slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the golden ward retreated. Draco and the others tensed as the comfort the ward had provided left as the door slowly opened. Harry, Draco, and Dobby kept their guards up, in case this happened to be a trick, but they soon realized it was not. Beyond the doorway, in the hall, People were standing, staring at them. Snape was in the middle, a large scarred man with a very large eye to his right, and a shabby-looking man to his left. They found Dumbledore behind the tattered man to the left, and a blond stout man behind the scarred and war-battered man. Harry felt himself sway, but was quickly steadied by Draco's hand on his shoulder. "You okay?" Draco asked in his ear. Harry nodded as Snape and Dumbledore entered the room. "Come, all of you," Dumbledore said, looking to the Dursleys and Dobby as well. "What? We're not going anywhere with the likes of you," Vernon stated, his bravery choosing now rather than earlier to show itself. Dumbledore peered over his half-moon spectacles and stared at the blubbery man, who was still quavering slightly in the corner with Petunia and Dudley. "I didn't ask," Dumbledore said flatly, his blue eyes revealing a flash of annoyance and pure power. Dumbledore stared Vernon down until Vernon was forced to look away. After that he turned his attention to Harry and Draco. Snape went beside Draco, quickly scanning his injuries, surprised to see evidence of a healing paste on his burns. It didn't take him but a second to realize it was burn-healing paste. "Dobby will get Harry Potter's things, Master," Dobby said, doing what Draco was about to ask him to do. Dumbledore had lowered himself to Harry's level, a hand on his shoulder, Draco still keeping him steady. "Professor?" Harry asked shakily, but before the old man answered, he felt himself being lifted up. "We're going to a safe place, Harry," Dumbledore answered, standing up with him in his arms. Harry's head rested against Dumbledore's shoulder, barely hearing Dumbledore's order to Snape to carry Draco down because of the rubble, Draco being shoeless. Leaving his room was eerie. Harry let himself rest fully in Dumbledore's more than capable arms as his eyes took in flashes of everything around him. He let his senses take over, the feelings from them washing against him. He could smell burned wood and soot in the air. He could feel Dumbledore crushing glass and debris under his tread, and saw that most of the walls had been charred from spells and curses in the hall. He was vaguely aware of other people in the house, people in robes surveying the damage, and standing over bound Death Eaters as they passed them in the hall. People he didn't recognize froze and looked at him as Dumbledore turned and began carrying him down the stairs. He heard people talking in the entranceway, living room and kitchen, but all discussion stopped when he and Dumbledore reached the bottom of the stairs, overturned and damaged furniture visible in the living room. 6 are in custody, 4 are dead, and the rest escaped, possibly 7. A formidable black man told Dumbledore, stopping a pace away from them. "Thank you, Kingsley," Dumbledore said, Harry moving his eyes towards the dark face that was filled with well-hidden concern. "Do they need medical attention?" a short black man asked, coming beside Kingsley, looking at Draco before resting his eyes on Harry. "They will receive some where we are going, Joseph," Dumbledore said gently. "Very well. Do you need an escort?" he asked. Harry couldn't help but respect the 2 men before him immediately, even though he had never met them before. They carried themselves with a purpose he felt he was also, and in their eyes, he could feel their resolve and sense of duty. "Certainly, the more the better," a gruff voice said, coming from behind them. Harry could hear the clunk of metal on wood as the man came beside them. Harry tensed slightly, before settling again. Looking up, nearly over his head, was the man with the bulging eye. Harry squeezed his wand, not to use it, but to pull comfort from it. "Mr. Potter," he greeted roughly, eyeing Harry's tightly held wand for a moment before meeting his eyes. He then looked to the 2 black men in the entryway into the living room. "Moi, Shacklebolt," he said with a nod. "Moody," they greeted back. "Lupin," they continued, looking to a man that stepped on the other side of Harry and Dumbledore. Harry gazed over to the wary-looking man. Something was familiar about him, but for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why. Harry must have phased out for a moment, for when he refocused on those around him he found that the conversation had continued without him, and that they were now moving towards the door. "Professor, we shall escort you all," a soft voice stated, coming just out the front door. "That's appreciated, Ms. Sommick," Dumbledore said gently, passing her. The Dursleys grudgingly followed, not having said a word after Dumbledore's previous statement of, "I didn't ask." Harry felt another presence, this one running towards them, but he was too tired to do anything, save for squeezing his wand again. Albus, a voice he knew was McGonagall's sounding awfully close. My, is he all right? She gasped. He will be. Magic fatigue, Dumbledore stated, moving again. That was the last thing he heard as his eyes closed and he gave into the darkness he had been fighting since he had lowered the golden ward. The night bus appeared before the large assembled group of formidable wizards and less than happy muggles. Kingsley and Stephanie Sommick stepped onto the night bus first, poor Stan nearly having a heart attack at who were about to come aboard. Draco knew Harry was out, for his form was limp in Dumbledore's arms. Draco was eased to the ground by Snape since there was no debris out here, but he knew to stay beside Snape. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but he caught most of what Dumbledore and the others were saying, particularly the part about Harry. Dumbledore and the others didn't know exactly what was wrong, but they were certain it had something to do with the amount of magic he had just used, and in such a short amount of time. Because of this, Dumbledore had stressed not apparating or using a portkey to get to their destination. To do so might affect Harry's already disturbed magic. After a few choice words with Moody, they had decided to take the night bus, though Draco didn't catch where they were going because at that moment his attention had been drawn to the raggedly looking man called Lupin. The look on the man's face had distracted him long enough to miss where they were going. The man was staring at Harry, looked as if he was seeing something he thought he would never see again, but it seemed to go deeper than that. Draco felt a hand land on his shoulder and knew it was Snape as he was guided into the night bus. Dumbledore, still holding Harry, took a seat several yards in the middle of the bus. On either side of him was Lupin and McGonagall. Draco continued forward, sitting across from the old wizard and Harry, while Snape sat to his right, Moody sitting on the other side of Snape. Draco turned to Snape. "Sir, where are we going?" And he looked to Harry as Dumbledore retrieved his wand. "Albus?" Minerva asked, her voice not her normal stern solid voice, but quiet and uneasy. Dumbledore shook his head. "I've never seen anything like this. I can only assume this has something to do with that golden ward and his defensive spells we saw evidence of when we first entered the house," he said, passing the wand over Harry again. Dumbledore paused, looking across to Draco, who was watching fixedly. "Mr. Malfoy, to answer your previous question, we are going to the Longbottom Mansion. I feel it is safer there, and it will be easier to treat Harry and yourself there without the hustle and bustle of St. Mungo's. We have contacted some trustworthy healers. They will be there soon after we arrive," Dumbledore said. "When we arrive, I will need to talk with you, if that's all right." "Of course, sir," Draco immediately agreed. It was soon after that, the bus uncharacteristically driving at a comfortable velocity, that the bus stopped. Dumbledore stood up, Moody and McGonagall taking the lead as they exited. Neville didn't know what was happening, but seeing that Gran was anxious, he knew that whatever it was big. "Wait in here, Neville," she said, going to the entry hall and leaving him in the living room. Neville paced, hoping that if Harry had needed to use those seeds, that they had helped, and that Draco was all right. Word of the Malfoys being attacked and murdered was all over the wizarding world, and the news of their son missing had spread even faster. What was going on? Was Voldemort back? Was there a new Dark Lord who had taken his place and was ordering Death Eaters around? Neville didn't know for certain, but from Hermione's owl, Harry had said, "Our foe's followers are moving," which could only mean one thing: Death Eaters. Gran had told him about them before he went to Hogwarts, and what they had done to his parents. Neville was torn from his thoughts by the sound of several people entering his house, and the sound of his Gran's voice beckoning them in. "Albus, good heavens," she said suddenly, causing Neville to get enough courage to peek around the corner. He found the entryway full of people, some he had seen before, and others he hadn't, but what quickly got his attention was the sight of his two friends. "Of course, Albus, take him to the guest room upstairs," she said. All he could do was gape as he watched Albus Dumbledore give his Gran a nod before heading off to the guest room, all the while carrying an unconscious Harry in his arms. Shaking himself, he stepped out, completely forgetting that Gran had told him to stay put in the living room. He went straight to Draco, who was standing beside Snape, shoeless and shirtless. His right side was no doubt burned, But, surprisingly, it didn't look that bad. Draco saw him coming, and went to meet him. Draco, what happened? What's wrong with Harry? What happened to him, to you? Neville got out, nearly stumbling over his words as he motioned to Draco's burns. Mr. Longbottom, if you would take us to a spare room, I would like to examine Mr. Malfoy's wounds myself, Snape said, suddenly there with them. Why yes sir, Neville said, catching Gran's eyes. He had never seen the expression on her face she was wearing now before in his life, and he wasn't sure if she was mad or not. He turned and led them out, Gran not calling him back, but just following him with her unreadable eyes. Several hours later, Snape planted himself in the chair at the far corner of the room. A lot had transpired since they had arrived, and he was still trying to process it all. Being Draco's godfather, he had taken his place as Draco's guardian as soon as he was able. He would take Draco home after the funeral, and raise him as his own, just as Lucius and Narcissa had asked him to if anything were to happen. Snape just wished it hadn't been necessary. Draco seemed to be taking the loss well, if death of loved ones could ever be taken well, but since he seemed to be more concerned about Potter, it probably hadn't truly hit him yet. Snape gave a silent sad sigh. Everything that had happened seemed so unreal. A part of him was hoping, that he would wake up, and find all of it a dream. Harry was still sleeping, and according to Dumbledore, Pomfrey and the trusted healer, he would stay that way until sometime tomorrow. Snape shook his head, unnoticed by the other 3 people in the room. Like him, they were lost in their own thoughts. How had Harry done what he did? And what had caused what Draco had described moments after the ward had fallen? A light came, and I felt it go across my skin, Draco had told them. I have never felt anything like it. Had that been an after effect of the ward falling? Or was it something more? And how did Harry hold off and defeat 2 Death Eaters, and at the same time? How did he disapparate? An example of accidental magic. And how did he make that ward? There were just too many questions, and not nearly enough answers. Snape looked across the living room, dimly lit by the slowly burning embers in the fireplace. Moody was lightly sleeping on the couch, his guard never really going down, and across from the couch was Dumbledore, in the deepest thought Snape had ever seen. Dumbledore had gathered a decent amount of what had happened, though a lot of it still eluded him. The wards around the home had fallen, including the blood ward Dumbledore had put on the Dursley family to protect Harry soon after that night, but something else had fallen, the beacon charm on Draco. Dumbledore assumed that the light Draco had described was a result from the beacon falling, but he still could not fully explain the immense magic surge that had occurred soon after they had entered the house to help, because it couldn't have been the blood ward, for it had already fallen. Had it been Harry, perhaps they would never understand what had happened, just like they would never fully know what had that night Voldemort had vanished. Snape paused, forcing his thoughts elsewhere, since there was no point in thinking about such things. Dinner had taken place a few hours ago, the Dursleys included. That had been an experience. Snape inwardly smiled, thinking back. Who would have ever guessed Neville would have such a fierce sense of loyalty and tenacity enough to silence a blubbery Neanderthal? They were all seated at the large dinner table, save Potter and Madame Pomfrey for obvious reasons. They had already discussed with Draco what had happened, and even with the Dursleys, but Petunia seemed to be the only one able to talk. The dinner was quiet. Moody, McGonagall, and Stephanie were on one side of the table, across from Snape, Augusta Longbottom, and Kingsley, Dumbledore at the head. Draco, Neville, and Lupin were on the other end of the table, across from the Dursleys. So there they were, sitting around the table, Neville and Draco sitting next to each other, across from the Dursleys, who avoided the adult wizards and settled with sitting across the younger ones, probably feeling they were less of a threat. There were a few quiet conversations going on, but the quietest one was between the Dursleys, or rather, one of them talking to himself, Vernon. How did we get dragged into the middle of this? If it wasn't for that boy, none of this would have happened, Vernon mumbled nearly silently. Never should have agreed. How was it our problem? Then after we take the freak in, he brings this upon us. He nearly got us all killed. Stupid boy. Nothing but trouble. Good for nothing little bra. Bang. Neville and Draco had stood up, letting their chairs crash down behind them. Lupin about to as well, but seeing Neville and Draco had beaten him to it, he decided to watch. Both of them were furious, having heard every word from the bumbling man. "If you say another word against my friend, I promise you, it will be your last." Draco spat, but before he could add anything else, Neville took over. "How can you say such things? He's your family, or at least your wife's. Even if she didn't get along with her sister, Harry is still your nephew. And forget that, Harry saved your lives. Which I don't understand after everything he has told me, and even what he hasn't told me. I don't know why he even bothered. But he did, and he didn't have to. He ran out of his room to get you three. He ran out of the upper position his room provided to get you. He had to dodge who knows how many curses and was left trapped in the hall with 2 Death Eaters protecting you and your family." He paused, but not to get a breath, but to take a moment to glare before he continued, everyone at the table at a loss for words, even Dumbledore, though his eyes were twinkling. "Oh, but Harry's just a stupid boy. Nothing but trouble. Let's just ignore the fact you three would be dead, if not worse, right now, if not for him." Neville leaned forward slightly, all of his past nervousness and timidness gone. This was the real Neville, the one who had been hiding underneath the shy and fearful one. "Why don't you think about that, sir, before you start talking crap about people you don't even deserve to be in the presence of?" Neville straightened, Draco standing firm beside him, proud and inwardly awed. He had done right picking his friends, of that he had no doubt. "May I be excused from the table?" Neville asked, still staring at the dumbfounded and quite possible horrified Vernon. "Yes, dear," his grand chimed in, coming out of her shocked state. "May I also?" Draco asked. Receiving a nod, he followed Neville out of the room and upstairs to where Harry was. Snape would never forget that meal for the rest of his days, but pushing that memory aside, his eyes fell upon Stephanie Sommick, the Auror from the States. She seemed to know how to handle herself in tense situations, showing this during the battle, and the relocating of the Dursleys. Snape almost smiled while thinking about the looks on their faces when Dumbledore had told them the Ministry would be moving them for safety reasons. Because the Blood Ward had been broken, Harry could no longer stay with them during the summer or any other time for that matter. Snape could only imagine the reaction of Potter as soon as he learned that. Well, because of that, Dumbledore was relocating the Dursleys and providing a few powerful wards to protect them. However, these would not be as powerful as the one they had had, but it would suffice. Death Eaters really had no reason to target them, and once they were moved, they would be difficult to find. He had only seen Draco once after dinner, and they had only exchanged short head nods before Draco went away with Neville again to check on Harry. Snape inwardly sighed. There would be plenty of time to talk to him later about everything. The other issue Snape hoped they resolved soon involved Potter. Where would he stay? Would Dumbledore take him to Hogwarts? Or take him somewhere else? What was a safe place? Was there really such a place now? Stephanie looked up and met Snape's eyes for a moment. She seemed to be thinking about the same thing. What would the Ministry do now that it was proven that Death Eaters were about? They couldn't hide this. There were too many witnesses. Would there be a panic? Or would the fact that their golden hero had triumphed once again calm fears and cause the public to stand together? Only time would tell. Snape knew Voldemort wasn't back, but that didn't mean he didn't have some part in this, especially after Draco had told him and Dumbledore about the book Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary. Was this why the Malfoys had been targeted? And why did they want the diary? Snape gave a slight nod in greeting to Stephanie, before once again turning inward to his thoughts. Harry looked down at the rat who was cowering and shaking in fear. "Wormtail, you best have brought me news," he hissed as the rat transformed into a quavering man. Yes, master. The Potters are now under the Fidelius charm," the man stuttered. "And I assume they've made Sirius Black their secret keeper?" he asked. "No, Master Black is a decoy." "For who?" he shouted, cutting Wormtail off. Me." He looked down in wicked approval. "And where are they, oh secret keeper?" he asked with a smirk. "Godric Hollow," he said, telling the exact address. "Well then, tonight I will make a visit, and if you have not lied to me, there will be an award for you when I return, Wormtail. Thank you, Master, thank you. The dream jumped, and the next thing Harry saw was the front of the house he was now so familiar with. He had had this dream countless times before, and it always ended the same way. Green light exploding in his face. Meanwhile, Neville was sharing his room with Draco, Dumbledore having conjured a bed for Draco, and though they were both trying to sleep, they were both unable. Draco had told Neville everything that had happened, in even more detail than what he had told Dumbledore and Snape. He had sworn Dobby to secrecy, which wasn't a problem. Dobby was happy to do anything Master Draco or Mr. Harry Potter asked of him. Draco had described the people he had seen to Dumbledore and Snape, but it wasn't much help. He hadn't gotten that good of a look. Draco sighed, rolling over, trying to find a good position that helped ease the soreness of his burns. Madame Pomfrey and the other healer, Jean Bury, had helped heal his burns a great deal, but because of the amount of time he had gone without proper treatment, he would have a few deep scars. However, even if they had gotten to him sooner, he still would have had some, for the burns were magical burns and those always left some scarring. The treatment Potter had been able to give him still helped a great deal though, and his scars that he would have would just be a lighter pigment of smooth skin on the side of his face, patching down the side of his neck, and a little down his arm. Neville told him it would add character. Draco agreed, and said he would wear the scars with no shame, for they were a testament to the fact he had lived despite of the Death Eater's attempt to kill him. Dobby had popped in earlier after dinner, and had told them of the man he had seen, Barty Crouch Jr., but because Dobby was a house elf, his word wouldn't stand up in court. Draco and Neville, however, agreed to tell Dumbledore later after they had spoken with Potter. At least Dumbledore would then know to watch him. Draco was thinking about what he would do now, and how living with Snape was going to take some getting used to, when suddenly, he felt overwhelmed by something. The feeling erupted from his center, yet he knew the source was outside himself. He sat up, his gut telling him something was dreadfully wrong. Draco, what's wrong? Neville whispered, sitting up as well. Potter, he whispered back suddenly, quickly getting out of bed and quietly hurrying to Harry. He found himself running down the hall, barely conscious of Neville being close behind him. He made it to the guest room's door and entered, Neville instinctively closing the door behind them. Harry was tossing and turning, murmuring in his sleep, his forehead damp with sweat. They could feel magic thickening in the air, and Draco could swear Potter's bed was shaking. "Oh, no, this has happened before," Neville whispered, going beside Draco next to the bed. Draco barely cast him a side glance as he seized Harry's arm with one hand, while placing the other on Harry's chest, trying to still him. "Potter, Potter, wake up," he whispered, as loudly as he dared. Harry's breathing became heavy, and Neville was afraid what had happened at Hogwarts last year would happen again. The magic kept on growing, despite Draco's attempts to wake Harry, and Neville knew all they could do was wait for Harry to wake on his own, and then he did. Harry's eyes snapped open as he beeped in a deep breath and shot up. "Malfoy," he breathed after a moment, shaking slightly. "It's me, Neville's here too," Draco trailed off as Harry covered his face with his hands. "Pettigrew Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail Secret Keeper Black Decoy," he mumbled, clearly trying to collect himself and hold in any stubborn tears. Draco was going to ask what he was talking about, and if he or Neville could do anything to help, when they suddenly heard a voice come from behind them. "Harry," a powerful yet caring voice asked from the doorway. Draco and Neville whipped their heads around to find Albus Dumbledore staring at Harry with worry they had never seen from him before. They had been so focused on Harry, they hadn't heard the door open. They quickly moved aside, Harry's head still in his hands. "Harry?" Dumbledore asked again, the door quietly closing behind him and giving a slight glow from being charmed. He went forward, kneeling down beside the bed and putting one of his hands on Harry's knee. He had felt the magical disturbance all the way from the living room. Most of the others were gone or asleep, and as for Moody, he asked him to stay there while he went to investigate. He was sure he already knew the cause, and he had been right. "Professor," Harry choked out. Dumbledore knew Harry was trying to hold himself together, to be strong, but he knew this was not the time for such chivalry. Before Harry knew what was happening, he felt Dumbledore's arms wrap around him and pull him into his embrace. He instantly thought back to the last time he had felt such security, such caring and unselfish love that had been in Hagrid's arms. He let himself fall into it, no longer caring how weak he may look or what anyone who saw might think. He cried. So many times had he seen that bastard kill his parents, so many times had he seen him enter his old house and murder his father as if it was nothing and do the same to his mother, before pointing the wand at him. And now he knew how he had done it. Now he knew who had helped him do it. Now he knew how he had gotten past his family's protection. The secret keeper had told him. Peter Pettigrew's supposed friend of his father, this knowledge coming to him from Voldemort's thoughts at the time. Wormtail. He felt hot tears running down his face as he just let it all go. Wormtail told him Pettigrew's secret keeper, he said. Voldemort memories. Dumbledore just rocked him as he continued to ramble, Dumbledore picking up a few words here and there, all of them causing him to inwardly stiffen. Draco and Neville just stood to the side in silence, not understanding everything Harry was saying, but knowing whatever it was about, it was not anything good. Harry quieted down, his chest now fighting back hiccups as his eyes focused like never before. I'm going to make him pay for everything he has done. His voice was eerily calm, and one could feel the power laced with it. Even Dumbledore was a little taken aback before a sudden knock came from the door. Dumbledore released the charms, and magically opened the door. What's happened? Jean Bury, the healer, asked. A bad dream, he's all right now, Dumbledore replied, now rubbing Harry's back to further comfort him. I have a calming potion he could take, Jean suggested. That's a good idea, just not a sleeping potion, he said. Yes sir, she said, leaving to get it. Once she was gone, Dumbledore refocused on Harry. Is this what Hagrid was keeping a secret? He asked quietly and as gently as he could. Yes, it is now my secret too. I will keep this between us, he stated, before looking to Draco and Neville. We'll keep it too, we won't tell anyone, Draco said, Neville nodding in agreement. Good, because if anyone were to learn this, who was or is with Voldemort, the consequences. We understand, sir, Neville said. Dumbledore, now sure they would keep the secret, turned back to Harry. Harry, from what I gathered, you know everything that happened that night. Harry nodded, but I've never seen Wormtail before. Last night might have caused the memory to surface, Dumbledore said, before pausing. Harry, we will speak more on this later, rest now. Harry lay back on the bed as the door was reopened and Jean stepped through with the calming potion, her eyes showing concern and a slight sense of awe kept in line by professionalism as she found him looking back at her. Soon after, Neville and Draco left with a departing nod, telling Harry they would talk tomorrow. Dumbledore didn't sleep that night. He was too busy thinking. So Harry has Lord Voldemort's memories of that day, quite possible. The curse rebounded back, and it seems likely now that Harry received some of Voldemort's essence in return, but is that all that Harry received? Dumbledore sank into his chair at the thought. Would explain Harry's spells being more powerful than normal, but is that because of who he is, or what had happened? And Peter, if I heard Harry correctly, that would mean Sirius is innocent. But why hadn't the truth come out in his trial? Why hadn't Sirius told them what had happened? Explain why he had gone after Peter. And why he had killed him, unintentionally killing those muggles. Dumbledore exhaled. He would have to look into this, and maybe even drop in and see Sirius himself. He couldn't understand why the truth hadn't come out, that is, if what Harry had said was true. But how could it not be? He had been rambling names of people he should not know, and even mentioned Secret Keeper, which Dumbledore was certain Harry didn't know about. Oh yes, he would have to look into this, maybe talk with Harry a little more about it. Dumbledore was so deep in thought, alone now in the living room, Moody and the others having left him to his thoughts and to sleep in the guest rooms, that he did not hear a boy hesitantly enter. It was now in the wee hours of the morning, and Harry had woken up, no longer able to sleep another wink. He made his way downstairs, wary of the creaks of the floorboards, but somehow managed to lessen their pitch by going down slowly. He wasn't sure where he was going, but settled in going to the room with dim shifting light, and soon found that it was the living room. Stepping forward, He soon realized the room wasn't empty, and that someone was in the large chair beside the fireplace. He quickly learned who it was, but upon discovering this, he wasn't sure if he should continue in, or leave and maybe find the dining room to sit in. He was about to make a choice, when Dumbledore suddenly realized someone was watching him. "Harry, I think you know by now I don't bite, though I have to admit, some of my candies do." Harry jumped a little, Dumbledore turning his head a little to look at him, his face silhouetted by the low flickering flames. Harry gave a slight smile and went in, stopping at the couch and a few feet away from Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood up. "Here, this seems like a good a time as any to talk," he said, gently moving past him to sit on the couch. He motioned Harry to join him. He did, taking the spot on the other end. Dumbledore then waved his hand, and Harry quickly gathered it was a privacy ward. Hermione had mentioned something about them, how they would be handy to know later, since they prevented people outside the ward from listening in, and that if someone entered them, the people within would be quickly notified. "Harry, I understand this is difficult, but I also know you understand that this is very important." "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, looking Harry dead in the eyes. "Earlier you mentioned something about Peter being the secret keeper, could you tell me more?" he asked. "I saw it through Voldemort's eyes, sir. Peter had come to him, only as a rat at first, before changing into a man. He must be an animagus, like Professor McGonagall." "A rat? Tell me, Harry, what do you remember? What did Peter look like, in both forms?" "He was a scroungy brown, normal-looking rat, though his ears had a few longer hairs sticking off the tips. And as a man, he was a little fat and balding." "Was he really my parents' friend?" he asked as Dumbledore leaned back slightly, taking in what Harry had just told him. "I'm afraid so, Harry. He wasn't. It is clear now that he betrayed them," Dumbledore admitted before pausing. "Harry, how do you know he had been your parents' friend?" "Well, in the dream, I could hear Voldemort's thoughts, what he was thinking at the time." "I see," Dumbledore whispered, now even more troubled. "Who is Sirius Black?" Harry asked, breaking the silence that had risen between them. "One of your father's best friends. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew were all friends of your father." "Are they all dead now?" Harry asked quietly. "No," Dumbledore replied, his mind focusing on something else. Peter's animagus. He got off the couch. "Sir," Harry asked, "I have something I need to check on Harry. I will be back, and we will talk more on this, and I will try to answer any questions you have, but right now, because of this, there is something very important I need to attend to." "Thank you, Harry. If I'm right, you might have just helped one of your father's true friends." Dumbledore then stepped into the fireplace, throwing some flow powder within. "The burrow," he stated firmly, disappearing in a roar of green flames. Harry paused, confused at Dumbledore's words. What did he mean? What was he checking on? And why had he gone to the burrow? That was where the Weasleys lived, right? Deciding he would have to wait until Dumbledore returned to find out, he left the dim and empty room. Walking down the large hall and passing by the stairs to his room, he marveled at the intricately crafted floors and walls, everything being lined with polished wood and stone, and then he heard someone beyond the hall, in the area beyond the hall. Exiting the hall, he found himself entering a kitchen, several someone's already cooking, it seemed, within. "Neville?" Harry asked, seeing Neville at the stove. Neville jumped, turning to face him. Harry quickly saw that Neville had helpers. 3 house elves, one of them being Dobby. "Oh, hi Harry, I thought I was the only one up," he said, putting a pan down. "No, I got up a few minutes ago." "Hi Dobby," he greeted. "Good morning Harry Potter, sir," he said with a bow, the other house elves bowing as well. "You fixin' breakfast?" Harry asked, continuing in. "Yeah, we do almost every morning," Neville said with a shrug. "I fix breakfast every morning too. Here, let me help." And so Harry and Neville, along with the house elves, began to make breakfast, the whole rest of the house still sleeping away, but soon Draco joined them. "You 2 morning birds or something?" Draco asked, still trying to rub the sleep from his eyes. "I guess," Harry said, flipping an egg over. Draco looked at the 3 house elves working diligently around them, getting ingredients and things. Why aren't the house elves doing this alone? Draco wondered. And how did they get Dobby to let them help? Young master, Dobby began, seeing Draco looking at him in confusion, but Neville cut him off. I help make breakfast, I like to cook. So when I was about 8, I finally convinced the elves to let me, and they agreed, only after I nearly ordered them. Well, Gran did. Anyways, now that they see how much I like it, they don't have a problem with it, Neville said. Oh, well, Draco said, walking around the large island in the middle of the kitchen, sunlight now beginning to make its way through the window. I suppose I'll set up the table then, he said, going to a cabinet and pulling out plates. Draco and Neville took this time to bring Harry up to date with everything that had been going on, and Harry stared at Neville in pride and wonder when Draco told him about Neville going off on Vernon. Harry paused in his work when they told him that he wouldn't be going back to the Dursleys, Neville telling him this as gently as he could, knowing Harry would probably want to be told this from him, instead of from one of the adults. They then told him that the Dursleys were already gone and that some of Kingsley's friends had already taken care of moving them. Where am I going to stay then? Harry asked. I don't know, but 2 sort of overheard Gran talking to Dumbledore who might be staying here, at least until school starts, Neville said. Harry looked up and smiled. I'd like that. Oh, and Neville, thanks for those seeds. They helped a lot, he said. Glad I was able to help, Neville replied. They continued working, Harry not exactly surprised when Draco told him he would be going to live with Snape soon since he was his godson. Draco paused after that, his eyes no longer focusing on anything as he spoke. The funeral's tomorrow. None of them spoke for a while after that, all silently realizing they all had this one thing in common: they had all lost their parents. Draco knew of Neville's parents, for his father had told him where the Longbottoms were years before even going to Hogwarts. And of course Harry knew as well, having discovered it from one of the memories at the beginning of the year on the train. Draco looked up at both of them, for a moment forgetting about the half-buttered toast in front of him, and said, "We will bring them down. Every single one." They all nodded in solid agreement before turning back to their work. Breakfast was an experience, the adults of the house shocked to see that 3 boys, no less, had fixed breakfast with the house elves. Moody looked on in hidden bemusement at the interaction between Harry, Draco, and Neville. Lupin was quiet, not sure how much Harry knew about him and didn't want to make him nervous or something, though he watched him in barely concealed pride. Gran had accepted Draco, seeing how he treated her grandson, and after the display at dinner the night before, knew that, for whatever reason, the young Slytherin had sided himself with Neville and his friend, Harry Potter. Augusta Longbottom watched the 3 boys, Draco and Neville on either side of Harry, finding respect and loyalty etched on their faces. Her grandson had changed, he had become her son's son. McGonagall, Snape, Kingsley, and Stephanie had left soon after breakfast, all of them having things that needed to be done. The next day would be the funeral, and so Snape and McGonagall were making the final arrangements. Stephanie and Kingsley had things to check on in the ministry concerning the investigations on both of the attacks. They also needed to gather intel about how the public and the ministry were handling the news, and what their next actions might be. The Daily Prophet had already written several articles on the events, and had just sent in the morning edition. Moody and Lupin both had the day's edition, and were quickly reading it. Moody, Lupin, Augusta, Neville, Harry, and Draco were now all in the living room, those without a newspaper wondering what Moody and Lupin were reading. "So, what's going on?" Augusta asked, a little impatiently. Moody threw the paper at her, being finished with it. "Well, they certainly haven't wasted any time," she muttered. The boys gathered around her. She lowered the paper so they could see. There was a picture of the house on number 4 Privet Drive, oars and such all over the lawn, walking in and out of the now cleared out house, the door having been ripped off its hinges. The boys of Light safe after a second dark attack. After going missing, Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, may they rest in peace, was harbored by Harry Potter, but soon after was once again attacked by unknown dark wizards. It is unknown at this time how Draco arrived at Potter's house, but some believe they had arranged a portkey during the school year, just in case, this assumption coming from the probable rumor that young Malfoy had befriended Potter last term. It is also believed that this portkey had been supplied by a light supporter, though it is still under investigation. According to Kingsley Shacklebolt, head Auror in the investigations, the attack occurred between 11 p.m. and midnight on July 31 at the Muggle residence in Little Whinging, Surrey, No. 4 Privet Drive. An unknown number of dark wizards and witches, perhaps over a dozen, advanced, thinking they had free rein, but forgot whose home they were intruding. The boy who lives. Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, did the impossible again, fighting off countless enemies, and according to some reports killed at least 4 of the intruders. He succeeded in protecting young Malfoy, who had been injured in the first attack at his own residence, and held them back until the Aurors arrived, Albus Dumbledore among them. The current location of the boy who lived in Draco Malfoy is classified, but it has been confirmed by Albus Dumbledore himself that they are safe. Several arrests were made, and though only rumors at this time, many of these individuals had once followed he who must not be named. It has been stressed that security throughout the wizarding world is being increased, and that the rest of the individuals responsible are close to being caught, but such reassuring words need not be spoken, for the boy who lived and young Malfoy were able to thwart these dark wizards and bring a great number of them down. It is clear to this reporter that if any new Dark Lord is thinking about rising, they not only have a unified and capable ministry on their hands, but the wit of the last Malfoy and the power of the last Potter, the Boys of Light. An in-depth view of both attacks. Read what the experts say about the amazing escape made by young Malfoy and the astonishing defensive made by Harry Potter. CPG-3. Why were these Boys of Light attacked? See what they did before the summer. CPG-5. What can you do? Learn what extra precautions any family can place. CPG-8. Well, at least they got some things right, Neville murmured. Boys of Light, Draco asked with an eyebrow raised. Could be worse, you two could be the dead Boys of Light, Moody said gruffly. Honestly, Alistair, must you always be so grim? Gran asked, turning the page to find a picture of a few of the Aurors involved in the investigation. Moody shrugged, and stated, I'm looking at the bright side of things. I'm sure, Gran retorted. It was approaching lunchtime and the others had told Harry that the Weasleys would be coming around lunchtime, them having been told the previous night. Well, for whatever reason, they still hadn't come, it now being past lunch, and as a matter of fact, Dumbledore was still gone. It was clear to the founders of the Custose present that something was up, especially after one of Kingsley's men came in and had taken Moody aside. Draco told Neville and Harry that that man was an Auror called Moy and was a friend of Kingsley's family. Going to Neville's room, Harry and Draco started a game of wizard's chess while they started talking about what they thought might be happening, as well as recent events. I saw Dumbledore this morning, before I went into the kitchen. I told him more about my dream, and then he said something about me having possibly helped one of my father's true friends. Then he just flowed to the burrow, Harry said, moving his pawn. He went to the Weasleys. Is that why they still aren't here yet? Neville asked. I don't know, Harry said. What did you say? What did you talk about? Draco asked. I told him that Peter Pettigrew was an animagus, a raw. Oh no. What is it? They asked, seeing that the color had drained from Harry's face. Ron's Ratty's Peter. He's Wormtail, Harry breathed. That's the guy you were talking about from your dream last night, right? The secret keeper or something? Draco asked. Yeah, you see, he betrayed my parents, he's the reason they're dead, Harry told them, looking blankly at the chessboard. Whoa, wait, how do you know that? Are you a kind of seer? Draco asked. Harry kept his face down a little, but looked up at them with his eyes. Guys, I will talk more about this when everyone is here. I don't really want to repeat it, and this does tie into the business of the Custose. Can you at least tell us something? Neville asked. Promise you won't freak out? Harry asked. We won't freak out, and you know we won't tell anyone else, Draco said, already knowing Harry would want to be told that. I have Voldemort's memories. Harry looked down, not wanting to see their expressions. After a length of silence that went on for a while, Draco cleared his throat. Well, I promised I wouldn't freak out, so I won't, Draco said slowly, exhaling. Why, you're sure? I mean, Neville began. I'm sure, and I'm not crazy, Neville, but believe me, for a long time I thought I was. Harry risked it and looked up at them. After a few seconds of continued shock, Draco suddenly looked thoughtful, while Neville's expression shifted into acceptance. It makes a little more sense now. I mean, you being good at spells and all, Draco said. Yeah, reliving lectures over and over, even Binsort of gets grilled into my head, Harry said. Wow, sorry about Binns, it's a miracle you're still among the living, I would have been bored to death. Harry smiled. So, when we get with the others, you'll tell us more. I mean, having his memories could be really helpful to us, Neville said. Oh, I know. I have plans. I just hope Ron and the rest of the Weasleys will get here soon. I hope Dumbledore was able to do whatever he intended to do. I'm certain it involved Ron's rat, Harry said. I hope Ron didn't have a fit at Dumbledore wanting what's his name? Scabbers, Draco asked. Yeah, Harry said, hoping everything had gone all right, considering it was approaching dinner time. The Burrow, 7:22 a.m. Ron went down with Scabbers into the kitchen. His mom was already up, and he was anxious to go to Neville's house. He had been told the night before, after Stephanie Somak had come and told them what had happened, that they would be going the next day. He wanted to see how his friends were doing, and to make sure they were okay, especially after what Stephanie had told them. Good thing Harry wrote to Snape and Hermione, Ron thought, setting Scabbers on the table. Ron, help me set the table, Molly said, just as their fireplace ignited in green flames. Ah, Molly, I knew you would be up, Dumbledore greeted, his eyes falling on the rat momentarily. Wormtail, something is not right, something is going on. Why were the Malfoys killed? Wormtail wondered, only having heard bits and pieces of the Weasleys talking. Dark wizards, Death Eaters. Does that mean my lord is no? I would have felt the mark awaken, he concluded as Ron carried him down the stairs and into the kitchen before placing him on the table. Why would they turn on the Malfoys? The most loyal family to the Dark Lord. Wormtail asked himself, deep in thought. Did they turn or something? Did they talk? Fear ran through Wormtail. Lucius knew of Peter's betrayal. Kay knew how the Dark Lord had been able to enter the Potter's house. Had he told? Was that why the other Death Eaters killed him and his wife? He jumped at the green flare of the fireplace, and his blood ran cold upon seeing who stepped forth from the flames, the only wizard who the Dark Lord ever feared, a man whose eyes briefly rested upon him. He knows, Wormtail shouted in his mind, suddenly acting on impulse, all in an attempt to survive. He leapt from the table, landing on the floor behind Molly, and transformed back into his human form and grabbed a hold of her. Ah! Ron shouted as Dumbledore quickly stepped in front of him. Molly was petrified, frozen in place, Wormtail already having managed to get a hold of her wand and was currently using her as a human shield. Peter, you do not want to do this, Dumbledore stated, his eyes a steely blue, the twinkle completely absent. Wormtail looked desperately around him, for some hole or crevasse to escape through, but he found none, at least not ones he could get to without being caught by his old headmaster. Desperation grew, and he came to one conclusion, an action he had done over a decade ago. He thrust Molly toward Dumbledore as hard as he could just before screaming out a curse filled with all of his fear and urgent need to get away. Bombarda. Dumbledore did the only thing he could do. He threw up a shield, protecting Molly and her son, as well as himself, but sadly it meant that the curse reflected. The old house shook, rising the alarm of the people upstairs who had just been woken up by Ron's previous shout. Wormtail was hit, the curse more than enough to propel him through the wall and out onto the sunbaked lawn. The burning light overcame him, but soon, he felt nothing. He didn't know how much time had passed, but somehow knew he was no longer among the living. Where was he? He was moving, that much was clear, but where? Where was he going? There was no light, there was no dark, there was just nothing. And then, there was something, a figure, a man, everything slowed, and then finally stopped. Peter blinked. He could not be seeing what he was seeing, could he? James, Peter squeaked. The man said nothing. His hazel eyes, however, slowly looked up, meeting Peter's frantic ones. The man's jet black hair shifted slightly in an odd non-existent breeze, his stance solid. James. Peter, who was quavering already, held his breath as James lowered his face to him slightly, showing Peter, without a doubt, who he was. But he still said nothing. James. My old friend. Peter moved to embrace him, but quickly found his feet were firmly planted, and would not move. James took a step back, only greeting Peter with continued silence and an unrelenting gaze before he looked away, saddened and disappointed. James. Friend. James whispered, so quietly it sounded like a breeze instead of a voice. I once considered you my friend, he continued, his voice just as quiet and eerie. But apparently I was never yours. James turned his back fully to him, and walked away, literally disappearing as he did so. And then Peter fell, not down. There was no definite direction, but he knew he was falling in every other sense of the word. Falling into darkness and despair into the infernal depths. And he knew wherever he was going Azkaban would be a mere shadow. Harry, Neville, and Draco went down a little before dinner, hoping that they would be told about what was happening at the burrow, for clearly something was. Harry was about to be bold and ask Moody, but before he could approach him, the fireplace flared, quickly spilling out over a half a dozen red heads, closely followed by a wary Dumbledore. Molly looked distressed, Arthur looked dazed, Ron was angry, the twins were confused, Ginny was lost, and Percy was attempting to look collected but was failing miserably. Albus, shall I tell the house elves to get more rooms ready? Augusta asked, already tending to Molly and sitting her on the couch. Yes, I believe that would be wise. It has been a trying day, he said, before brushing past Arthur and going to Harry. Harry, he said, turning Harry towards the hall and leading him out, the others in the room wisely not questioning the old wizard now. Yes, sir, he asked, unable to stop from looking back at his friends who had quickly gathered together, the twins joining them as well. The five of them gave him reassuring nods as Dumbledore guided him out. Dumbledore took him to an empty guest room and shut the door. What's happened, sir? Did you get Wormtail? Harry asked the moment after Dumbledore had warded the room. Dumbledore did a good job hiding his surprise at Harry's concluding ability and answered solemnly. Wormtail is dead. His spell backfired on my shield. I believe he was trying to do what he had over 10 years ago. If I had not put up my shield, I fear young Ronald Weasley and his mother would not be here. How did he get a wand? Harry asked, stunned. He took Mrs. Weasley's soon after I got there. Apparently he somehow knew I was onto him, he said, sitting down on the corner of the bed in front of Harry. Why did you take me in here? Is this supposed to be a secret? Harry asked. No, the others are being told this right now. I took you in here to tell you about someone, 2 someones actually. I mentioned them this morning, he answered. My father's true friends? Harry asked. Yes, I am currently working on getting Sirius Black. I fear a terrible mistake has been made. As for Remus Lupin, you can speak with him after we are through here. Lupin. Dumbledore nodded, then let a few seconds of silence pass, both of them now sitting Harry on the corner of the bed, and Dumbledore on the chair across from him. Harry, I didn't have time to speak with you about what had happened at Privet Drive. Could you tell me what you remember? Everything happened so fast, he whispered, pausing to recall everything. Dumbledore waited patiently. I looked out the window and saw dark forms coming. I knew they were bad, so I told Draco and Dobby to use the energy seeds from Neville. Then I ran down to the Dursleys and told them to get to my room because they were coming. Aunt Petunia told them to listen to me well. Then they started banging on the doors and their chanting got louder and the house was shaking really bad then. The Dursleys ran up the stairs while I slowed them down. You used the table, didn't you? To block the back kitchen door? Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling. Harry nodded. Well, I ran up the stairs, but before I could get to the hall, the front door was blasted off. I think I got one of them before I used Protega and a curse hit it, knocking me down into the hall. My door was open so I ordered Dobby to seal the door. He did. Then the Death Eater came and some more spells were exchanged, but then another came from behind me, probably through a window. My wand flew out of my hands, and then she was about to cadavra me, when... What happened, Harry? Dumbledore asked, seeing Harry wasn't continuing. The house, it went all weird. It felt hot, but good. It rushed over and into me, and then I just threw out my hands, and the next thing I knew they were on either side of the hall and the wand was in my hand, and then, bang, I'm in my room. Draco said you disapparated into the room could have been accidental magic. There was definitely good reason for it, Dumbledore said absently, trying to figure out what had happened with the ward and beacon. Had they somehow bonded for those few seconds, serving their purpose to the very end? Protecting. Dumbledore wondered. Harry, how did you make that golden ward? Dumbledore asked, realizing he still had half the puzzle to figure out. I don't know, I just did it, he muttered. A memorsh. He stopped, his voice wavering slightly, not wanting to have to talk or think about the woman he saw tortured and killed by Voldemort. You don't need to continue, Harry, he said quietly, silently assuming the she was Lily. Love is a powerful thing. It can protect even after we are gone, but then, one must wonder if one is truly gone, if their love is still bound to us, he said. Harry looked up, confused, not understanding what that had to do with the woman in his memories. He didn't know her, and she definitely didn't know him. What was Dumbledore talking about? All right, Harry, I think the others'll be wondering where we are soon. If you remember anything else, or want to talk about anything, you can always come to me, all right? He asked, meeting Harry's bright green eyes with his blue ones. Yes, sir, he said, glad the discussion was over. Dumbledore inwardly sighed, wishing he could, on a clear conscience, know what Harry was thinking after seeing his confused look, but he couldn't, or rather wouldn't. If he wanted trust, real trust, he would have to get it the old-fashioned way. Harry would have to tell him. He only hoped that in good time he would. He must be referring to a memory of something from that night. Perhaps a golden shield had formed, and Lily had been the source. Dumbledore wondered, trying to reason why what he had said would have caused such obvious confusion from Harry. Am I missing something? He wondered, watching as Harry exited the room, clearly in as much thought as himself. Night came quickly to those in the Longbottom mansion, the gloom and sadness that would be awaiting them the following day looming over them. Harry didn't have the opportunity to talk with Lupin, but vowed he would soon, probably some time after the funeral. Hermione had flown over late that night with the permission from her parents to attend the funeral with them the next day, but because the next day would be trying and busy, they all settled in for the night rather early. She was staying in a room with Ginny. Neville, Draco, and Harry were sharing a room, and Ron and the twins were in another. Percy was graced with having the smallest guest room. They were all thankful. Well, the twins wouldn't have minded sharing a room with him, but Percy would have. Dumbledore fashioned portkeys for them all to use the following day, and in groups of 5, they were all transported to where the service was being held. The service went. The Minister of Magic was present, as were many of the distinguished members of society, and to the well-hidden horror of Harry, Draco, and Dobby, so was Crouch Jr. He was beside the minister, portraying the grieving co-worker and friend of the Malfoys disgustingly well. Draco felt Snape's hand tighten on his shoulder as Crouch Jr. came forward and gave Draco his condolences. Draco obviously didn't buy it, and neither did the others, even Hermione and Ron, who did not know the whole story with what had happened. It was also clear, to at least Draco, that Snape apparently didn't like Crouch Jr. either. Draco was really tempted to curse the man right there. Who cared if unforgivables were illegal? He barely managed to beat down that temptation as the murderer walked away. Crabbe and Goyle were also there, along with their uppity families, though both Vince and Greg gave subtle nods to Draco and the others, which were just as secretly returned to them. Vince and Greg were playing parts, and the others knew how important this was. If their enemies were to learn the truth, they might end up like so many others who crossed those with Voldemort. A few people said some words before the caskets were lowered and covered with dirt, Magic Ed to settle gently over them before the funeral ended. The Weasleys took their leave, going back to the Longbottom mansion to prepare a late lunch for everyone, as most of the others also left. All who were left was Harry, Dumbledore, Snape, and Draco. Harry and Draco didn't know why, but they were glad they were the only ones there now. Before, it had felt forced, like the people who were there were only there because they had to be, or felt obligated, and though the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, Kingsley, and even Moody and Lupin were there genuinely to provide support and to express their humble grievances, it was nice to have the cemetery to themselves. Harry was a little surprised Draco had covertly asked him to stay, and was even more surprised when Dumbledore and Snape hadn't asked Harry to join Neville or Hermione back to the mansion, but let him be. Draco and Harry stood silently by one another for some time as the wind brushed against them, their eyes on the grand, black marble, Malfoy family tombstone. Snape stepped behind Draco and placed his hands on his shoulders. They were like that for a few minutes more before Harry felt Dumbledore's hand come to rest on his own shoulder. "Come with me, Harry," he whispered. Harry turned, finding a very solemn-looking Dumbledore before going with him. Harry looked back to Draco and Snape. They were still standing there, no doubt lost in their own thoughts. Dumbledore continued to lead Harry away, and only when they were out of sight and earshot, did Dumbledore stop and face him. "Sir?" Harry asked, a little nervous. Dumbledore had no twinkle, and actually looked troubled and sad. Harry understood him looking sad, but the troubled part was what was causing him concern. Dumbledore reached into his pocket and pulled out a carved wooden object. "This is a portkey, Harry," he said. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "Somewhere I should have taken you soon after you re-entered an Wizarding World," he said softly. Harry stayed silent. Where should he have been taken, and why? "Forgive me, Harry, I have no real excuses for not taking you sooner. I suppose I felt it would be better to wait, that it would spare you pain in some way, but I've realized I was doing the opposite." "I don't understand, sir," Harry said, growing beyond concerned, now becoming a little scared, if he was honest with himself. What could cause such regret? What had Dumbledore done to ask for such forgiveness from him? "Harry, you can say no, but I need an answer." "An answer?" Harry asked, looking up into the man's old face. "Harry, do you wish me to take you to visit your parents' graves?" Harry blinked. Well, he hadn't known what to expect, but it certainly hadn't been that. Harry looked down. Did he want to? Did he want to see the grave of his parents? Maybe say something to them, like Draco was probably doing now. Yes, he did. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice, as he looked up to Dumbledore's face once more. "Right now?" Dumbledore asked, his voice a thread away from breaking, though barely hidden from Harry. Harry firmly nodded, his eyes revealing to Albus that he meant it. "Here," Dumbledore said, holding out the portkey for him to touch. Harry obliged, though a little hesitantly, and took hold of the portkey with Dumbledore. He felt the pull, and then, soon after, he felt them land. He looked around, suddenly feeling a little isolated and nervous. "Where are we?" Harry asked. "The cemetery of Godric's Hollow," he replied softly. "This way," he said, slowly leading them through the old cemetery. Dumbledore stopped. Before him a large white headstone, Lily and James Potter's names on it with their dates of birth and death upon it. The statement, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death," etched below. Harry stepped beside Dumbledore before taking a few steps closer, stopping just inches from the edge of the area where they were buried. Harry felt himself fill up with so many emotions he wasn't even able to attempt to hold back a sob as he slowly fell to his knees and wept. Weeping for what he would never have. Grieving for what had been stolen from him and what he couldn't remember, loving parents. His hands tightened over the ground that covered his parents, gripping the lush grass tightly within his fists. He had always felt the loss of his parents, but seeing their gravesite made it so much more real. Dumbledore remained silent, hoping he had made the right choice in bringing Harry there. Harry tried and failed to get his breathing under control as he felt a tightness in his chest beginning to consume him. He felt his grief and sadness, but also felt a separate portion within himself, but not of him, being engulfed in the same feelings. "Harry," Dumbledore whispered, moving forward to kneel beside him. The graveyard had gone unbelievably silent, the wind was non-existent and the leaves were still. Dumbledore prepared himself for a surge of accidental magic, but none came, though he could practically feel pure magic rolling off of Harry's frame. Harry was vaguely aware of Dumbledore beside him as he tried to collect himself. Turning inward, in an attempt to calm himself by means of occlumency, something he could not explain or truly fathom, took place. He heard Snape's voice in the corner of his mind, somewhere among the thick sorrow not his own, but so similar. Mourn as long as you need, we will not leave until you are ready. Once we go, let yourself be relieved of your grief, if nothing else, so that they cannot use it against you, but instead, so you can use it against them, Snape said quietly. He didn't know how, nor did he care, but he knew, at that moment, Snape had told Draco that, and somehow, it had branched to him. For an amount of time he didn't pay mind to, he thought on those words, and did as they suggested. His parents were gone, and nothing could bring them back, but they had left something behind that could never be taken away. Hope. They had done that which few others had. They had thwarted the Dark Lord, and stopped him from executing his plans. Because of this, it meant Harry could too, and could lead others to do the same. There was hope, and that was enough to push Harry beyond the despair that had threatened to devour him, reminding him of the decision he had made at the end of last term. He would continue where his parents had left off. He would continue to defy Voldemort, continue the fight, and what his parents had been unable to finish, he would. With the Custose Deluxe, he would win the war. Exhaling slowly, he focused on the tombstone before him, the edge of his mind calming and focusing as well. Wiping his eyes clear of tears, and brushing them off his cheeks, he stood up. Turning to a now standing and bewildered Dumbledore and met his eyes. I'm ready to go back. Harry paused before continuing. Thank you for bringing me here. Dumbledore nodded, deciding it best not to question or comment on the change he noted in Harry's eyes. A reinforced sense of resolve, defiance, purpose, and hope. The next day, Hermione and Ginny got ready quickly the morning after the funeral and were talking about the upcoming classes at Hogwarts when someone, or rather two someones, knocked on the door. The Weasleys were going to stay at the mansion until the repairs on the burrow could be completed. Wormtail had demolished the back side of the house, and had done some serious damage to the already questionable-looking structure. They would probably, or at least the Weasley children, stay until school started. Neville and Harry were thrilled, and Draco was happy as well, since all he would have to do later, when he moved to Snape's place, would be to ask Snape if he could visit. Come in, Ginny said, pretty sure who would be on the other side. The twins entered. Hermione, Ron and the others want to talk with you. They're in Neville's room, Fred said, completing George's statement. Oh, all right, Ginny, I'll be right back to tell you about Professor Snape's class, she said, having been giving Ginny a crash course in what to expect for her first year. She got up, but not without a thin locked journal. All right, is it okay if I look over some of your old notes? She asked, wanting to get a head start in her classes, since all of her brothers seemed to be doing pretty well in school. She didn't want to be the odd one out. Of course, Hermione said with a smile, happy to have found someone as enthusiastic as herself, even if it was just going to be for a little while. She knew Ginny probably wouldn't continue this, wanting to learn, thing. Hermione turned and followed the twins out into Neville's room where the twins graciously stood on either side of the door and bowed humbly. We thank you for allowing us to escort you, madam, they said, Fred opening the door. May you and your companions' plans succeed in whatever you wish. Caught a little off guard, she was at first nervous that they had been told. She stopped at the door. Wiping away a fake tear, Fred sniffled, George following suit. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Ronnikins and his friends pranking already, Fred said, heaving a proud sigh. We wish you luck. The room is yours. Holding in her confusion, she shuffled forward, George closing the door behind her. Harry, Draco, Neville, and Ron held in their giggles. Dobby, between Harry and Draco, looked confused. It was the only thing we could think of, Hermione, Harry said. You convinced the twins were planning a prank? Hermione asked. It worked, didn't it? Draco asked. Hermione shook her head but joined in their circle. Dobby, privacy ward please, Draco said. Dobby snapped his fingers with a smile. Done, master. Hermione held her tongue at that. The only thing keeping her from saying something was the fact Dobby was happy, and that things were asked of him, not cruelly ordered. Dobby, You are hereby forbidden to speak of anything you are about to hear to any outside members without either my or Harry's consent. What we are doing here is very secret. We are a group secretly fighting against Voldemort. Do you understand? Draco asked. Dobby, having clutched his ears at the Dark Lord's name, nodded. Dobby understands, sir. Dobby will keep all secrets. Good, Draco said, and then, with a nod to Harry, they all settled. Well, I think we can all see our activities are going to need to start sooner than we had thought, Harry started. I suppose this is the first real meeting to determine the actions of the Custose Deluxe against Voldemort. They all nodded, feeling themselves falling into a mode of seriousness not thought possible for children their age. Eumedes, Harry asked, a little unsure of how to begin. I have some ideas of what we should do once we get at school, and I've also been thinking if we are going to actually do something of importance, we're going to need to expand our resources, Hermione said, opening her journal. We also need to find a place to meet at Hogwarts, Ron said. Sirs, Dobby could help, Dobby said, a little unsure if he should interrupt. You could find a place for us to hold our meetings in secret. Neville asked. Yes, sirs, Dobby has heard that house elves work there, Dobby can ask them. All right, well that's taken care of, thanks Dobby, Harry said, causing Dobby to bow humbly. They all paused, noticing that Harry was staring at his hands. I have something you all should know. I've already told Neville and Draco about it a little, and I'll have to tell Vince and Greg about it when we find a place at Hogwarts, but it can't wait until then. We need to start doing something about this now, Harry said. Ron and Hermione glanced at Neville and Draco for a moment, hoping they would give them some clue about what Harry was talking about before looking back to Harry. Draco interrupted. Before you tell them, Harry, he said, looking at Ron and Hermione. Don't freak out, this is actually a good thing. A very good thing, Neville added. Yeah, so just listen to what he has to say, okay? Draco said. They quickly nodded, now even more curious and concerned as to what this was about as Draco looked to Harry, as if giving him permission to talk. Okay, what? Ron asked, slightly impatiently. You know those nightmares I was having last term? Harry asked. Ron nodded, while Hermione's eyebrows rose in surprise and worry. Nightmares? She asked, this being the first time she had heard about them. Draco rose a hand and silenced her. Those were about that night, right? Ron asked. Sometimes, Harry muttered. Harry, just tell them, Draco stated. I have Voldemort's memories, Harry blurted out with a heavy sigh and the prompting of Draco. Hermione gasped. Ron lost several shades of pigment. And how is that good? Hermione choked out. I know why he didn't die when he should have, Harry stated. Now that the truth was out, he felt more confident. Their eyes all snapped to his, even Draco and Neville, not having been told this piece of information yet. He broke up his soul into pieces, placing them in objects and creating them into things called Horcruxes, he said. Horcruxes? Hermione asked. Yeah, and because of them, his soul is bound to this existence, he can't die. Then how do we defeat him? Ron asked. We find these things and destroy them. Because of the memories, I know where they all are, or at least where he had last placed them. I also know that bashing them with a simple bat won't work. Only something powerful, like a magic sword or something, can destroy it, Harry said. So, where are they? How many of them are there? Neville asked. One is at Hogwarts, hidden in this really special room that hides things. It's a crown that belonged to Ravenclaw. At first I thought Voldemort's pet snake was one, but after thinking about the memories, he didn't have an opportunity to make it one, he was just planning to. Well, another is a cup, it belonged to Hufflepuff, it's in, he thought about Neville for a second. In a Death Eater's vault at Gringotts. A ring in some shack. A locket, Harry shivered. It's in a cave guarded by curses and traps and scary things. And the other is a diary. Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary. That's Voldemort's real name, and the people who, Harry heaved a sigh, attacked Draco and his parents now have it. That's why they went to the Malfoys, to get the diary. How do you know that, Potter? Draco asked. Dobby showed me. Did this weird memory-sharing thingy, Harry said with a shrug. Dobby appeared to lose a few inches just then, remembering he had caused Harry to hit his head on the floor soon after doing that. Why would they want it? Ron asked. It holds Voldemort's 16-year-old self in it. Anyone could actually talk to him by writing on the blank pages. Don't ask me how I know, I just do, Harry answered. All right, maybe they're using it to get orders from Voldemort, but I don't know why they would want a 16-year-old telling them what to do, Draco said. They would if it was a 16-year-old Voldemort, Neville added. There's got to be more to this than what we're seeing, Hermione said. Harry, can these things be used to bring Voldemort back? I mean, regenerate him or something? She asked. Harry paused, thinking, actually welcoming the information he was able to gather from garbled memory intel, as he dubbed it, but then, what he gathered made him wish it wasn't so. Harry, Neville asked, Harry in a slight daze. Harry shook his head. Well, I think I know why they wanted it. Hermione's right. The only thing I don't get is why they're going to try this now. I mean, why not soon after he was ripped from his body? Harry asked. Well, we can't do anything about it now, Draco said. Let's discuss things to do that we have more control over, he suggested. Hermione chose that moment to plop her journal notebook in the middle of them all. This is something I've been thinking about for a while, branching out our resources, she stated as they all leaned forward to see what she had written. What they found was a web of names, arrows going every which way, some names having multiple arrows to her away from them, while others just had one. Some of the names they recognized, while others were simply positions, like St. Mungo Nurse or Doctor, or Contact, Gringotts. And Wizigomat, Dumbledore. They also found their own names among them written in blue ink, arrows branching from names and positions in ways that were no doubt purposeful. Madam Bones, Snape, Neville asked, trying to figure out what this was. My dad, Ron asked, confused to say the least with the whole thing. Hermione, if this is what I think it is, this is brilliant. Harry exclaimed in near silent awe. I have already written out the letter to Madam Bones, just waiting for your critiques and approval. I think we could send these letters out, with protection spells and whatnot on them so they can't be traced back to you. I've been studying a lot this summer on these kinds of things and invite them to assist us in secret, Hermione said as she turned the page. Codenames? Draco asked, seeing a list of their names, and people they had seen on the previous page, with unique words beside them. Flytrap. I'm Flytrap, Neville asked. Well, you like plants, Hermione muttered. No, it's okay, I suppose it fits, Neville replied. Fire Ant, Ron asked, not looking as accepting as Neville. Well, you can make a different codename if you want, this was just what I could think of, okay. Hermione huffed. It works, Harry said, we'll have to change them periodically anyways. Draco snickered. Long beard, for Dumbledore. That definitely works though that might be too obvious, Harry said, entertained by it as well, before looking at Crabbe's codename only to burst out with laughter. Sebastian. Hermione shrugged with a small chuckle. Couldn't help myself. What's wrong with that name? Ron asked. It's a name of a Muggle cartoon character that was a crab, she answered. Draco choked on a laugh. And I thought Hermit for you was funny, he said, talking to Hermione. After collecting themselves for a moment, they looked back to the chart. I think I have some names to add, Harry stated seriously. Me too, starting with Kingsley, Draco said, recalling how well he handled things at Little Whinging. I think my older brothers might like to help. Bill interacts with Gringotts a lot, Ron suggested. All right, she said, handing out pens so they could write in the names they were thinking. In less than 10 minutes they had it full, and though they were unsure half the names on there would become a part of their true network, since those people would have to accept, they knew they were trustworthy and may be instrumental in assisting them later on in the fight against Voldemort. Voldemort has allies, well, then so will we. Let us call them, the Friends of Lux, Harry said, handing the now locked journal back to Hermione. Harry then ended the meeting, all of them now having something more to look forward to, for they would soon participate, lead, and continue the fight. Those who had sacrificed so much to aid in the war against Voldemort and his ideals would not have done so in vain, the Custose would make sure of that. The following weeks passed faster than they had thought possible, and were extremely busy. Draco had moved in with Snape and was often allowed to visit Neville, Harry, and the others who were staying at the Longbottom mansion. It was clear that Augusta Longbottom missed having such life in her house, and for Neville it was a little disturbing at first. He had never seen her smile so much. Ginny had a room to herself, which she shared occasionally when Hermione came over, which had only been a few times since the funeral. However, during those visits, the Custose took advantage of the time. The twins and Ron had the room beside Ginny's. Neville's room, where Harry stayed as well, was at the end of the hall next to Ron's and across from the study which was beside the library. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stayed on the first floor, below the children, across from Mrs. Longbottom's master suite. Their room was the second suite that was easily 3 times bigger than their room at the Burrow. The Weasleys treated their time at the Longbottom mansion as a kind of vacation, staying until the improvements at the Burrow were finished, which took a solid 3 weeks due to the structural damage done by the bombarda. Harry was adjusting well to staying at the mansion as well, though for some reason, Riddle's memories were surfacing more often, and his dreams seemed to be replaying more and more of the Dark Lord's young life. Perhaps it was due to how much he had been thinking and trying to figure out more things about him. Whatever the reason, he now had a much bigger grasp of the boy, teenager, and, in the end, the man who became Lord Voldemort. It was disturbing to be quite frank, and after waking up a few times in the night, he couldn't help but compare himself to the monsterto, the boy who really didn't have to be, but became one anyways. Neville had noticed something was bothering him right away. How could he not? He woke up at 2 a.m. one night to find Harry sitting up in his bed, staring at the wall. Harry told Neville what he had learned, and what he was thinking, and though Neville still found the whole memory thing kind of creepy, he told him something Harry will never forget. "Harry, you might have some things in common with him, but you will never be like him. You would never choose to do the things he has done." And there it was. Choice. "Thanks, Neville," he whispered with a soft, thankful smile. The Custose, save Vince and Greg, met a few times when Hermione was able to come and visit. During these meetings, they spoke of their new thoughts on magic, which they spoke of outside of meetings as well while studying, discussed things they should learn next, how they were doing in occlumency, which included some soft poundings from Harry, who was just beginning to improve the control of his legilimency, as well as ways, methods, and rules of recruiting new members, and searching for possible friendlies. The letters to the possible friendlies were going quite well, and with the secrets Harry was learning from the now frequent memory dreams, they were becoming very intriguing to say the least. From learning about Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, or at least as much Voldemort knew, which included Snape being his spy, to learning more about Tom's childhood, including an orphanage, his Muggle father, and Dumbledore coming to invite him to Hogwarts, it was all very enlightening, and each memory revealed more and more. Harry was itching to get things moving with the Custose letters. With certain adults on their side, who were able to do things they were not able to do yet, things would go so much faster, and things would be more secure as well. Everyone a part of the operation would be safer, for if anything happened they could easily lock down the Custose through the network, call a kind of radio silence, until things had been sorted out. Ultimately, danger and harm to those involved would be limited, unlike the damage Harry knew had been inflicted on the Order all those years ago. With Hermione, and, surprisingly, Neville's in-depth research, they now knew how to spell and charm letters to only let the person it was addressed to be able to read it, and to also safeguard the letters against being tracked back to them, among other things, including copying the letter, giving it to someone else, and attempting to reverse the protections. The Longbottom library was very helpful. A few other minor spells would also be placed that warded against fire and water damage, including spell damage. The only problem was casting these protections if they were going to send the first few out before school started. Well, this problem was solved by none other than Mad-Eye Moody. One day he stopped by, wanting to make sure everything was secure. This was less than a week after the funeral. Constant vigilance. "Never know," he growled, his large blue eye whirling around like a seriously confused marble. His eye, And then slowly both of them settled on Harry and his friends sitting at the table eating breakfast. Get up and do something productive. This house doesn't have underage tracking spells on it. Go and prepare yourselves. Never know when you'll be thankful for the preparation, he stated, completely ignoring the shocked and mildly enraged looks from the adults, the thrill and excitement ebbing from Harry and company, nor the evil grins from the twins. Alistair, what on earth has gotten into you? Underage magic is illegal for a reason, you know. Molly shouted, angry and reproachful. Better they learn here than amongst Death Eaters. How? They've already done that, Moody said, his voice rumbling darkly. And that was that. Harry and the others, as well as Ginny, were free to use magic, though only on the Longbottom property and out of sight from ministry people and such. Percy had been outraged, but knowing the rules of underage magic, he stayed silent. Though not recommended, it could be allowed on the property of an owner who consented, and Augusta definitely consented. She beamed like Neville had never seen before after she had observed Neville teaching Harry a plant-growing spell. So, due to that and many other instances, Percy finally gave in and joined in the casting a few days later, though he did so sparingly and away from prying eyes. Lupin was a simple man. Well, not really, but he sometimes wished he was. Young Malfoy and Severus Snape had taken their leave that afternoon again, Snape now the sole guardian of Draco Malfoy, sole heir of the Malfoys. Lupin had kept his distance from his friend's son thus far, and watched on in pride as Harry's friends dismally left, promising they would come back to visit as often as possible. Hermione always left this way, as did Draco, and what had surprised the werewolf was when Snape had nodded in silent consent to this statement the first time they had left. Since the first time Lupin had entered this group of people since the rescue operation, he was astonished by many things, one of the first being how Snape regarded Harry, the son of James, Snape's mortal enemy in many rights. He didn't see the hatred or the pure distaste he had thought he would see in the spies' eyes when they looked at Harry. Instead, he saw acceptance, respect and protectiveness. That was what had really thrown him off. He would have never believed such a thing. Sure, Harry was Lily's son, but to show such unguarded feelings. This being unguarded, in comparison to how he usually was, which was normally a fortification that would put the Great Wall of China to shame. Unguarded, in this context meant his expression revealed things to people who knew him well and knew what to look for. Lupin was one of these people. The other thing that had pleasantly shocked Lupin was Harry and his friends' knowledge of magic. They were easily beyond their third year in several areas, one of them being in how to wield a wand. The young soon-to-be second years had taken to the art of wand movements very well, this being shown after Moody's declaration for them to throw the law of underage wizards out the window and let it be stampeded by enraged hippogriffs. Lupin smiled before he focused on what he planned to do this day. Dumbledore had been working hard since the demise of Peter, and his work had just paid off. Sirius Black was now a free man, and after going through all of the proceedings and red tape, he had been awarded a sizable sum and a heartfelt apology from the ministry. Madame Bones had wheedled out a public statement from the minister as well. Justice would never be pushed aside again, that was for sure. Sirius was now recuperating at an undisclosed location, most likely a hotel, and would be able to come to the mansion as soon as he had rested, this being ordered by Madame Pomfrey. Lupin had been requested to inform Harry about all of this, and to tell him about his godfather by Dumbledore, though he had not been told how to do this. This day had been quiet compared to most other days. Hermione had just left, as had Draco, and now the only children in the mansion were Neville, Harry, Ron, the twins, Percy and Ginny. Coming into the living room, he saw the twins talking quietly in the corner, never a good sign, Ron playing and winning in a game of chess against Percy, and Neville showing Ginny a spell to change the colors of her socks. "Where's Harry?" Lupin wondered. Turning into the hall, he nearly ran into Augusta. "Oh, pardon me, Augusta," he said. "Quite all right." She looked past him then back to him. "He's in the garden if you're wondering," she whispered, before stepping around him and into the room. Thanks." He went out back and headed to the garden, the form of Harry coming into view within one of the 3 greenhouses. The Longbottom property was large and grand, easily 20 acres. Making his way across the grounds, he finally made it to the greenhouse. Hesitantly pausing for a moment, he took a breath and entered with a knock. "Am I intruding?" he asked, causing Harry to turn to him. "No, not really," Harry answered, a little surprised and inwardly happy to see he had finally the opportunity to talk with his father's old friend, alone. The past week had not given any opportunity to, though Lupin had politely greeted him at breakfast and such, but it never went further than a hello of sorts. "Well, we haven't really had the chance to get to know each other, so I figured now would be a good time," Lupin began, a little awkwardly. "I'm Remus Lupin, in case you don't know, and you can call me Remus or Lupin. Mr. Lupin makes me feel old, though," he added with a smile. "What do you say to your friend's son who knows nothing about you?" "Oh, hi Lupin," Harry smiled. "I'm Harry, but you already know that I've actually been looking for a good opportunity to start a conversation with you, but one never came up before," Harry said. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore said you were a friend of my dad," Harry said, though quietly, shuffling his feet slightly and looking down. Lupin just stared at him for a moment, wondering how much Dumbledore had told him. Shaking himself, he found his voice. "I was." They were quiet for a little while. "Harry, I know this must be strange for you. It is for me," Lupin trailed off, wishing he knew what to say. "So how did you like your first-year classes?" Harry smiled, knowing that Lupin knew the events surrounding his first year and was purposely approaching the less traumatic portion of it. "It wasn't what I expected, but I learned a lot. I liked all of my classes well, except history." Lupin chuckled. "Yeah, I can understand that. So what do you think about your teachers?" "I like Professor McGonagall. She can be stern, but she's always fair." "That she is. What about the other teachers?" "Flitwick. Snape. Professor Flitwick is funny. It's never boring in his class, even though I learn the material really quick." "That's good. You know, Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was younger." "Really? Wow, I didn't know that. So, what about Professor Snape?" Lupin asked, curious to hear more. "That man is more than he appears to be. He helped with the Voldemort thing last term, and then with the attack. I sent him a letter, asking for help and telling him that Draco was there with me. He replied real quick and sent help in time. I'm glad he's on my side." Lupin was stunned. He knew about Snape somehow playing a vital part in the rescue, but was surprised that Harry had requested help from him specifically. What had happened during the school year for a child, a Gryffindor and son of James, no less, to trust the colder-than-ice Snape with his life? "Yes, he definitely is. I'm glad you are seeing more than the surface." Harry smirked. "He said the same thing when I was talking about Quirrell to my friends in the hall. He took 5 points for being careless, but then awarded 1 point for seeing beyond outward appearances." Lupin raised an eyebrow, again learning a side to Snape he had not known before. "Did he now?" "Yeah, I think he even liked the nickname I gave him." "Oh, and what would that be?" "Severely strict." "That definitely fits him." "I thought so." Lupin stepped beside Harry, and they soon were walking around in the greenhouse, careful of the poisonous squirting plants and thorn-throwing ones. "Harry, I was asked to talk to you about someone." They continued walking, and were now exiting the greenhouse and began heading to the small stream that flowed through part of the garden beside the greenhouse. "Has this person got to do with anything about why Dumbledore has been really busy lately?" he asked. Harry obviously wasn't dumb. He and his friends had been listening, and they were aware of efforts being made by Dumbledore and others in the Ministry to correct an injustice. And the fact that Dumbledore had said that he was working on getting Sirius Black could only mean so many things. "How much do you know?" Lupin managed, deciding this would be easier. "I know you, Sirius Black, and the traitor Peter Pettigrew were once my father's friends. I assume that Sirius Black had somehow gotten in trouble, and because of the discovery of Peter, the truth was revealed, which involves who truly was my parents' secret keeper," Harry said, trying to decide if he should continue. He knew more, but it was more about Lupin than anyone else. He had learned about this after Dumbledore had told him that Lupin had been one of his dad's friends. Looking for Lupin, and waiting for someone to say his name, he saw Moody approach a tattered-looking man in the living room before calling him Lupin. That had caused Harry's eyes to snap onto the worn-looking man as a memory suddenly surfaced. Cursed that wretched werewolf, he hissed, looking at a murderous-looking man with others before him. Greyback, if you cannot finish him, then I will find someone who can. I will kill Lupin. Should have finished him when I first bite the little runt, Greyback growled. You better finish him. You know how I treat failures, he warned. After seeing that memory, and knowing Voldemort's thoughts at the time, Harry learned something that he was certain Lupin wouldn't want someone his age, or anyone for that matter, to know. Coming back to the present and in the garden, he looked at Lupin. Is that all? Lupin asked. He trailed off. Should I tell him I know? How would I explain me knowing? How would he react? Would he be okay with this? Harry asked himself. He has a right to know that I know, Harry thought. But it is his secret to tell. How can it be his secret to tell when you already know? He argued with himself. Yeah, but what will I say when he asks how I know? Harry, is there something else? Lupin asked, his eyes staring curiously at him. It's okay, Harry, you can tell me, if it makes you feel better, this will stay between us. Really? You promise? Well, if it's something I think others should know, I'll try to encourage you to at least tell Dumbledore, but I won't do anything other than that, I promise. Harry looked at his hands, suddenly finding them fascinating before gathering enough courage. Come on, Harry, you're the leader of the Custose, he told himself. Well, don't ask me how I know, I just do, but, he quickly looked around to make sure they were alone. After making sure no one else was around, he quickly rambled out the following words in one big breath. You're. And. Anyone. You. But. No. Wouldn't, too. Knew. Wah. Lupin's heart was suddenly ramming against the inside of his chest, having caught the word, werewolf, and a few other select words in the garbled mess. Harry took a breath, fidgeting a little. Okay, fine, fidgeting a great deal. You were bitten when you were little. You're a werewolf, Harry whispered, inwardly slapping himself for adding the tidbit on when Lupin had been bitten. How do you know that? Lupin asked, kneeling down to Harry's eye level as calmly as he could. It doesn't matter, I just thought you should know that I know, and that I don't care that you are, Harry answered, somehow managing to keep eye contact despite how much he wanted to look down at his feet. Lupin slid his hand against the side of his face and through his hair, trying to collect himself. Exhaling a shaky breath, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. How had this conversation turned into this? Wasn't he supposed to be talking to the kid about his godfather and where he would probably be staying the next summer? Yet here he was, being told that his secret was known. Have you told anyone? Lupin asked, finally finding his voice. No one but you. How long have you known? For over a week. For over a week, Lupin quietly repeated, fighting against going into shock. Lupin cleared his throat. And, you haven't told anyone. And you're okay with this? I haven't told anyone. And why wouldn't I be okay with it? Harry asked, confused at why someone should care if someone was a werewolf. It wasn't their fault they had been bitten, and being bitten didn't make one evil. If it did, he was sure Moody or Dumbledore would have acted. You are an interesting young man, Lupin said with a smile, again, not knowing what else to say. Harry smiled back, waiting for a moment before talking. So what did you need to tell me about Sirius Black? Harry asked, glad to see that Lupin was calming down. Lupin stood up, accepting there was little he could do about Harry knowing his secret and that it was probably better this way. If he wanted to get to know his friend's son, secrets wouldn't help. Professor Dumbledore has been working on getting him free, and after some legal things, has gotten him freed. You see, it had been believed that he was the secret keeper, Lupin said. So they thought he told Voldemort, Harry stated, following without much effort. Lupin tried not to show his surprise upon Harry calmly using the Dark Lord's name. He of course wasn't afraid of using it, but was just surprised that one so young would use it without so much as batting an eye. Yes, and with everything at the time, and feeling it was an open and shut case, they sentenced him without a trial. They of course did not make that public knowledge, and it had been assumed that they had followed the law, just quickly because of so many Death Eaters and sympathizers being captured. So he's been in prison for 11 years. Lupin sighed and nodded. But thanks to Dumbledore, and to you I believe he said, Sirius is free and is currently recuperating. So I'll get to meet him? Harry asked, excitement evident in his voice and eyes. Yes, that's the other reason I was told to talk to you. Harry, he's your godfather, and in all rights, now that he has been proven innocent, is your guardian. Harry's eyes grew wide. Really? His voice nearly cracking. Yeah, so next summer, if you want, you can go live with him. Like how Draco is living with Snape now? Harry asked. Why can't I move in with him this summer? Well, he's still getting better, and his house also needs some cleaning because its kind have been in disrepair. It honestly wouldn't be safe for you to live there right now. Magical houses do weird things when you leave them empty for too long. Oh, but don't worry, I'm sure you can visit him while he's fixing up the place, and I'm definitely sure he will be happy to come here to visit you. Your father and Sirius were really close. Harry gave a soft smile as they walked beside the slow stream. They continued talking until they decided it was time to go back in for dinner, Lupin happily telling stories of his Hogwarts years, including some pranks with pink poof balls and flying bunny rabbits. 2 days later. Are you ready to do this? Neville asked. As ready as I'll ever be, Draco said, taking the sealed letter and placing it into his robes. You are sure you can secretly leave it in his study? Ron asked. Yes, and you have the cover story set if you're caught? Neville asked. Yes. Then good luck, Harry said, leading them out of the room. They were done with their first 2 Custose letters, and were ready to deliver them to what they hoped would be the first of many successful recruitments of the Friends of Light, or what Neville had dubbed, the Amici Lucis. They would also call them Friendlies, but officially, they were going to be known as the Amici Lucis. Draco would deliver the first letter, and Dobby the second. Now just 2 more before school starts, Harry whispered to himself. Snape was the first contact they were hoping to gain, then Dumbledore, then Arthur, and then Bones. The rest would receive their letters soon after, but the first 4, Harry and the others decided, were the most crucial, so would be handled with the utmost of care. The names on the web had increased, and if things worked out, they would have contacts in the Ministry including the Auror, Muggle, and Law departments in Gringotts, in Romania, in Egypt, in St. Mungo's, as well as several magical nations or groups possibly including the giants, werewolves, centaurs, house elves, and goblins. Oh yes, they were raking up possible allies. Snape's home. Draco went to bed early after they had returned from the Longbottoms, going upstairs while Snape made a drink for himself. Snape was looking forward to a quiet evening in his study, and was happy that everything was moving forward at a comfortable rate. Draco was settling in nicely and they were both adjusting to each other's company well. Sirius had yet to make an appearance, but due to the reports from Remus, it was no surprise. He had slept away the first few days of being out of that awful place, and currently was trying to clean himself up, like get a haircut, get some good robes, and begin making plans of how to repair that despicable black house, 12, Grimmauld Place. He would be visiting Potter soon and Snape had purposely arranged for himself and Draco to be busy in rearranging the library that day. He checked on Draco after walking up the stairs with his calming drink and found the boy was already asleep. He inwardly smiled and closed the door to a crack. He then went to his study, already making plans on what books he would look into for the research of possible new potions. Entering his study and flicking his wand to light the candles, he quickly found an object on his desk that should not be there and the window partly open. "What's this?" he whispered, cautiously approaching. One can never be too careful, things are known to sometimes have proximity charms on them, triggering explosive curses. Not finding any harmful things linked to the envelope, he pointed his wand at it, causing it to slide towards him, so he could look at the seal. The seal wasn't one he recognized, and the color of the paper was also intriguing. It was charmed, causing it to sparkle slightly, and the seal appeared to be pulsing. The seal was made up of a large C, within it was D, and beside that, vertically going down, was LUX. Finding no curses, jinxes, hexes, or anything harmful, he gently picked it up, and turned it over. Severus Snape, all right. Breaking the seal, He nearly dropped the letter after feeling a magical surge run into his fingers. He was confident it was nothing harmful, at least to him, but it was still surprising. He had been stupid not to search for safety charms, but he was used to people trying to hurt him, not protect him. After passing his wand over the envelope and letter, he found a number of charms and spells that surprised him, including some wards. They all either protected the letter from damage, snooping people, or manipulation, such as a back tracer, which would aid in the search of the writer or writers of the letter. There was also a charm that ensured only he, the receiver of the letter, could read it. Ingenious, if Snape did say so himself. Snape walked around his desk before taking the letter out the rest of the way. If he was going to read this mysterious letter, might as well do so comfortably. Flicking his wand to the window closed, Snape assuming the owl or hawk that had delivered it had been the cause. Pulling out the black charmed page, he unfolded it, finding white intricate cursive writing. It was quite bold on the black shimmering background, and Snape paused to wonder why someone had taken so much time to do this. Shaking himself, he began reading. Admirable Severus Snape, you do not know of us, nor have you heard of us. We are the Custos Deluxe. Due to recent events, we have been forced to act and reveal ourselves to you and select others. We are a secret organization, a guild of sorts, and one that cannot be intimidated by those of evil or those ignorant enough to follow the like. We have been watching and will continue to do so, but forever standing idly by is not like us. We have heard of your works and have seen your beliefs and ethics in action. We know of your deeds against Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort, and know of the serious risk you have placed yourself in while spying in his ranks and pretending to be someone you are clearly not. We know you provide invaluable information for the Order of the Phoenix, headed up by Albus Dumbledore, and understand the role you will continue to play when the war sadly picks up again. Well, before I continue, let me inform you that earning our approved attention is not easy, of that you can be certain, so I congratulate you for unknowingly succeeding in that endeavor. I also apologize if we have alarmed you with our knowledge. This is not our intent, but rest assured, your secrets and the orders are safe with us. We are on the same side after all. As we are sure you know, Riddle is trying to rise again, and those in his ranks are stirring once more. We have more information to share, but that can wait. I am sure you want to know our motives and a little more about us. As we have already written, we are a secret organization and wish to stay that way, at least for now. We are working to permanently end the threat of Voldemort and endeavor to protect the innocent and those of light. People like ourselves do not take words at face value, written or spoken, so I do not blame you for doubting the contents of this letter, secretly sent and written by mysterious and unknown individuals. However, please hear us out, for you will want to read the following carefully. This concerns young Draco Malfoy, and due to the fact you were his godfather, we feel you have a right to know. We approached young Malfoy at the end of term, and he has graciously accepted to aid us in the fight against Riddle by promising to act as a lookout and messenger if it were ever needed. Well, after recent events, though no doubt tragic, we have decided it is time for him to carry out these duties. We understand your possible disagreement in his participation in such things, but with all due respect, he is a part of things now, with or without your consent, and refusing his contribution would be a mockery to his parents' sacrifice. I would also like to remind you that if we are to win this war, every person of light will have to contribute, and that it is an obvious fact too many people underestimate the capabilities of younger individuals. Draco Malfoy is what we call a friendly, a part of the Amici Lucis, which is under our umbrella. He also willingly placed himself under wizarding oath, so will not answer questions he is not allowed to answer. However, feel free to search for any outside influences, you will find none. People who join us, unlike those who join Riddle, always do so of their own free will. Now that we have gotten that out of the way, to the point. Voldemort's followers are attempting something now that will succeed without our interference. We have come to some startling discoveries and conclusions, which we will inform you of later, but what we will tell you now is that it has a great deal to do with the diary the Death Eaters, who attacked and murdered the Malfoys, retrieved. We are in need of your assistance. Will you agree to join the Amici Lucis and assist us? We have vital information that we are certain even Albus Dumbledore is unaware of, but it is not safe to share until we are certain these things will stay secret. If you need to contact us or have come to a decision, notify Draco Malfoy in secret and say, Tavi, we are a formation of defenders. I am the Dark Knight, please tell Griffin and then give him the message you wish to be sent to us. This sort of exchange will always be the same, unless I tell you otherwise. He will then tell you what we are need of from you. Do not write of this letter, and only speak of it in complete secrecy with your 2 contacts. We have protections on this letter, as we are sure you have noticed by now, so giving it to someone it was not addressed to will be most unwise. Your 2 contacts are Draco Malfoy, codename Ricky Tikki Tavi, Tavi for short, and Albus Dumbledore, codename Longbeard. Do not tell anyone who your 2 contacts are, not even other amici lucis, and never reveal anyone's codename identity. This includes telling Longbeard about who Tavi is, and vice versa. This is for our protection, as well as theirs and yours. Longbeard will contact you to speak about this in secret. He should contact you by the end of the week, if not sooner. We are trusting you will keep what you have learned to yourself no matter what decision you come to. We understand you will not make your decision concerning all of this immediately. We would be surprised if you did, but whatever your choice, just know we are here, and here to stay. For we are the Guardians of Light, the Custose Deluxe. We await your decision, head of the Custose Deluxe. As one we will march against our foes, the enemies of light. Snape slowly exhaled, trying to digest everything contained in the letter. Who are these people? Why are they really doing this? Are they telling the truth? How do they know all this? What should I do? Why did they contact Draco? Was it because they knew who his father was? Most likely. How do they know about me? How do they know about the Order? How much do they know? When will Albus contact me about this? How much is he a part of this? Snape continued to sit there, trying to keep himself calm. What do they know they are sure Dumbledore doesn't know? How do they have that information? What do they know about the diary? How much does Draco know? What did his oath involve? Morning found him in this state, Draco still peacefully sleeping in his room down the hall. Dumbledore entered his personal study in his home within the Swiss Alps, ready to read a nice novel next to a comforting fire and a bowl of drops, maybe start the one with Mars robots or the one with a spaceship called Enterprise. This, however, was not going to be, for when he entered, in the talons of Fawkes was a curious letter. Fawkes, what do you have there? Dumbledore asked, closing the door behind him. Fawkes looked him in the eyes, quickly sending his feelings. They were of the serious nature, ones that expressed importance, duty, and action for the light. All right, let's see what this is that has got you all worked up, he said, taking the envelope from Fawkes. He immediately detected over a dozen charms, spells and wards all over the parchment, and quickly knew whoever had sent this was serious in whatever they had written to him. Glancing at the slightly magically pulsing seal he didn't recognize before breaking it, he opened the letter up, already knowing that if there was anything harmful within, Fawkes would have warned him, or wouldn't have given it to him in the first place. As he expected, he felt the magic in the letter checked that he was the person who the senders had intended, and carefully opened the black paper, finding the message written in white. Intrigued, he went and sat in the large leather chair by the fire, and began to read. Honorable Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. You do not know of us, nor have you heard of us. We are the Custose Deluxe. Due to recent events, we have been forced to act and reveal ourselves to you and select others. We are a secret organization, a guild of sorts, and one that cannot be intimidated by those of evil or those ignorant enough to follow the like. We have heard of your works and have seen your beliefs and ethics in action. We know of your deeds against Tom Riddle, or as he is more popularly known, Voldemort, and know of the efforts being carried out by the Order of the Phoenix, which you led. Well, before I continue, let me inform you that earning our esteem is not easy, of that you can be certain, so I congratulate you for unknowingly succeeding in that endeavor. I also apologize if we have alarmed you with our knowledge. This is not our intent, but rest assured, the Order's secrets are safe with us. We are on the same side after all. As we are sure you know, Riddle is trying to rise again, and those in his ranks are stirring once more. We have more information to share, but that can wait. I am sure you want to know our motives and a little more about us. As we have already written, we are a secret organization and wish to stay that way, at least for now. We are working to permanently end the threat of Voldemort and endeavor to protect the innocent and those of light. People like ourselves do not take words at face value, written or spoken, so I do not blame you for doubting the contents of this letter, secretly sent and written by mysterious and unknown individuals. However, please hear us out, for you will want to read the following carefully. This concerns Severus Snape. We know of his serious duties against Riddle, and know the deadly risk he is taking to carry them out to provide invaluable information for your order. Like you, we have just made him aware of our existence and have asked him to become what we call a friendly, a part of the Amici Lucis which is under our umbrella. As we said before, we will keep the Order's secrets, including Severus Snape's. The other thing of importance is about Riddle. We have a great deal of information on him, the least of which includes his half-blood heritage and his growing up in an orphanage, but we can exchange notes at a later time. However, what you need to understand is that we have crucial information that will have an impact on the war, and we are certain you do not know of the things we speak of, but it is not safe to share until we are certain our secrets are as safe with you as yours are with us. Will you agree to join the Amici Lucis and assist us? Do not write of this letter, and only speak of it in complete secrecy with one of your 2 contacts at a time which are provided below. We have protections on this letter, as we are sure you have noticed by now, so giving it to someone it was not addressed to will be most unwise. Your 2 contacts are Severus Snape, codename the Dark Knight, and Amelia Bones, codename the Lone Lantern. Do not tell anyone who your 2 contacts are, not even other Amici Lucis, and never reveal anyone's codename identity. This includes telling the Dark Knight about who Lone Lantern is, and vice versa. This is for our protection, as well as theirs and yours. Please contact the Dark Knight at your earliest convenience. He has already been contacted by us that you will, and I am sure he wants to discuss joining or not joining our cause as much as you do. Lone Lantern will be contacting you at a later date to discuss the same matter. If you need to contact us or have come to a decision, notify Severus Snape in secret and say, Dark Knight, we are a formation of defenders. I am Longbeard, please tell Tavi and then give him the message you wish to be sent to us. This sort of exchange will always be in the same format, unless I tell you otherwise. This is a precaution against imposters. We are trusting you will keep what you have learned to yourself no matter what decision you come to. We understand you will not make your decision concerning all of this immediately. We would be surprised if you did, but whatever your choice, just know we are here, and here to stay. For we are the Guardians of Light, the Custose Deluxe. We await your decision, head of the Custose Deluxe. As one we will march against our foes, the enemies of light. Dumbledore was still for several minutes, Fawkes unusually quiet as well, waiting for his old, though younger, friend to come to terms with what he had read, and face the possibilities. Well, now I know what's gotten you all worked up, Dumbledore said quietly. Though I'm still trying to figure out how they got you to deliver this, he continued, eyeing his familiar who suddenly appeared to shrug. Ah, so you're not telling. Could you then give me your impression of them? He asked seriously, and yet hopeful. A moment went by, an intense exchange of emotions between them. After that, Dumbledore gave a nod, while stating simply, I see, before standing up. He then grabbed some flow, and called Severus Snape. It had begun. The Custose had entered the war. Sirius, calm down, Lupin said for the 10th time that hour. Sirius, like the previous times, didn't listen, but continued to hit his right heel on the front end of his left foot, before switching feet. Sirius, I mean it, if you don't stop, you're going to wear out your shoes, either that, or you're going to break a toe. Sirius continued tapping, but turned to Lupin. I can't help it, I'm nervous. Is he like James? Will he like me? Is he okay after everything? Is he happy? Does he like flying? Will he? Sirius, just breathe. You'll meet him soon, okay? Sirius nervously rubbed his hands and took a deep breath. Sirius, there is something you should know though, Lupin said after a moment. Oh, don't make any comments against Slytherins, or about Snape. Harry has some Slytherin friends, and after seeing the interaction between one of them firsthand it would not be wise to say anything against them. He is very protective of all of his friends. Snape? Sirius asked, flabbergasted. Yes, and as I told you before, Snape has helped him a great deal this past year. He has earned my respect, as well as Harry's. Snape may not have moved past his grudges against James, but he has definitely put them aside when it has come to Harry. Harry told me it was a little rough at first, but as Minerva has told me, Harry worked an amazing feat, and Snape no longer looks at him as a mini James. I've actually seen glimpses of esteem in Snape's eyes when he looks at Harry when he thinks no one is looking. Sirius took all of it in, remembering everything he had been told over the past week, when he had been aware enough to listen, that is. So Sirius, if you want to get to know James's son, keep in mind what has happened to him, and who his friends are. People most others would never have thought possible to befriend at once. I mean, come on, a Malfoy and a Muggleborn. I get it, Lupin. Good. I wouldn't want you to mess something up you would no doubt regret doing later. Do you think they got them? Neville asked Harry. I'm sure they did. Draco will send word if they come to a decision, he said. So your godfather is going to come today? Ron asked, closing the bedroom door behind him as he entered. Yeah, that's what Lupin said, Harry answered. Are you nervous? Neville asked. A little. I mean, I'll probably be living with him after this year, but at least I know one thing. What? Ron asked. He's got to be better than the Dursleys, Harry said happily. No kidding, Ron agreed. After casting some strong privacy wards and things about Neville's room, they went into business, knowing that there would be little time for it later, since Sirius Black would be arriving soon after breakfast and then after lunch, they would all be going to Diagon Alley. Harry, you're sure you want to carry it out, I mean, with the goblins? Neville asked, referring to building the network they had sketched out with Draco and Hermione. Yes, I'm sure. When we go to Diagon Alley, I'll go to Gringotts and find a way to talk to one of them alone. I think they could be a great ally. Don't you think that's a little risky? Ron asked, trusting them, even if it is just one for right now. That's why it will work. Goblins hold trust and respect very highly. When I trust and respect them, they will gladly return it, Harry said. I'm sure they will help us. I hope you're right, because you'll be telling one of them everything, Ron stated. Not everything, just more than anyone else for right now, Harry clarified. All right, just wanted to make sure you were sure, Neville said. Okay, letters, Ron said, reminding them what else they had to do. Right, Dobby, Harry called. Harry Potter, sir, called Dobby. What can Dobby do for the great Harry Potter, sir? Can you deliver these 2 letters without being seen? Just lay it on the person's desk in their office when they're not there. We also don't want anyone else knowing about the letters except the people they are addressed to, so make sure you drop them off at a good time. Understood, Harry asked, pulling out 2 fully charmed and warded letters. Dobby understands, sir. Dobby is to deliver letters just like Dobby delivered the letter to the great Albus Dumbledore. That's right, here they are, he said, handing them to him. Arthur Weasley and Amelia Susan Bones, Dobby read. They both have personal offices at the Ministry, can you find them? Ron asked. Yes, no problem, sir, he said with a bow. Thank you, Dobby. Return to me to tell me how it went, Harry said. Dobby will, sir. And with that, Dobby popped away. I wonder how my dad is going to take it, Ron muttered, a little worriedly. I don't know, but we'll see soon. You are his personal contact, Harry said. So, what about those potions? Neville asked, changing the subject. I was thinking about rejuvenating, wound healing, burn healing, and strength potions to be a part of the standard Custose kit, Harry began, before they then started discussing what other potions to have, including when and how they were going to brew a supply. Draco got ready quickly, but when he was finished, he stood in his room and centered himself. He knew his occlumency would be no match for his godfather's legilimency, but at least he would know if he looked. If he looks, Draco muttered. He didn't know if Snape would actually do that since it was a clear invasion of privacy, and he and Snape had come to an understanding of trust days after he had become his legal guardian, but Draco couldn't help but feel that Snape might deem it necessary to breach that trust they had formed. If it happens, it happens. Harry has already come up with a plan if it does, so just go down there and face whatever is waiting. Draco left his bedroom and went down for breakfast, descending the stairs and turning the corner towards the kitchen. He heard Snape fixing breakfast, so knew he was there even before he entered. "Good morning, Godfather," he greeted, immediately doing his task of putting out the plates and silverware. "Good morning, Draco." Draco finished laying out the plates and sat down. "So what are we doing today?" Draco asked, acting as normally as he could. "We will be going to Diagon Alley later, after lunch. You will probably see your friends there when we go," he stated, setting the food down on the table and taking a seat himself. "So I will be getting my books and things?" Draco asked. Yes. They began eating, Draco nervously waiting. He looked up from his food to find Snape gazing at him. Draco was about to ask what was wrong, when Snape suddenly moved his plate away from himself. "Draco, I got a letter last night," he stated. "Oh." Snape leaned back in his chair, as if to get a better perspective of his godson. "Tavi." Draco raised his chin at that movement being the only thing to show his more attentive focus, since he was already sitting straight and dignified like. "Dark Knight," Draco replied. Snape became more concerned and was yet relieved. "Do you understand the magnitude of the choice you have made?" Snape asked. "The risks you are taking?" "The same as you, though not as immediate," Draco replied, knowing he had to show how sure he was in this decision. Showing any hesitancy would not encourage his godfather, and would only make him think Draco regretted joining the organization. They sat in silence, Draco deciding he would not say anything else, but wait for Snape to continue. "I have spoken with Longbeard, we have come to a decision." Draco kept eye contact, knowing he was giving Snape the chance to use Legilim C on him, but praying he wouldn't take it. "We discussed a great deal last night, and let me make this perfectly clear, we have taken it very seriously." "They wouldn't have expected anything less," Draco stated simply. "Of course. But before I continue, is there anything you want to inform me on?" Snape asked. "As in additional information they did not include in the letter?" Draco asked. "Do you know what was in the letter?" he asked. "A fair amount, but obviously not everything." "Draco, do you know why they are doing this?" "Same reasons they said in the letter, I'm sure. They have had enough of everything involving Riddle. Yes, they shared that tidbit with me, and everything he stands for. Also, from what they have hinted at to me, once Riddle and his followers have been taken care of, they will continue their efforts in improving the wizarding world as a whole." "Improve the wizarding world?" "Godfather, it took the events of the past year for me to see how corrupt the wizarding world is. Even without Death Eaters roaming around, Crouch Jr. for example, the Ministry is too power-hungry and racist. Granger has been looking into wizarding law and it is pretty obvious who they favor. All I'm saying is that it is time for a group of people, even if they work in the background for a few years, to help get things moving in the right direction again." "You're speaking of the start of a revolution. If that's what the Custose and the Amici Lucis have to do to make things right, then so be it. Have they shared with you how they are planning to do all this, after they take care of the Dark Lord that is? Through the people, they will reveal the wrongs of the Ministry to the public, with our help, and when that happens, change will be inevitable." "And you think you can help in this?" Snape asked, inwardly awed at the passion he was seeing from his godson in this. "Has to start somewhere, Godfather. Why shouldn't my generation play a part?" Snape smirked, leaning back in his chair slightly before saying what Draco was hoping for. "Tavi, we are a formation of defenders. I am the Dark Knight, please tell Griffin we accept." "Hi, Ginny," Harry greeted, passing her in the hall. "Hello, Harry." The first few days the Weasleys had been at the mansion had been interesting, particularly with Ginny. She had been very jittery around Harry at first, so much so she blushed red when he just glanced at her, but she was better now, though still slightly shy. Breakfast had gone well, and now Harry was anxious for Sirius to arrive. They would be going to Diagon Alley after lunch, since Mrs. Weasley had suggested that it would be productive and would allow something simple for Harry and Sirius to do together without awkwardness. Harry, Mum says he should be coming soon. Living room, Ron said. All right, he said, following him and Neville. A few moments after they entered the living room, the fire blazed, and Harry held his breath as two men stepped through, Remus Lupin, and a tall distinguished-looking man in handsome brown and blue clothes. He stepped beside Lupin, and his eyes immediately focused on Harry. His eyes were deep, haunted but not overly so, for intermingled within was hope and youth. He went forward, stopping in front of Harry and causing him to have to look up a little bit to keep eye contact. Hello, Harry. In case you haven't guessed already, I'm Sirius, Sirius greeted with a slight mock seriousness. Hi, Sirius, he said with a smile, entertained by the man already. Harry got the sudden feeling he was going to get along with this man just fine. The next few hours passed quickly, Sirius and Lupin both talking to him, though Sirius did most of it. He told Harry about his parents, providing juicy details about their Hogwarts years, and continued on about what he would be doing while Harry was in school. I've already spoken with Dumbledore, and he has already agreed to add more wards to my place, not that it's needed, so that it will be safe when you come and stay with me during the holidays and summer. That is, if you want to, he added quickly, not yet sure of what Harry had been told concerning the whole guardianship-godfather situation. Where do you live? Lupin said you had to get the house ready. Can I help? Can I come over this Christmas? Lupin started laughing as Sirius seemed to glow upon hearing Harry's excited questions. Whoa, one question at a time, and remember you still have to breathe, Sirius interrupted. I live in a safe location, or rather will, but because I'm not the secret keeper I can't tell you where, but I'll have them tell you soon. And no, you can't help me fix up the house, it isn't safe right now, and yes, hopefully you can come over by the time Christmas arrives. Harry beamed, which only made Sirius beam too before they went to have lunch. Harry couldn't believe how well things were going. He was finally really learning about his parents, and with some of his friends nearby, Sirius and Remus were including stories about their parents as well. Neville straightened in pride when Sirius mentioned how much he respected Frank Longbottom, and then blushed when Sirius said he was even jealous of him when he got Alice as a girlfriend. Lunch passed quickly, and before they knew it, they were standing by the fireplace to flow to Diagon Alley. I can't believe you got your books earlier and read them, Ron said. Most of them. I couldn't read another page in any of Lockhart's books, Harry corrected. If they weren't required books, I'd return them. I wonder who our new Dada teacher is. Probably a lovesick witch, Ron said. Probably, Neville muttered. Ready to go? Sirius asked, holding out the bag of flow powder for them. Yup, Harry said, and so they were off to Diagon Alley. Molly, Percy, the twins, Ginny, Ron, Neville, Harry, Sirius, Lupin, and Augusta all flowed. You all right, Harry? Ron asked. Yeah, first time I've ever done that, Harry said with a nod as Sirius and Ron helped him up and brushed the ash off of him. All right, Molly shouted, gathering everyone's attention. We are going to split off into groups since together we are too big and it would take too long. I think it would be best for us to go like this. Fred, George, Ginny, with me. Lupin, Percy and Ron please. Neville and Augusta, and Harry and Sirius. No one argued. Okay, everyone back here before dinner. So where to first, Cub? Sirius asked once they were on their own. Gringotts, Harry stated, choosing not to say anything on the surface nickname of Cub, since he liked it. Upon entering, Harry and Sirius went to one of the desks, Harry politely nodding to the goblins who passed them. Mr. Black, the goblin behind the desk greeted. Hello, Arog, he said, inclining his head slightly, having seen the goblin's name on the desk. Arog then looked to Harry. May prosperity shroud you like a cloak, Harry said with a small bow, not seeing the utter surprise on Sirius' face, or the pleased one from Arog. Arog smiled, recalling the last time Harry had entered Gringotts. And may your cloak pockets always be full of gold, young sir. What business do you have we can assist you with? He asked, not completely blowing Sirius off, but no doubt showing who his main customer was at the moment. I'd like to speak with someone about my account. I'd also like to discuss something else with them that I believe will require special attention, Harry said. Attention including secrecy? He asked. The highest. Sirius raised an eyebrow at that. Does Harry understand what he has just asked for? Sirius wondered. And what could he possibly wish to talk about that he believes requires special attention? He was about to suggest to Harry to correct or rephrase his request, since he couldn't find anything Harry would need to discuss that would warrant his request, but suddenly stopped when Arog gave a slight nod. It is being arranged right now, Mr. Potter. Griphook will be your manager. I believe you met him the last time you were here. Was he the one to escort me to my vault? Harry asked. Yes, he will do perfectly then. I was actually hoping for him, Harry admitted before taking a step back, signifying that he was now done and would wait for them to tell him they were ready for him. Mr. Black? Arog asked, not completely hiding the fact he was enjoying the confused expression on Sirius' face. I just need to get to my vault, he stated lamely. Dreg will take you, he said, waving a young goblin towards them. Sir, Dreg addressed, before another goblin came up. Griphook, Harry greeted with a slight bow, to the surprise of Griphook who had not expected such familiarity. Sirius looked at Harry, wondering if he should allow him to be on his own. All is well, Mr. Black. Mr. Potter is safe with us, and with his request of having the highest secrecy, I need not tell you what that entails. I'll be fine, Sirius. I just want to discuss some things I didn't think about asking before. As for the secrecy I've learned one can never be too careful, Harry said. Well, all right, I'll wait out here for you when I get back. And with that, they went their separate ways, Harry following a proud Griphook, and Sirius following a young energized goblin. Harry entered a small rune-filled room. Here we are, Mr. Potter, Griphook stated, closing the door behind them and sealing it, the runes activating. Wow, Harry whispered, you requested the highest security. No one can overhear us, I can never reveal what you discuss with me, and this room is warded against all forms of detection, in and outside this room. Nice. Yes, it is. Rune magic is very useful. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Potter? Griphook asked as they took their seats at the small round table. Griphook, I am going to be extremely open with you, I respectfully request the same. Griphook looked slightly curious, but he was also hesitant. What are your thoughts on Voldemort, his followers, and the Ministry? Harry asked, inwardly surprised and pleased that Griphook had not jumped at Voldemort's name. Goblins normally stay out of the affairs of wizards, why do you care what I think about them? Griphook asked. I'm just asking to hear your opinion of them right now. I'm just curious, I suppose, Harry replied. Griphook smirked, deciding to play along. I think the Ministry is corrupt, greedy, and egotistical, and will collapse in on itself if something is not done to correct it, with or without the influence of Voldemort and his followers, he answered. So you know Voldemort is still alive? Harry asked. People who say he is not are allowing themselves to fall into a false sense of security and will fall the hardest when the truth is brought out. Griphook, what would you say if I told you I have a way to start correcting all of this, and that I would like you to be a part of it? A part of something that will destroy Voldemort once and for all, remove the racist ideals of the Ministry, and place a firm desire for peace between our people and all other magical nations. Harry asked. Then I would have to assume you have a plan to permanently destroy Voldemort. I do. If I heard that from anyone else I would not believe them, but I believe you. But I need your help. For you to do something like this on your own would be impossible, Griphook said simply. Without a doubt. So, Mr. Potter, are you going to share this grand plan with me? Have you agreed to help me carry it out? If not, I would not have asked, Griphook stated, enjoying the banter. I am the leader of a secret organization called the Custose de Lux. I have knowledge concerning how Voldemort appears to be unable to die, and I am currently building another group we umbrella called the Amici Lucis. With the network they will make up with Custose members, we will effectively get things moving and taken care of. All of this is done through codenames and secrecy, with everyone's protection in mind. Go on, Griphook said, since Harry had paused. I'd like to make an equal loyalty oath, please, if you truly wish to join the network, Harry said, knowing he was on dangerous ground here, having read a book on goblins from the Longbottom Library. He knew such requests were even harder to get than his request of top secrecy. Griphook paused, and Harry could have sworn the goblin had raised an eyebrow slightly as a determined glint appeared in his eyes, before he held out his hand for Harry to take. Harry took it. "I will give you an oath 10 times better," he stated, his long fingers firmly, almost painfully, wrapping around Harry's small hand. "I, Griphook, son of Gefrook, accept this soul as an equal, and will treat him as such. His secrets are my secrets, and my secrets are his secrets. However, I extend my purpose beyond this. I aid him as my own. I dub Lord Harry James Potter as an honorary member of my kin, for he has little of his own and I, as his family's manager of all things material, have the right to claim use of this ancient law since I deem it necessary to ensure and provide the protection and support of this respected client. I, Griphook, head of the Inuk family, hereby swear the veracity of my previous words. Do you accept?" Harry was utterly dumbfounded, but by some miracle replied, "I, Harry James Potter, respectfully do." Either from the magic of the runes surrounding him, the magic within Griphook or himself, an energy seemed to radiate from around them, before going still once more. "That was not exactly what I had in mind, but I am grateful for it all the same," Harry got out, trying to process what had happened. "The other goblins will know of this vow, since my magic has marked you and your magic has marked me, so don't be alarmed by any of their actions towards you. Though you were already quickly becoming one of the most respected of your kind, this will make that process complete. This vow has not been done in over 500 years, Mr. Potter. We goblins don't take vows lightly. I was not expecting this, obviously, but will do my best to bring about a positive change between my kind and yours. Of that I have no doubt. Now, head of the Custose Deluxe, what can I do to aid you? I would like to hear about any Death Eater activities. I'm sure you know who they are, and later I will have a very serious request, but for right now that can wait." "You said you have information on Voldemort?" he asked. "How much do you know about Horcruxes?" Harry asked. Griphook's eyes grew wide as he lost several shades of pigment. "I see you have," Harry said softly. "He is even more of an abomination than my kind had initially believed. I am now even more glad I vowed to help you." Griphook paused, thinking. "To split one's soul in two," Griphook muttered, shaking his head. "Not 2, 6, and he was attempting to make it 7, Harry gently corrected. "You're going to have to destroy them all, you know," Griphook replied, utterly disgusted and appalled. "I know, and one of them involves that favor I'm going to have to ask of you later." "Favor?" "One of the Horcruxes is in Bellatrix Lestrange's family vault. I know how serious the suggestion is to take something from a vault, considering what had happened last year here with the Sorcerer's Stone, but if it comes down to taking the cup or letting Voldemort continue to roam." "You are very well informed," Griphook noted. Harry didn't say anything to that. "I'll see what I can do," Griphook said simply, surprising Harry with his statement and the tone of his voice. "You said a cup?" he asked. "Yes, it belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. It's white with one handle and a badger on it." Griphook nodded, clearly thinking hard. "Is he thinking about doing what I think he is?" Harry wondered. "I shall contact you concerning it later. I will devise a reason for you to personally come see me here," he said after a moment. "All right, though you should know, I am still trying to find a way to destroy them." "I'll see if I can devise a way," Griphook said mysteriously. "Thank you. What is my code name?" Griphook asked. "Rook," Harry answered, having decided that name only moments ago. "And how will I know if I have met someone from the Custose or the Amici?" he asked. "They will greet with the same courtesy I do, request for you specifically and top secrecy. Then once you are alone with them, they will say, 'Rook, we are a formation of defenders.' 'I am.' They will then give their codename and continue by saying their business. If they are delivering a message from me, they will say, 'Griffin requested me to tell you.'" "Very well. Is there anything else? For I believe your godfather may be getting worried now. Inform him we discussed your 4 properties and their worth, as well as what repairs may need to be done to improve their value," Griphook stated. Harry nodded, wondering if Griphook just made that up for an excuse, but somehow knew there was truth behind his words. "I'll write to you about my properties," Harry replied as they exited the room. "I will gather the needed documents and information on them and everything else I believe you need," Griphook said, a hidden meaning lying beneath. Harry understood. "Harry, I thought you'd gotten lost or something," Sirius said, quickly going to them. "Here you are, Mr. Potter," Griphook said, handing him a sack of galleons, making Harry wonder where that had suddenly come from. "Thank you, Griphook," he said, taking the bag and going beside his godfather. Griphook then bowed, Harry following suit. "May your wealth, material and otherwise, never fade or waver," Griphook said, grabbing the attention of the surrounding goblins and human clients. "And may your honor grow as far as my wealth, material and otherwise," Harry returned, making it up as he went along, Riddle's memories only going so far when it came to the goblins, since Riddle did not respect them. Griphook smiled, and if Sirius hadn't seen it he would have never believed it, but it appeared as if Griphook was touched by Harry's reply. Sirius and Harry then turned and left, Sirius very aware of the side glances of all the goblins in their direction. What on earth did Harry do? Relieved they were finally out of Gringotts, Sirius decided not to question what Harry had needed to discuss with the goblin, since he had overheard properties, and because he didn't want to say anything stupid. They were just beginning to build a relationship, and he didn't want to mess it up. Besides, Harry seemed to be able to handle himself very well with the goblins. "So, where to now?" Sirius asked. The apothecary," Harry asked. "You need potion supplies," he asked. "Yeah, though I have everything a second year needs, Harry shuffled his feet. Sirius assumed this was due to realizing he had admitted to possible future guiltiness. "My lips are sealed," Sirius said with a smile as they made their way to get potion supplies. "So you're good with potions?" Sirius asked. "Yeah, I made some this summer." "Good thing too, Draco came just a day after." "Oh, yeah, Lupin told me about that." They entered the store, Harry quickly filling his basket up with everything he thought he might need. Sirius just gaped as Harry calmly grabbed several expensive rare items while mumbling what potions he was planning to make with them. And with his minimum knowledge on the subject, Sirius could gather that Harry actually knew what he was talking about. "I think I'm done," he said, the two of them now making their way to the counter. "You think?" Sirius asked. "Yeah, if not I can always order it through the post." "That's what I did with my books." "I see." After the apothecary, they went to the cauldron shop, and Harry got the best one he could find, despite the salesperson stating that his year could use the simple size 2-pewter cauldron. After that, they went to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Ooh, dashing," Sirius said as Harry stepped out in his new robes. "Really?" he asked, looking at himself in the mirror. He had gotten a whole new wardrobe, Dudley clothes having been banished a long time ago. He had gotten several pairs of very nice dark shirts, tan and black pants with cargo pockets, and a new pair of shoes. He was now wearing tan cargo pants and a black collared shirt with long layered black robes. "As dashing as a noble gentleman," Sirius said. Harry went to pay for his new clothes, Sirius shrinking them with his other things as two people entered the store. "Harry, the twins said they saw you come in here," a voice said from behind him. Harry turned around to find Draco and Snape standing there. "Hey Draco, getting new robes?" Harry asked. "No, just dropping this one off to be repaired. Severus and I were dueling, and one of his curses slashed it pretty good," he said, handing the folded robes to Madame Malkin. "We're heading to Flourish and Blot's next. I still need to get some books," Draco continued, suddenly noticing Sirius. "Oh, Draco, Professor, this is Sirius Black, my godfather. Sirius, this is my friend, Draco Malfoy, and his godfather, Professor Severus Snape," Harry introduced, suddenly realizing Sirius probably didn't know who Draco was. Sirius stepped forward. "Draco, Severus," he greeted, moderately stiffly, but he politely shook both of their hands, Severus being just as stiff as him. "I'm done getting what I need, we'll join you," Harry said, deciding to draw their godfathers' attentions to something else rather than each other, since their glares were bordering on becoming murderous. Malkin returned with the repaired robes and Draco paid her before they departed to the bookstore. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me. Harry asked, reading the sign. Good grief, he muttered, causing Snape to mutter an agreement. I tried reading his books, I couldn't finish them. I nearly became sick from the ego alone, not to mention the stupidity, Harry told Draco. It seems really crowded in there, Sirius noted. Harry and I can just go in, Mr. Black, Draco suggested. Sirius looked relieved, while Severus nodded his consent, privately thankful he would be spared from having to look at the idiot man. He could deal with Sirius. He was playing nice, so he could too. Lockhart on the other hand. Harry and Draco went in, quickly finding the books Draco needed as well as some other books Harry was itching to read, including Wards and Runes, The Power Within, Wands. Who needs those? And Ministry, Law and Order, which they particularly enjoyed, mocking the oxymoronic title. Moving to the back, where the long line turned to a minor mob, Draco looked to see if there was anything else he needed, but paused to stare at an idiotic smile of the man at the desk. Is that smile a leftover from a curse? He wondered. Harry stopped beside him to wonder the same thing as people continued to push and shove around them, flocking to the man. Out of the way, there, a short, rude man with a black camera snarled at Draco. This is for the Daily Prophet. Well, excuse me, is all you had to say, Draco shot back with a glare. Geez, the nerve of some people. Lockhart heard him and looked up, quickly taking him in as well as Harry, who was beside him. It can't be, the Boys of Light, he positively shouted. The crowd around them parted, whispering excitedly as Lockhart dived towards them, seizing a handful of robes at the scruff of their necks. Hey, let go, Draco shouted. Get off, Harry added, both of them pulling back. Come boys, together, we are worth the front paw, he began, attempting to heave them towards himself as suddenly, two hands, from two different, clearly pissed off, men, seized his wrists. Release, my godson. Sirius and Snape simultaneously growled, before both continuing with their own threats. Unless you want your arm removed and used to bash in your bloody hollow head, Sirius threatened. Unless you want your arm detached and utilized as a weapon against you, Snape promised. They both, perfectly mirroring each other's moves and expressions, glared at Lockhart, the crowd staring at the five of them, wondering what was going to happen next. Sirius was to Harry's right, Snape to Draco's left, Lockhart still gripping Harry and Draco's robes, though he could no longer feel his hands due to how tightly his wrists were now being held. Are you threatening Gilderoy Lockhart? Order of Merlin, 3rd class, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League. Asked a man from the crowd. Did the buffoon just manhandle the Boys of Light? The boys who faced more genuine dangers than what Lockhart supposedly faced in all of his conceited books combined. Exclamation mark. I know the law, believe me. I read all 201 books after the Ministry graciously released me upon realizing their mistake. And according to Volume 27, page 182, paragraph 3 of Wizardry Law and Order. The dragging of underage wizards against their will or the will of their guardians to partake in public photos for newspapers, advertisements, or any other such things, including fan club-like engagements, are strictly prohibited, punishable by a 2,000 galleon fine, depending on severity, but if the manhandling is undesired by both the underage wizard and his guardian, the fine can be waived and replaced by the desired action of the guardian. So, it being my right, I repeat my previous demand of release my godson, unless you want your arm removed and used to bash in your bloody hollow head. Sirius declared, dangerously narrowing his eyes, Snape doing so as well. I will not say it again, let them go. Just some friendly photos, Lockhart said suddenly with an uneasy, I'm an ignoramus, please shoot me, grin as he released Harry and Draco, briskly shaking out his now numb hands attached to his very raw wrists. Snape leaned forward, gently brushing past Draco's form to lock eyes with Lockhart. Ever touch my godson or his friend again, and you will answer to me, he warned, his black eyes somehow darkening further. Lockhart stopped smiling, visibly shaking now as Harry, Sirius, Draco, and Snape turned around, the crowd quickly letting them pass. Draco, Put those useless books back, you will not be getting them. Potter, if you bought them, return them, and if you have any trouble with that, tell me, Snape stated as they made their way up to the counter. Sirius glanced over at Snape, deciding right then and there that he was all right, considering he had not only defended Draco, but Harry as well. Black and I will be talking to the headmaster. You two will not be studying anything that man teaches, Snape stated, looking to Sirius. I am definitely in agreement, Sirius said with a nod. The godfathers of the Boys of Light intercepted Gilderoy Lockhart's attempt of getting a photo taken for the Daily Prophet with the boys. After directing some serious threats towards Lockhart, all of which were within their right, having been personally checked by this reporter, Sirius Black, godfather of Harry Potter, and Severus Snape, godfather of Draco Malfoy, calmly left Flourish and Blotts with their godsons. After interviewing those present, it is clear that Lockhart had been a little overexcited and misjudged. I sincerely apologize to the Boys of Light. I had been thrilled to notice they had entered Flourish and Blotts and only wished to welcome them back after their absence. I should have realized how jumpy they would be after their traumatic experiences after having seen the things I have, such as the dreadful vampires I took care of. Crowd and myself clap proudly as he flashes that brilliant smile. I failed to take that into account, and clearly did not realize how protective their godfathers are. I can understand their reactions towards me. Their wards, after all, have faced dangers almost as deadly as mine. I can only hope Potter and Malfoy will allow me to teach them some of what I have learned so they will not be as paranoid. The article continued on to tell witness accounts and to tell expert opinions on the godfathers and their godsons. Percy quickly showed it to everyone. Great, now people are going to pity us even more than they probably were already, Draco moaned. I really hope now we don't have to take his class, Harry muttered, Ron and Neville looking apologetic behind them, seeing the article as well. The last days of summer were not wasted, and between Custose plans, getting to know Sirius, making potions for the Custose kits, planning more Custose objectives, reading books, playing Quidditch with the twins, Ron, Neville, Draco, and surprisingly Ginny, Harry decided this summer was the best he had ever had. Draco told him of the Dark Knight and Longbeard's decision, and 2 days later was when they got Arthur Weasley's reply. Ron gave Harry a significant look after Mr. Weasley had spoken something softly to him. With a nod from Harry and Neville, Ron followed his father out and into the master guest room his parents were staying in. Ron closed the door behind him, trying hard to make himself calm. He turned to his dad, who then waved his wand about and muttered something. Ron knew he had just put protections on the room, but Ron added his own anyway. Arthur tried not look too surprised. Fire ant? He asked softly. Torch, Ron replied, surprising himself at his lack of hesitancy in answering. If your mother ever finds out, she'll kill us both, he stated. Ron couldn't help it, he laughed. Ron collected himself, looking up to his dad who gave a slight smile. Ron, if this is truly as big as that letter suggested, are you really ready to take on such a task? Because I don't even know if I am. I'm ready, Dad, and remember, we aren't alone in this. If this is to work, we must trust each other and those who work with us. Who are you, and what have you done with my son? Arthur asked, serious for a moment before giving a proud smile. What do they expect you to do? He asked. Mainly serve as a messenger. I mean, come on. Who would expect me being the one to deliver vital messages from a secret organization to her helpers? Ron asked. I suppose you have a point, Arthur admitted, fighting off the temptation to ask if any of his friends knew what was going on, but the letter had specifically warned against it. So have you decided? Ron asked, a little anxiously. Arthur exhaled, clearly having a mental battle with himself, before finally looking back up. Fire ant. We are a formation of defenders. I am Torch, please tell Griffin the first except. Ron smiled. Okay, now that you've decided, you just need to make this oath, he said, handing him a sheet of paper. Arthur took it, reading it to himself, before pulling out his wand, as if in disbelief he was actually doing this. All right. I, Arthur Weasley, solemnly swear on my life and my magic that I will keep the secrets of the Custose Deluxe and the Amici Lucis, and will never betray their trust. Magic swirled around them. The oath had been sealed, and once it had, the sheet of paper Ron had handed to him disintegrated, ensuring no one else could ever read it. Arthur stared in shock. These people are really serious. All right, now that that's done, I can give you the message. 2 people will contact you soon, but they have not taken the oath and one has yet to decide if they will join, but we are hopeful that they will. We need you to do just what I have with you. Their codenames are Iron Man and the Lone Lantern. I know you know who the Lone Lantern is, but don't tell me. These 2 will come to you to either discuss our genuineness, take the oath, or both. Whatever they decide, inform me later in a protected letter. I know about some of your work in the Order, Dad, so I know you can do this, Ron finished. You know, last year, if this was happening, I would have thought this was a prank, or I was losing my mind, Arthur said, fighting off the shock of learning how much Ron knew and what he was doing. I know, Dad, but a lot has changed in the past year. I know Voldemort is still out there, and after what he almost did to Harry, I want to help as much as I can, especially after everything that has happened this summer. Arthur looked down at his son in sadness. One so young should not have to deal with all of this. 2 of his friends almost getting killed, one of them twice in a span of less than a few months. I wish everything was different. I wish you didn't feel like you have to help and actually be right in that feeling, Arthur muttered. Can't help with how things are, can only help with how they will be, Ron replied, not knowing where those words of wisdom had come from, but deciding it best not to question random brilliance. It was all he had after all. Arthur gazed at his son for a moment, in pride and amazement. Is there anything else? He asked finally. When I'm at school, and you need to contact me about something urgent, call Dobby. Draco told Dobby to come to all of our calls, including our parents, in case something like what happened during the summer happens, Ron said. But don't even hint that something is going on with the others, Ron warned, fibbing that the others didn't know anything about the custose. And if it's not urgent, send a protected letter, non-tracing, addressed readers touch and eyes only, and some anti-damage wards, Ron answered. I was asked by the custose to learn all those spells, so I did. You should too. Well, at least I now know what you've been doing this summer, Arthur said with a smirk. I'm sure Ms. Granger was happy you decided to take on learning some new spells. Ron fought off a blush, but it appeared in his ears anyways. Well, we should go get ready for dinner. Wouldn't want a search party to come for us, Arthur said. Neville, Draco, and Harry, Ron being declared the ingredient gatherer due to it being decided potions hated him, made the needed potions, all 6 custose members' kits being set with rejuvenating, wound healing, burn healing, strength, dreamless sleep, and blood replenishing potions. They were all placed in unbreakable cylindrical containers before being shrunk down to the size of an average pill capsule that would unshrink with a word and a tap, thanks to Hermione's charm research and Harry's money. Then, with the help of Neville, Ron, and the owl delivery system, they constructed thin bands to hold the potions, including half a dozen energy seeds, and also made a few other compartments for things individual members desired. These bands could be secured around an arm, wrist, ankle, or belt. Ron was happy with his design. They also crafted wand holsters, these having the option of being strapped to the lower leg or forearm for easy retrieval. By the time they had to worry about packing, they were set. The custose had been properly equipped, and were ready. Sirius and Snape, having returned from Hogwarts one day, briskly entered the living room. Harry and others were reading some spell books. Sirius and Snape were clearly not friends, but were tolerating each other in sake of their godsons and their common enemy, Lockhart. Sirius, Harry asked. We just spoke with Dumbledore, Sirius stated. Oh, Draco asked. This had promised to be interesting. You will not be attending Lockhart's class this year. Instead, I will personally be giving you 2 lessons, Snape informed them. Will the others be excused from taking his class? Harry asked. Sadly, no. We barely got Dumbledore to agree in allowing Snape to teach the 2 of you, Sirius said. We would have suggested getting a new professor for the class, but the notice is way too late, that in the fact almost every Hogwarts student has gotten the needed textbooks. Later that day, after dinner, Harry decided something. He and Draco would teach the others whatever they had learned from Snape, they just had to find a good place to do that. Hopefully, Dobby would be able to help them with that, as he had said he would earlier. Harry followed Sirius through the wall to platform 9 3/4, the Custose kit secretly secured at his waist on his belt and his wand in the holster on his forearm under his robes. Here, Sirius said, slapping something into Harry's hand before he got on the train with the others. "What's this?" Harry asked as Sirius pulled him into a guy hug. "Two-way mirror. Just say my name and we'll be able to talk anytime. Just keep it secret," he said by his ear. Harry nodded as Sirius stepped back. "And if Snivelus does anything snivelly, tell me," he said with a wink. "If he does, I'll tell you," Harry said, giving a wave before boarding the train. "Already looking forward to getting back for the holidays, bye," he said. Gringotts. Griphook leaned back in his chair, looking over the recently filled out paperwork for a request for a new vault. There was a line in front of his station, the wizards impatiently waiting for him to finish with his current customer so he could continue on to them. As usual, more than half of the customers were being downright rude, treating him and his brethren like glorified house elves. The rest were barely being civil, believing if they were curt with them, they would serve them better, instead of realizing that though the goblins are straight and to the point, common courtesy is still welcome. Griphook had already started researching what he had promised for the destruction of the Horcruxes, and so far had a few ideas. Griphook inwardly smirked as he stamped approval on the vault request and handed the parchment to the snobby man, for he knew something most others did not know. A great change was coming. A change so great, it would define a new world for them all. Unlike the wizards, who had that vague, rather pathetic and worrisome prophecy, the goblins had one that went beyond the end result of the war, and Griphook had taken the first steps to ensure the prophecy went their way. Hogwarts Express. The trip went rather fast, but mainly because they were informing each other of what had been going on that summer and what they were planning to do this year. Crabbe and Goyle told them their parents had instructed them to spy on Draco and Harry. Upon hearing that, Draco quickly told them to pretend they were doing just that. "We already decided to do that," Goyle said. Draco and the others nodded approvingly. "Oh yeah, here, I got this from my family's library. Dad happily agreed to let me keep it, said something about me being well on my way to greatness," Crabbe said, pulling out a book of dark curses to study. "That book is supposed to have been banned, you know," Draco said with a smirk. "Who said it wasn't?" Crabbe asked with a glint of mischief. "Why was it banned?" Ron asked, reading the title on the binding, Dark as Night. "The Ministry felt that these curses were too dark for average wizard reading," Draco said. "From the book banned list I've read, they have good reason to decide that," Hermione said. "Here, go ahead and look at some of them, they have their descriptions under the incantation and how to cast the spell," Goyle said. "I've already started looking at some of them. My dad even gave me a few pointers," he said with a smile. Hermione took the book and began scanning. "Wow, these spells aren't that dark. Sure, they could be used to do some bad things, but these are actually just as harmful as Reducto," Hermione said. "Yet another example of the Ministry's stupidity and inability to use reason," Harry said, shaking his head. "Oh, before I forget, here," he said, handing Crabbe and Goyle the band containing the potions and energy seeds. "Every Custose has one of these. They have a Notice Me Not charm on them, as well as a disillusionment charm that activates when you put it on. The capsules are shrunken tubes that will unshrink when you give them a tap and say, Restituo. There are also energy seeds in this pocket that you bite when you need an extra energy boost," Neville said, showing his own that was on his ankle. "What potions?" Goyle asked. "Rejuvenating, wound healing, burn healing, strength, dreamless sleep, and blood replenishing," Harry said, identifying each one. "Nice," Crabbe said. "Draco will bring you up to speed with the rest of the things we've been doing this summer. Shouldn't take you long to catch up," Harry said after they had secured their bands, watching in fascination and approval as the bands blended into their attire. "So what are we planning to do now?" Goyle asked, both him and Crabbe amazed at how much Harry and the others had done already, from the letters and equipment to the learning of spells. We should be on the lookout for possible new members, Hermione said. I have a few people in mind, but we'll take things slow, Draco said. Yeah, we need to be very sure before we reveal anything, Neville agreed. Especially with those in Slytherin, no offense. None taken, Draco said. The first chance we get, we'll be going to Hagrid's, Harry stated. Why? Goyle asked, curious. I think he should become a custose, Harry said. That's a brilliant idea, Harry, Hermione said. I think after last year, he can definitely be trusted, Neville said, remembering when he and Ron had to haul him out of the forest after he was stunned by Quirrell, Voldemort because he had refused to give away information. I agree, Draco said as everyone else nodded in agreement. All right, so that's on the list, Harry said. We'll also continue learning spells and things, right? Hermione asked after a moment. Of course, especially now that we've got this new book. Ron said, as if that was obvious. He didn't like schoolwork, but learning useful and cool spells was definitely okay. Hopefully Dobby will find a good place soon so we can have meetings and practice with these new spells, Draco said. If not, we know enough privacy spells and things that it shouldn't be a problem to find an empty classroom if we really need to. The others nodded. All right, anything else? Hermione asked. Nope, Harry said, before they went and got their robes on. A new year was about to start. The welcoming feast was just as welcoming as the previous years. The sorting went fast, and most of them wondered why it had felt like it went on forever the previous year when they had been sorted. Of the new Gryffindors, one immediately made himself known to Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville. Colin Creevey. Hermione and Neville saved Harry from the adoring fan. Ron just found it funny, only assisting to distract half-heartedly. Classes started well, but it quickly became apparent to those paying attention that the Boys of Light were not attending Lockhart's class. Entering double potions, the custose gave each other short nods before going to their seats. Hey, Harry turned toward the boy who had called him, finding Theodore not staring him down. Yes, he asked. Why is it you and Malfoy feel able to skip defense against the dark arts? He asked snobbishly. Just then, the door was thrown open, and Snape came billowing in. Because, Mr. Knott, it has been decided for me to instruct them in that subject, Snape stated flatly, bringing an end to that discussion. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, your first lesson shall be this weekend, Saturday, 7 a.m., sharp. Yes, sir, both Harry and Draco answered, before Snape went straight into the lesson. It didn't take long for Draco and Harry to notice the way people were treating them. For Harry, it was sort of like last year, only 10 times worse. For Draco, it was completely new. Some people would turn and stare, while others would look away and begin whispering, and then there were the stalkers. It was to the point that Harry and Draco both wanted to hex someone, and it wasn't even the second week. Hey, look at this, Ron shouted, pointing at an announcement displayed outside the Great Hall. Nice, a dueling club, Draco said. It's next Sunday, Neville noted. Starting a club this early in the year hasn't been done before, the twins stated behind the 7. I wonder why the headmaster is allowing it, Ron said. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I mean, with what happened during the summer, the professors probably think it's a good idea to allow us to gain some hands-on practice in defending ourselves, Hermione said. I wonder who's teaching it, Goyle said gruffly, trying to figure out which professor would be the best one to teach it. I've heard Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth, Harry said, recalling Lupin's comment about him that summer. Looks promising, whoever's teaching it, a Ravenclaw boy stated. I hope so, someone else said. The 7 silently agreed, now continuing away from the Great Hall. Hey, you want to say hello to Hagrid? Harry asked them, implying what they had discussed on the train. Sure, this first week doesn't have much homework, one afternoon off shouldn't put us behind too much. We'll have to make it up tomorrow though, Hermione said. Of course, mighty homework enforcer, Draco said with a smirk. Hagrid welcomed them into his home, though now it was slightly cramped, having 7 students, a half-giant and Fang within. Harry and the others put privacy spells about and then quickly brought Hagrid up to speed on everything. It nearly took 2 hours. It was a good thing it was Friday and they had no more classes that day. After telling them what had happened with the Dark Wizard attack, and then what they did while staying at the Longbottom Mansion, Harry asked the question he was dying to ask since they first returned. Hagrid quickly agreed to become a Custose, the only adult so far to actually enter into it, instead of the Amici Lucis. "All right Hagrid, do you have a wand?" Harry asked. Hagrid glanced to his umbrella briefly. Not really," he admitted. "Okay, here," he said, handing Hagrid his own wand. "What's this fair?" he asked. "You're going to make your oath. Repeat after me, just put in your name. I, insert name, solemnly swear on my life and my magic that I will keep the secrets of the Custose Deluxe, and will never betray my fellow Custose." Hagrid smiled and proudly raised Harry's wand. "I, Rubeus Hagrid, solemnly swear on my life and my magic I will keep the secrets of the Custose Deluxe, and will never betray my fellow Custose." A bright blue light came forth, and then stilled. "Hagrid, welcome to the Custose," Harry stated, Hagrid handing him back his wand. "We'll give you the Custose band as soon as we can. It has some helpful potions and things, just in case," Harry continued. "All right, Ari," he said, grinning like a madman. This had been the first time someone had included him in something great other than Albus Dumbledore. In that moment, he promised himself to do this task better than he had done everything else before. The next week went quickly, particularly the Dada lessons with Snape. Snape stated simply that the first few weeks would mainly be him testing to see where they were in the subject, making sure they had the basics down, including dark creatures, and then he would start teaching them more. The first 2 lessons were great and fast, despite them being 5 hours long with a 40-minute break in the middle for lunch. Harry and Draco told the others what they had covered, which wasn't much, considering most was review so far due to their work that summer, though it was helpful to Crabbe and Goyle who were being quickly caught up by the others while Draco and Harry were with Snape. Snape was secretly impressed with the 2 of them, but pushed just as hard as he did in potions, though not as intimidatingly. Harry and Draco were both grateful. "Harry Potter, sir, young master," Dobby said to Harry and Draco, hopping by them while they were all alone outside, taking a break from homework. Hermione quickly put up the needed privacy spells. "Dobby's found the room," Dobby declared, bouncing up and down. "You did?" Ron asked, becoming just as excited. "Uh-huh, it is called the Come and Go room. It is most secret, not even the professors know," Dobby said. Harry and the others smiled. Another major thing had been done. They now had a safe place to gather. "Thank you Dobby, you're a great help. Could you show us tomorrow after our classes?" Harry asked. "Of course, Harry Potter sir," he said with a bow. The next day, Dobby showed them the room, telling them how to get in. "Harry Potter sir, must think very hard, thinking what he wants 3 times, very strongly," Dobby instructed. A door suddenly materialized before the 7 Custose and 1 Hyper Custose assistant. They entered, marveling at the huge grand room. A part of it seemed to be a library with plenty of books and some comfy couches and chairs, while another area was clearly for dueling. "Well, this will definitely work," Draco said. During those first 2 weeks, Custose activities were up as well. Hermione and the others sent out 2 more letters again, being delivered by an eager Dobby, one to Kingsley Shacklebolt, codename Iron Man, which served as an invitation, just as the previous ones. The other letter was to Arthur Weasley, which included instructions. "Torch, when Iron Man comes to you, if he accepts, carry out what Fire Ant instructed. After Iron Man has sworn the oath, request him to provide a list of people he feels trustworthy and able to serve as possible Amici. Then send this list, sealed, to Fire Ant with the common precautions. If Iron Man does not accept, send word of his decline, and thank him for his time. Head of the Custose Deluxe. As one we will march against our foes, the enemies of light." Later that same day, Ron received a letter from his dad. "Fire Ant, the Lone Lantern has accepted and has made the oath. I have yet to hear from the other Amici possible." "Torch, nice," Ron said, showing the others, all of them being in the special room, Hermione already having read 2 of the thick books and beginning to lay out what they should focus on in each. She is definitely going to be a great help later, Neville said, Harry smiling happily. That night, Harry spoke with his godfather, via two-way mirror. How is everything, Cub? He asked. Been really busy. Sorry I didn't talk to you sooner, Harry said, sitting in the middle of his bed with the curtains drawn around him, silencing and privacy spells around him. It's fine, Cub. I'm actually surprised you were able to find the time. I know how the first week can be, and the second isn't much better. So, is Snape treating you well? He asked, still unable to believe how his best friend's son was getting along with the ex-Death Eater. Yeah, he's beginning to teach me and Draco things we didn't get to this summer. After the lessons, we go and tell the others what we've learned. From what I've heard, I'm even more grateful you and Snape were able to get us out of Lockhart's class, Harry said, shaking his head. Cornish pixies. Oh man, yeah, but my friends took care of it well. After Lockhart's wand was taken by a pixie and complete chaos resulted, everyone else deserting the room except Hermione, Ron, Neville, Greg, and Vincent, Harry said, holding back a chuckle. Hermione and the others rounded the pixies up with calming and befriending spells, but when Hermione saw the cramped cage, she would have none of that. She said something about it being inhumane, so, I can't believe this. She asked the pixies if they would want to cram in, have her enlarge the cage, or nicely exit the castle and go into the forbidden forest where they are from. They chose the forest, though Ron and Goyle had to sacrifice their chocolate frogs to them. Apparently the chief pixie wanted an offering or something, Harry continued. At that, Sirius started crying with laughter. What? Harry asked, wondering what was so funny, thinking that though the story was hilarious, it wasn't that funny. You now have the pixies at your beck and call, godson. What do you mean? Harry asked. Your friends have unintentionally made a deal with the Pixie clan. Though I've never personally heard of it being done, I've read about it being possible. Wow, this is too hilarious. Oh wow, Harry said, already thinking about how helpful this could be later on. Would pixies make good spies? He wondered. Sunday, the first day of the dueling club, was finally here. Easily half the school came, all eager to learn, especially after what had happened to the Boys of Light, and knowing that Harry Potter had actually had to duel to survive. Clearly all of this was a high motivator for many to attend. Assembling into the newly arranged Great Hall, Harry and his friends gathered near the middle of the table, the other students, some from every year, squeezing in around them, just as the man they least expected stepped up and walked onto the platform. The twins and Ginny were also close by, standing near Ron, Goyle, Crabbe and Harry. Goyle and Ron allowed Ginny to step in front of them so she could see better since she was shorter than them, while the twins returned the same courtesy to them, since they were much taller than all of them. Some other first years were up front for the same reason, though one seemed particularly odd. A blonde-haired, Ravenclaw girl, who seemed to just blend into the background, was beside Ginny and a little in front of Harry. She had this dreamy expression on her face that appeared to be permanent. You have got to be kidding me, Draco moaned beside Neville and Crabbe as Lockhart walked across the platform. They barely listened to him as he rattled on about having received permission from Dumbledore to start this dueling club because of recent developments. Draco and Harry tried to ignore the sudden stares and sudden whispers, the recent developments, no doubt referring to what had happened to them that summer. They only refocused when someone else stepped onto the long stage. Snape. My assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart said theatrically. Goyle and Crabbe snickered, the others silently agreeing what they grumbled. Does the man want to die? No one but Dumbledore can call Snape an assistant, and even Dumbledore doesn't call him that, more like associate. Harry and the others boldly cheered when Snape easily defeated Lockhart in the demonstration. Dusting himself off, Lockhart further showed his pompous self by trying to make it seem he did that on purpose. Perhaps it would be prudent to first show them how to block unfriendly spells, Snape stated lazily. Ah, excellent suggestion, Lockhart said, most everyone waiting upon his every word. Harry and the others struggled against rolling their eyes. Draco and Ron failed. Let's have a volunteer pair, he said, looking down into the crowd. No one volunteered. Professor Snape, let us choose 2 people, then. He was about to lean down and take hold of Harry, but suddenly thought better of it, especially when Harry and Draco both glared at him, somehow reminding him of Sirius and Severus. You, come up here, he said quickly, suddenly pointing to a tall, lanky Slytherin boy, believing it wise to select someone not near the boys of light, as Snape motioned to Malfoy to come up. Lockhart had chosen the first person he had seen, mainly because he was nervous that even looking at Snape's godson and his friend would be too risky. He liked his arms. Nott and Draco got up onto the platform, Severus narrowing his eyes upon seeing that Lockhart had chosen a Slytherin as well. Well, at least it won't completely be one-sided, Snape mumbled. All right, bow to you opponent, and on the count of 3, cast your charms to disarm, and only to disarm. We don't want any accidents here, he said. Nott and Draco bowed, though Nott's bow could barely be considered one. It was more like a curt nod. Ready, all right, 1, 2, 3. Rictusempra, Nott shouted, just before 3. Expelliarmus, Draco yelled soon after. I said disarm only, Lockhart bellowed as Draco just dodged the oncoming spell, Nott somehow twisting to avoid Draco's. They exchanged several more curses, Nott really getting frustrated that Draco continued to dodge his more powerful spells, Draco deciding it best to hold back. Serpensortia, Nott roared, clearly irritated, having been nicked by several of Draco's spells, while none of his even touched Draco. A magical, silver-skinned, blue-eyed mamba came shooting out of his wand, landing just a few yards in front of Draco. Several people screamed, including Lockhart, who sounded like a prissy schoolgirl. Draco looked at the snake, stunned that Nott was able to cast such a difficult spell. His father had taught it to him the previous year, and he had only gotten it a few days after term before. He shook himself, the mamba curling up in the defensive position. Don't move, Draco, Snape ordered, a fine, barely noticeable thread of alarm lacing his words. I'll get rid of I. Allow me, Lockhart said, his fright being replaced by stupidity. Waving his wand dramatically, he aimed it at the snake. Bang! Rocketing up into the air, easily 10 feet, the snake plummeted back down, landing hard on the platform. Angered and sporting several bruised, potentially cracked, ribs, the snake turned to the first thing he could retaliate on. A student, the odd, blonde Ravenclaw girl. Mouth open, fangs exposed, he reared himself up. Stop! Draco and Harry both yelled, though their voices didn't come out as English, at least not to everyone else in the room. Harry had instantly shoved the blonde Ravenclaw and Ginny, who was also within striking distance of the snake, over to Ron and Goyle as he stepped into the line of attack, his eyes snapping to the mambas. Everyone froze and held their breath, utterly at a loss. Don't bite anyone, Harry said, his hands up slightly in the defensive position, briefly recalling the time he had spoken to the boa at the zoo. Draco slowly went forward, his godfather's previous instructions being forgotten as he stared in disbelief. You are speakers? The mamba asked. Harry glanced up at Draco, whose eyes were wide in shock. I guess we are, Draco answered shakily. I will carry out your request, but let no one harm me, the snake said. Harry looked at the 2 professors in the room, though in his opinion only one deserved that title. Snape was, for the first time publicly, at a loss, though he was doing a fair job of keeping his eyeballs inside his head. Lockhart was blatantly dumbfounded. Harry, Ron spoke, Ginny now completely behind him, a distance of at least 5 feet having formed from Harry, Draco, and the snake. Harry looked back at the snake, but answered Ron. Yeah, you both. Ron trailed off as the snake moved, looking from Harry to Draco, and back to Harry again. Take me from here, masters. I do not like so many eyes upon me, the mamba said. Harry looked at Draco before moving forward. Here then, just don't bite me, wouldn't be healthy for either of us, Harry said, offering his hand while glancing at Snape, who had raised his wand. But Snape didn't do anything else than just be ready to take out the snake, just in case, having caught the glance from Harry, as well as Draco. Harry picked up the snake as Draco got down from the platform. Beside his friend, Draco looked at the silver, shimmering serpent, who now had wrapped himself around Harry's left arm. Tell the bumbling ignoramus to stay away from me. If he doesn't, I don't know if I'll be able to stop myself from biting his ugly face. I would have stayed how I was if he hadn't done that, the snake said, turning his head at Lockhart and hissing angrily. The moron broke some of my ribs, I think. Draco and Harry winced in sympathy as the snake shifted in some discomfort before Harry looked to Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, my friend wants me to tell you to stay away from him. He's really mad about being thrown in the air. That was why he moved to retaliate. If you would have just let him be, he would have stayed in the middle of the table in a defensive position. The Mamba then added something, a string of hisses coming forth. Draco turned his eyes to Not, just so you know, he is leaving your service, because he feels you lost your authority, Draco said. Not was too stunned to do anything but stare. Professor Snape, may we go to the infirmary? Draco began, he too wanting to get away from the stairs, before pausing since the snake seemed to be saying something. Revelus seems to have some broken ribs, he continued. Lead the way, Mr. Malfoy, Snape said, somehow gathering himself, though still giving the snake a hidden wary look. Couldn't these boys ever get a break? Snape asked himself. Harry and Draco, Revelus between them and around Harry's left arm, led the way to the hospital wing, Snape close behind, leaving those in the Great Hall to ponder what they had just witnessed. Strong, young masters, Revelus thanks you. Who is the dark one behind us? Revelus asked. Professor Snape, he's the potions master here, and my godfather, Draco answered. He's also Slytherin's head of house, Harry added. Draco, Potter, Snape said, stepping beside Draco. I think it would be best if we change our destination to Professor Kettleburn, instead of Madame Pomfrey. I do not believe she would be the best to care for Revelus. All right, Professor, Harry said, turning the corner and heading outside to Kettleburn. They found him at the edge of the forest, tending to a salamander, his back to them. Professor Kettleburn, could you spare a few moments? Snape asked, his voice as exciting as always. Kettleburn had streaks of gray in his hair and was missing 2 fingers on his left hand. He had a number of scars, which was quite impressive, considering their sheer number and the fact he was still alive and kicking. He put the salamander down, allowing it to scurry off, apparently having finished whatever he was doing to the little thing. Ah, Professor Snape, he said, just beginning to turn around. What do you have that requires my tea? He was now facing them, his eyes quickly taking in who were with Snape, and what one of them was holding. A professor of his position had to be quick to notice the details. It had saved his hands, though not all of his fingers, several times in the past. Put that serpent down now, son, he stated, keeping his voice low and calm, though his eyes were not. Revelus won't bite, sir, but he's hurt. Could you take a look at him? We think he has some broken ribs, Harry said, lifting his arm a little to show him. Kettleburn didn't move, but his eyes snapped to Snape. You do know what this is, correct? He asked the other professor. Of course, Snape answered. And you are allowing a student to continue holding it? Kettleburn asked, clearly reprehending him, though he kept his voice level. Is this man going to help me, or continue talking? Revelus asked, his tongue flickering and tasting the air. Yeah, but I think he's afraid of you. You're poisonous, aren't you? Harry asked. Very much so, Master. It would be unwise to anger me. I'll remember that, Draco stated. Good Merlin, Kettleburn breathed. The two of you're both Parselmouths. Yes sir, so, will you help him? Harry asked. Kettleburn eyed the serpent warily, but slowly pulled out his wand. As long as he doesn't bite me, he said, slowly moving forward. You said possible broken ribs? He asked. Yes sir, I think along here, Harry said, pointing with his other hand, Draco nodding in agreement. Kettleburn waved his wand over the area, ready to pull his hand away if he felt threatened. You're right, 4 fractures, probably the point of impact. A simple bone-refusing spell should suffice, he said, muttering the spell under his breath and causing the scales near to glow for a moment. Ah, that's better, Revelus said, relieved. Tell this gentleman thanks, he said, flickering his tongue at an uneasy Kettleburn. He says thanks, Draco said. Well, you're welcome, Revlis, was it? Kettleburn replied. Yes, sir, Harry said. All right, Potter, Draco, come with me. I believe the headmaster will wish to speak to the both of you, Snape said. And Revlis, sir? Harry asked. Snape eyed the snake. I wish to stay with you, masters, Revlis hissed. He would like to come, sir, Harry said. Very well, Snape said. Ron and the others had quickly left the hall, but decided against following Harry and Draco, rightfully assuming Snape didn't want any more people around the snake than there were already. They headed off to the come and go room, assuming Harry and Draco would go there after everything calmed down. Well, that was different, Ron managed as they all settled in the comfortable sitting room that had become their headquarters. Everyone nodded. There were couches and pillows to sit on, and a rug so that they could even sit on the floor, which they often did, enabling them to spread out spell books and such. There were bookshelves on one end of the room, and then a potions lab on the other. It was perfect for whatever they needed to have done, though for the lab, they had to bring their own materials since they couldn't leave with anything provided by the magic of the room. So I assume we all know what that was? Hermione asked. Why yeah, Harry and Draco speak Parseltongue, Neville answered. Draco wasn't a Parselmouth last year, Greg stated. Oh, Hermione asked. How could that be? Aren't you born with that ability? I had thought so, Vincent said, thinking as much as he was able, which was more than he was used to. He was hoping to improve this. I think we're going to just have to wait until they come back. I'm sure they were taken to the headmaster after they helped that snake, Neville said. Dumbledore finally finished the letter, casting the requested security and protection spells on it as he slid it into the envelope. Sealing it with another wave of his wand, he put it aside to give to Snape later, since Snape was his link to the mysterious organization he had become a part of the Amici Lucis of the Custos Deluxe. He looked up, being alerted that 3 people were approaching. Harry, Draco, and Severus. Come in, he said, before Snape could even knock. They entered, but Dumbledore quickly noted the extra companion. If it hadn't been for the fact that Snape had escorted them with the snake accompanying Harry, Dumbledore would have blasted the deadly thing. Dumbledore wasn't exactly a fan of snake shaving. Survived an incident with one in his youth, but he knew whatever this was about, he'd want to hear it. He put his hands together, appearing perfectly at ease but was mainly containing himself from pulling his wand. Dumbledore was thankful for his acting abilities. Headmaster, the dueling club had some interesting developments, Snape stated from behind Harry and Draco. Oh, has this got something to do with the silver mamba around Mr. Potter's arm? Dumbledore asked, glancing at the snake that was, he noted, being gently held by Harry. Masters, the headmaster is uneasy. Revlis hissed softly. I believe it is because of me. Well, you said earlier you're pretty poisonous, Draco stated. Just stay calm and still, I don't want him to make you go away if you don't want to, Harry said. The sudden silence in the room was palpable. Yes, headmaster, they are both Parselmouths, Snape stated, seeing one of the few times Dumbledore was at a loss for words. Dumbledore took a few seconds to gather himself. And where did the mamba come from? Dumbledore asked. From Knott's wand. He cast Serpensortia, Snape answered. I see, he stated. Revlis lowered himself slightly, resting his head in Harry's hand. Dumbledore raised his hand slightly, pressing the tips of his fingers together as he leaned forward slightly, thinking. Come and sit down, boys, Dumbledore said, nodding to Snape to conjure some more chairs. They went forward, for the first time taking in the room. Calling it grand would be putting it lightly. From the shelves full of crystal objects and books, to the impressive desk and golden stand with a red marvelous bird. Ah, this is Fawkes, Dumbledore said, noticing Harry and Draco staring at him. He is a phoenix. They can carry immensely heavy loads and have tears with the power to heal. Fawkes thrilled, eyeing Revlis for a moment. After apparently finding whatever he was looking for in the snake, he ignored it. This was some comfort to Dumbledore. Headmaster, I wasn't a Parselmouth last year. Why am I now? Draco asked, breaking the silence that had come. I am not sure yet, Dumbledore mused, before looking to Harry. Harry, have you ever spoken to a snake before today? Yeah, he answered, looking down a little. It was before I got my Hogwarts letter. I had been allowed to go to the zoo with the others on Dudley's birthday. Well, we had gone into the reptile exhibit and I spoke to a boa constrictor and He paused with a smile, thinking back to when he had vanished the glass. And what? Dumbledore asked, knowing this had to be something interesting. I sorta helped him escape. Harry had the decency to look embarrassed. You what? Snape asked. Harry and Draco could almost swear they had heard a smirk in his question. Well, it kind of just happened. Dudley pushed me and I fell. The next thing I saw when I looked up was the glass disappear and the boa slithering out and past me, while hissing, "Thanks, amigo." You made the glass disappear? Draco asked, intrigued. Harry shrugged. I was a little annoyed about having been pushed, but I still don't know why the glass disappeared like that. Guess that's why they call it accidental magic. They grew quiet once again, noticing that Dumbledore was deep in thought once again. I think I know what may be going on, Dumbledore stated suddenly. I would ask Mr. Malfoy to leave, but this has just as much to do with him as it does with you, Harry, he continued, a little grave. I wouldn't want him to go anyways, Harry said. Dumbledore gave a slight smile before starting. Harry, you can speak Parseltongue, why? He asked. Harry glanced over at Draco. He had a slight idea of why that was, but he wasn't about to voice it. Because Lord Voldemort can speak Parseltongue. If I'm not mistaken, Harry, he transferred some of his power to you the night he gave you that scar. Snape stood aghast. Grateful Draco and Harry couldn't see his face because he was behind them. Harry knew he shouldn't be surprised, but a feeling of dread filled him anyways. If Voldemort had transferred all of his memories and some of his powers to him, what else had he given him? Harry, Dumbledore said, seeing the troubled aura rising from Harry. Remember, it is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. Harry nodded. But, why can Draco speak it? Harry asked after a moment. Before Dumbledore could answer, Draco spoke up. It's because of what happened this summer, huh? That's correct, Mr. Malfoy. I believe the fall of the Blood Ward and the Beacon Charm resulted in an interesting development. It caused a magical bond of sorts, between your magic and Harry's. Oh, Harry and Draco both breathed. I will look into magical bonds and tell you of anything I discover. I feel you both have a right to know what might have happened between you, Dumbledore said. Thank you, sir, Harry said, glancing down at Revlis afterwards. A hand concerning Revlis, Dumbledore said, noticing Harry's glance. What does he wish? I wish to stay. It is not often a snake meets a Parselmouth, let alone two, Revlis said. He'd like to stay with us, Draco said. I do not think that would be appreciated by the majority of the inhabitants of Hogwarts. However, I will allow it with some conditions, Dumbledore said. They waited patiently for him to continue. Revlis too appeared to be waiting. The first is obvious. He cannot bite anyone. Agreed, as long as no one threatens my masters. If anyone tries to harm either of you, I will be relentless, Revlis stated. He agrees, but will defend us if warranted, Draco said. That is what I expected, Dumbledore said with an approving look. The second concerns classes. He may attend lessons with you, but you must have the professor's permission, and he cannot wander the room, but must stay with you. Draco and Harry nodded, Revlis agreeing as well. Interesting. Seems that snakes can understand us, Dumbledore mused. As for food and the care of Revlis, this is between you, Revlis, and perhaps Professor Kettleburn. I don't want to hear about any missing chickens or roosters now, Dumbledore said with a gentle warning. I will touch no fowl, rodents are far better, Revlis vowed. Harry repeated Revlis's statement. All right, then it's settled. Revlis can stay with you, but Harry, you are going to have to ask Professor McGonagall if he is allowed to stay in the dorms. Severus, I trust you shall permit Revlis in the Slytherin dormitories. Yes, Headmaster. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, after all, Snape said. Very well, then, off you go. I need a word with Severus, Dumbledore said, dismissing Harry, Draco, and their new companion. Once they left, Dumbledore turned to Snape. Headmaster, Snape asked as Dumbledore pulled out the charmed and protected letter. I need to have this message delivered to the head of the Custose, and I am under the assumption that my link is through you, correct? Yes, he said, taking the envelope. I will give this to my contact as soon as I can. Thank you, Severus. Is there something wrong? Snape asked, stopping himself as he was about to turn and leave. I am uncertain. This bond between Draco and Harry, I must think on this. I understand. I shall keep an eye on them both, he said, before respectfully taking his leave, the letter now safe in the B-East pocket of his robes. Draco and Harry decided to go to the come-and-go room, hoping the others would have thought to wait there for them. Passing people in the halls, they all stared at the silver, blue-eyed snake. The three of them hoped their curiosity would settle soon. Waiting to make sure no one was around, they entered the come-and-go room. Harry, Draco, what happened? Ron immediately asked, but paused upon seeing Revlis. Are Revlis going to be staying with us? He asked. Yeah, but we're going to have to ask the professors if he can attend classes with us, and we'll have to talk to Professor Kettleburn about food. Unless Revlis wants to hunt rodents on his own? Harry asked, looking down to the serpent around his arm. That will suffice, he stated. Harry looked up and nodded, confirming the arrangement. This is pretty weird, guys, Ron stated, looking at the Parselmouths. Yeah, they both answered. Harry and Draco then sat down, quickly running down everything they had just learned, covering the reason why they could speak Parseltongue, and the magical bond that seemed to now be in place. Hermione got that glint in her eye she often got when she found a good excuse to delve into research material later. The others didn't mind it at all. See, can I hold him? Neville asked, surprising them all, when they had finished talking. Sure, just be careful here, he's still healing from his fall, Harry cautioned, Revlis slithering over to curl around Neville's arm. Wow, he breathed. Soon after that, Ron and the others gathered around, carefully petting him. Revlis seemed to bask in the attention. Draco, I think he should stay with you most of the time, being in Slytherin and all. Besides, I still need to ask Professor McGonagall, Harry said. All right, Harry, Draco agreed, Crabbe and Goyle looking just as thrilled as they took turns holding him, Neville having handed Revlis off. Now that we have gotten over the new development, Hermione said, with a touch of teasing. We do have some Custose business to attend to. Right, Harry said. Anyone? I've been thinking, Neville said. That nurse who came and helped you two this summer, Jean Bury, I think we should invite her. I've seen her a few times at St. Mungo's and she's a good healer. They all looked at each other, seeing if anyone had anything to add. Hermione dipped her quill into some ink and added Jean's name to the parchment that had the list of possible contacts for the network. Do you want to be her contact, Neville? Hermione asked, knowing there was a bigger reason to why Neville had suggested her. Hermione guessed it might have something to do with his parents he never spoke about. Harry and Draco knew it was. I think that would be best, she probably kind of knows you already, right? And if she's caught contacting you, she can come up with a believable excuse, I would think, Greg suggested, deciding it best not to dwell into the reason why Neville had suggested the nurse. Like Draco, Greg and Vincent had been told about Neville's parents by their families. That's a good idea, Neville agreed, glad the others didn't look too deeply into it. All right, we'll start her letter. Any others we should look into? She asked. Why not some of the other professors? Vincent asked. That could be getting a little too dangerous, though we could still do it. We would just have to be extra careful, Hermione said. We could wait and think about it, and just put them on a kind of possible list, Neville said. That'll work, Draco said. How about my two oldest brothers? Ron asked. Bill is a curse breaker for Gringotts, and Charlie works with dragons. They would be pretty helpful if things get ugly. Good idea, Hermione said, jotting the names down and unknowingly causing Ron to beam. It wasn't often he had a good idea. I'll start working on the drafts, and hopefully your dad, Ron, will get back to us concerning Kingsley. He might even have a list of possible friendlies, Hermione said, looking up. Excuse me, Masters, what is this about? Revlis asked curiously, looking from atop Goyle's shoulder, having wrapped himself loosely around the large boy's neck. Harry and Draco looked at each other. Well, we are the founders of a group who is working towards improving things, Draco said. Like what? From there, Harry and Draco gave a quick rundown on what they were doing and why. Revlis listened intently. I am even more intrigued with you and your fellows, Revlis said. Masters, I am at your service. It is my wish to aid in clearing the evil this riddle, I have heard so much about, has spread. Thank you, Revlis, Harry said. Have you thought of oaths to protect your members? Revlis asked curiously. Yeah, we have actually. Do you wish to take it? Draco asked. A vow you all would have probably taken will not suffice for me, Revlis stated, but I am willing to bond. In fact, this would be the best thing to do, otherwise, if another Parselmouth came along who did not agree with what you all are doing, I might be forced to obey, since the obedience of my kind rests a great deal on the strength of the wizards will commanding it. The bond makes this null and void, and my loyalties will rest safely with you. A bond? Harry asked, feeling a memory coming on. He sighed and let it come. He was in a big, huge, damp chamber of some sort with a gigantic stone face of Slytherin on the wall. Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts four, come. A great giant snake came forth from the statue's mouth. Master, what is your wish? I would like your thoughts on bonds. I read a passage that bonds are possible between wizards and magical creatures, Tom Riddle said. Ah, bonds. The large snake lowered his head and came closer. Any particular reason you wish knowledge on this subject, Master? The snake asked. I wish to bond with you. As honored as I am to hear this, why do you wish this? I read that such a bond would aid my magic, and that it is an easy process. What have you been reading? This is not correct in regard to you. For you, because you are so much more powerful than the average wizard, and, in a magical standpoint, even more than I, the process would hurt you. Not only physically, but magically as well. Bonding with me, as ashamed as I am to admit, would be like lowering the strength of your magic and raising mine. Sure, we would be bonded, but why would you wish to? I am at your service, and there are no other wizards to challenge you in this. You are the most powerful wizard in existence. I see. Very well then, Harry, Ron asked. That was the strangest memory I think I've ever seen, and I've seen a few seriously odd ones, Harry muttered, trying to digest everything in the memory. Harry quickly told them what he had seen, though none of them had anything to say that may help them understand it. Do you know where this chamber was? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head, thinking. I think it's here, some secret underground place. Here, at Hogwarts? Ron asked, eyes wide, trying not to imagine a huge snake slithering somewhere under the castle. Yeah, you said something about Salazar Slytherin. Goyle asked. Yeah, his face was on the wall, Harry answered. The Slytherins looked at each other. Harry, I think you saw the inside of the Chamber of Secrets, Vincent stated. What? Ron asked. It's a legend known by all Slytherins. Before Slytherin left Hogwarts, he made and sealed the chamber, so when his heir returned, they would be able to open it and purge the school of everyone but purebloods, Greg explained. Purge? Neville asked. Eliminate, Draco clarified. That's horrible, Hermione gasped. The legend continues by saying the chamber is the home of a monster. I can only assume they mean the giant snake, which would make sense for Slytherin. He was a Parselmouth, Vincent said. It's the legend, though sometimes I wonder if Slytherin was really how they say he was. I mean, if he was so against Muggleborns, why did he even agree and help build the school in the first place? He was bound to know how the others thought about such things, Draco mused. I guess we'll never really know, Neville said. Well, we still have the fact there is probably a huge snake somewhere under the school somewhere. I wonder if Dumbledore knows, Hermione said. A basilisk, Harry stated. That's what he is. The snake. Geez, when you said huge, I was thinking like a large boa constrictor, not. Draco trailed off. Masters, I believe my fellow serpent you speak of may choose to become an ally of yours, Revlis interrupted. Why do you say that? Harry asked. Because he lied to Riddle. Revlis answered. He did not wish to bond with him, so lied about the bond. Why? Draco asked, intrigued. Perhaps your statement concerning history is correct, Master Draco, and he did not wish to cut off all chances of being able to disobey Riddle if possible. You see, tricking Riddle into thinking the bonding process would harm him allowed my grand fellow the possibility of finding another in the future, and did not tie him to being loyal to Riddle. So if he is still here, the basilisk may agree to help us. Perhaps, but if I may, I believe I should go to him beforehand, if we ever find the chamber, and tell him he will have visitors. That's a good idea, Draco said. So, about this bond, what is the truth? Harry asked. Guys, what are you talking about? Ron interrupted, to the relief of the others. Oh, sorry, Harry said, quickly summing up what they had just spoken about. Ooh, I might like this basilisk fellow, Ron said. Okay, bond, Hermione said, getting them back on track. Right, Harry said, looking back to Revlis who had slithered to the center of their circle. A magical creature can only bond to one witch or wizard, and this bond cannot lower magical strength. The least it will do is simply refine and sharpen it, which is very beneficial to both participants. The other benefits range from a slight boost in power, to sharing abilities, Revlis said. Is it painful for either of them? Harry asked, thinking back to the basilisk's statement about pain. It can be uncomfortable, but it quickly passes. I hear it is like taking a swim in a very warm lake, takes a moment to adjust, and then it feels fine. You said you would be willing to bond, Draco asked. Yes, could we do this now? How long does it take? Harry asked. Yes, and it only takes a few seconds, though it will take a few days for full results to be seen. Guys, Greg said, reminding them not all of them spoke Parseltongue. Oh, we're talking about bonding, Draco said, before continuing on to tell them what they had learned. So which one of you are going to be bonded? Vincent asked. Harry thought. Revlis, do you have to be bonded to a Parselmouth? Draco asked, since, like Harry, he did not really wish to add to the bond he apparently already had. Who knows what would happen? No, and I have no problem with bonding to a non-speaker, as long as one of you are near. Who do you wish to bond to? Harry asked, liking the idea Draco came up with. Revlis looked around at them all, allowing Draco to explain to the others what was going on. I assume you are excluding yourselves from my choice, Revlis asked. Unless you truly want to bond to one of us, I think Draco and myself would rather ourselves to be excluded, Harry said. Very well, Masters. He slithered to Neville. Me? Neville asked, shocked. Why not, Neville? I think it's a great idea, Hermione said. All right, what do I do? He asked. Draco translated for Revlis. Hold out your wand hand, he said. He's going to have to bite you, but he's making this one special. It will barely leave a scar, and even then, it will fade. Are you sure about this? Neville asked, understandably having second thoughts. Yeah, Harry said certainly, even though his own common sense was having doubts, he knew this would be okay. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. No, I want to, he said, holding out his hand to Revlis, having to hold his right hand still with his left. He says this will be quick, don't be afraid, Draco said, the others gathering around. Okay, Neville whispered, deciding it best to look away. In a flash, Revlis snapped forward, bit and released. It was done. Neville gasped, quickly turning back and looking at his hand. The two holes, just under an inch apart, were glowing. They all stared and watched as it finally dimmed and healed, leaving two small, very faint circles. Revlis says it's done, Harry said. How do you feel? A little weird, but good. It really didn't even hurt, Neville said, utterly relieved. How about you, Revlis? Draco asked. Very well, Masters, I am actually relieved upon having done this. It is comforting to know no one can force my allegiance to themselves. Choice is everything, and I know I have chosen well. He slithered to Neville, who promptly picked him up, all of them knowing it would probably be a good idea to show themselves before dinner. So, how about we go to Hagrid's and give him the Custose kit? Harry asked, gathering the now finished potions in the lab. Yeah, Can't wait to see his face when he meets Regulus, Ron said. Snape went down into the dungeons and entered his chambers. With a sigh he went to his desk and sat. Deciding he would give the envelope from Dumbledore to Draco after dinner, he focused on trying to figure out what was going on. He thought back to the night of the attack at Little Whinging, recalling the rush of magic that he had run into as he entered number 4 Privet Drive. It was a power he had never felt before, and just thinking about it gave him chills. He was glad no one was around to see him shake himself. What had this bond done to his godson and Potter? How deeply did it go? What else should they expect from this? Would it get stronger? What exactly did it involve? He hoped Dumbledore would be able to get the answers they needed. And what about the Custose? What were they doing right now? What did they expect them to do? Would they answer Dumbledore's questions that were no doubt in the letter currently in his pocket? Did they know what was going on with Draco? Would Draco tell them, if he hadn't already? Should he write a letter to them and inform them of whatever this bond thing was? How could there be so much going on? How was he supposed to keep everything straight? Snape looked at the time, realizing it was nearly dinner even though it felt like barely any time had passed since he had left Dumbledore's office. He got up and briskly left to the Great Hall, robes billowing behind him. Great Hall. The 7 of them entered the Great Hall and split off to their respected tables, Regulus resting on Neville's shoulders. From the head table, the professors were shocked to see how happy Neville was at having the deadly snake on his shoulders. Snape smirked internally. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled cautiously. McGonagall quickly calmed her raging heartbeat, Flitwick squeaked, and Lockhart nearly fainted. McGonagall, seeing they had a few moments before dinner would start, made her way down to the Gryffindor table. "Hello, Professor," Hermione said, alerting the others to her approach. "Good evening," she said, keeping a respectful distance from Regulus and Neville. "Professor Snape told me about Regulus, and I felt it would be best for me to speak to you before dinner." She had gotten the whole Gryffindor house's attention, as well as a number of students from the nearby tables, all of them looking either fearfully or curiously at Regulus. "He may stay in your dorm, and you may take him to my class, but if he becomes a distraction, you will have to find a place for him to stay while you attend class." "Yes, Professor," Harry said. "Madame Pomfrey also would like to request a sample of Regulus's venom, if he would be willing," she continued. They looked at Regulus. "I will provide some, for some decently sized mice." Harry smiled and nodded to McGonagall. McGonagall returned the nod and went back to the table. The 7's visit to Hagrid's was enjoyable, however short, and Hagrid instantly became friends with Regulus. He took the Custose kit with near reverence and quickly put it on his belt, it blending in nicely. They told him about the bonding of Regulus and Neville, but told him they had decided to keep it a secret. Hagrid promised he would keep it. They then gave him a rundown of what they had learned and updated him on the new things concerning the Custose. They also christened him with his codename, Little John. Hermione thought of it, though only Harry got it. They explained it to the others about the significance of the name. Dinner went well, but they were all glad when it was over. It had been a busy day, and they were sure more were ahead. Harry, Ron, and Neville went into their dorm and got ready for bed. Regulus was staying with Neville tonight, sleeping on a pillow by Neville's head. Dean and Seamus just stared for a moment before shrugging and getting ready as well. Harry closed the curtains around his bed and chatted with Sirius after putting a privacy ward around his bed. Poor Sirius nearly had a heart attack when Harry told them what had happened that day, minus the bond between Neville and Regulus, and of course the Custose stuff. But after he collected himself, Sirius was thrilled, saying how cool it was and what pranks they could do to Lupin during the holidays. After his talk with Sirius was over, Harry began thinking about how they could include Sirius and Lupin in the Custose. It would be tricky, but he figured they could manage. They had included Snape after all, as well as Dumbledore. Harry decided to think more on it the next day and speak with the others about it after their classes. Harry tucked under the covers, lifting the ward and smiling when he heard Regulus mutter, "I wonder if humans snore." Within a few minutes all within the room were asleep. The sound of peaceful breathing and one having a tint of hisses resounded within. Too bad the whole night didn't stay like that. McGonagall sipped her tea, trying to convince herself the world wasn't coming to an end. A Gryffindor was a Parselmouth. Dumbledore had of course updated her on the circumstances. Since Potter was in her house, she needed to be kept informed of his well-being and such. He would speak with Snape the next day, since he knew Snape was currently busy making potions in the dungeons for Madame Pomfrey. If it had been anyone else who had told her about the likely magical bond between Potter and Malfoy, she would have laughed. But it had been Dumbledore. A serious Dumbledore, and that alone was enough to get her a little concerned. Why does everything happen around that boy? She wondered. Why does fate seem so focused on him and those closest to him? Well, it was 12:15, and Dumbledore had promised a more in-depth talk concerning everything once he had had time to do some research and think. She knew he should be flowing in any time now. A few more minutes of waiting. Dumbledore stepped out of her fireplace, looking a bit more relaxed than she had last seen him. A hopeful sight, she reasoned. Second-year Gryffindor dorm. Trevor was in his box, at first weary about the possible predator in the room, but after realizing he was in no danger, he too went to sleep, joining all the others who were out like a light. Ron snorted in his sleep, mumbling something about Snape's blasting apart Royharts, whatever those were. Dean hugged his little stuffed dog to himself, an old companion that supposedly no one else knew about, though everyone in this dorm room did, just decided not to mention it. Neville was curled up in a little ball, his head being partially covered by his pillow. Revlis's tongue occasionally flicked out, as if constantly gathering information from around the room. Seamus was quietly snoring, drool unknowingly escaping from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was sleeping soundly, everyone but Harry. He was in the chamber and was now leaving, the basilisk behind him. Stairs, he hissed, causing stairs to appear. Going up, Harry could feel Tom's anticipation, could feel the excitement and the feeling of being invincible. He would cleanse the school, and reveal himself as Slytherin's one true heir. Going up the tunnel, he found himself entering a bathroom. Harry, seeing through Riddle's eyes, took in as much as he could. What is Riddle doing? Is this a girl's bathroom? Harry questioned. Harry's thoughts were cut short as the sound of crying reached his ears. Myrtle, from Ravenclaw. Mudblood, we can't have her telling where you enter from. Besides, she will provide what is needed. After all, Slughorn said a life must be taken to create a Horcrux. Kill her, he ordered the basilisk. Harry was certain he had caught hesitation from the serpent, but Riddle was too focused on Myrtle to notice as the large snake grounded out. Yes, master. Go away, Myrtle shouted, slamming the stall door open right as the basilisk faced her. She was dead before her body even hit the floor. The memory continued, Riddle quickly escaping back into the chamber with the basilisk to enchant the diary, set on creating his first Horcrux. Harry didn't know what to think as he watched the diary glow with hate and evil, Riddle ranting about this being his first step to greatness after he had spoken the spells. The scene then shifted. Where was he? Riddle, come, a voice said from behind. Riddle turned and Harry internally gasped. Dumbledore, he wondered. You should not be out wandering the halls at this hour, Tom, a younger Dumbledore said. Just had to see for myself, if the rumors were true. I'm afraid they are, Tom. But, they really wouldn't close Hogwarts. I have nowhere else to go. I'm afraid Headmaster Dippet may have no choice. Professor, if the culprit behind the attack was caught. Riddle, is there something you wish to tell me? No, sir. To Harry it seemed Dumbledore didn't believe him, and Riddle thought the same thing as everything shifted again, taking him back into the chamber. I can't do anything while Dumbledore is watching me, he told the snake. I will have to seal the chamber once again, and wait until I am able to return or have the chance to allow the diary to persuade another. This does not solve your current problem though, Master. You are right and I will not return to that bloody orphanage, he said with a sneer. I have a plan which includes one brainless pathetic half-breed. Harry instantly knew what Riddle was planning, obtaining all of his thoughts on the subject as the memory shifted to a hallway with a door at the end. Getting to the door, he burst it open. Step aside, Hagrid, I don't think you meant it to hurt anyone, but... It wasn't Aragog. Aragog wouldn't hurt anyone, never. Step aside, Hagrid. Harry would have jumped if he could have as a disturbingly large spider appeared and dashed past him. Memory shifted once more. Harry watched, in almost a daze as he witnessed Riddle blame everything on Hagrid. From Riddle taking Hagrid to Headmaster Dippet, to Riddle testifying to having seen the monster, and chasing it away, and then being awarded for services to the school, Harry saw Riddle fool everyone but Albus Dumbledore. But this didn't matter to Riddle, for he had succeeded in doing what he had wanted most. The feeling of sadness was barely apparent within Harry anymore, for a feeling he had never felt to this degree was taking over after seeing and feeling everything from the memories he had just witnessed. Shock was replaced by disgust, the grief of Myrtle's death shifted to outrage, and the anger that had risen upon seeing Hagrid framed and countless others tricked changed to pure unrestrained fury. Still shaded in Riddle's swirling memories, Harry's rage continued to build. It was bad enough Voldemort apparently had always been a cruel manipulative liar, murderer, and torturer, among other horrible things, but he also had always been an evil coward too. How can anyone be this evil? Harry asked himself. To kill an unarmed girl, crying in a bathroom stall, no less. Where was the cunning and mighty greatness in that? Hey, but then, he did attack me when I was a baby. But Harry's anger stemmed more than from that as Voldemort's past thoughts echoed in his mind. I am the greatest sorcerer in the world, the greatest there has ever been and ever will be. With my Horcruxes, I will live forever, and my power and greatness will be revered and respected by all. They will fear and tremble at the mention of my name, and purebloods will take their rightful place by my city, for I am Lord Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin. Rage consuming him, Harry started yelling, despite the fact he was unable to really voice it, since he was in Riddle and seeing everything from his eyes. He poured out his anger, holding nothing back as he shouted out in his mind, or so he thought. You are not the greatest sorcerer in the world. And you never will be. You're an insane, bloody, murdering coward. Do you hear me? A damn bloody coward. I hate you, and you will regret everything you have done. Coming after me was your biggest mistake, and before the end you will know this. Harry snapped his eyes open, quickly finding his arms were being tightly, though not painfully, held by none other than Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face, mere inches from his own, displayed a mixture of feelings he couldn't decipher, but he was pretty sure fear and concern were among them. Harry realized he was sitting up in his bed, having apparently sat up, yelling his head off in his sleep, instead of in his mind. He was vaguely aware of the soreness that had risen in his throat, how the curtains, that should be on the rods around his bed, were gone, and that he could see no one else in the less than recognizable dorm room. Oh man, second-year Slytherin dorm, moments before. Draco woke with a barely restrained jolt. Something was wrong, very wrong. He quietly sat up, trying to determine the cause of the unsettling feeling within him, and it only took him a second to discover what it was. It was the same feeling he had felt the night at the Longbottom mansion when Harry had been having that nightmare, but this time he was aware of growing rage. He felt a compelling need to get to him and immediately started trying to figure out how to do it, overlooking the fact he hadn't been able to help him last time, and this time would probably be no different. I need to get to Potter. I need to be there to help him wake up and calm down. I need to get to Potter. Draco vanished, much like a house elf he knew very well, leaving behind an empty bed. Second-year Gryffindor dorm. Ron and the others were woken up by the sound of shaking objects, quickly followed by the sounds of things breaking. Jumping out of bed, Ron, quickly joined by Neville, turned towards Harry's bed to find Harry on his side rocking back and forth. The room, lit only by moon and starlight from the window, was already taking damage, the room being dominated by something that quickly told the boys this nightmare was different from the one last year, which had been filled with fear, sadness, and outrage. This one was pure, solid anger. I'll get help, Dean and Seamus both said, already out the door, both running to McGonagall's room. Ron and Neville barely acknowledged Dean and Seamus' departure, Trevor trembling in his box by Neville's bed, and Regulus quickly slithering to edge of the bed to see what was happening. Ah, Neville said, whipping out his wand and aiming it at the sound before lowering it in shock, everything still shaking around them. Draco. How? Draco was just as surprised as Ron and Neville upon appearing at the foot of Harry's trembling bed, but, before any of them could attempt to do anything, the curtains around Harry's bed exploded into flames and quickly crumbled to ash. Bloody hell, Ron gasped. Harry, wake up, They shouted, Revlis hissing the same thing. But like last time, he wouldn't wake. Within moments, they thankfully heard people running down the hall towards them, but then they quickly realized that them finding Draco in a Gryffindor-only area probably wasn't a good thing. Quick, Ron said, dashing to his mildly shaking bed and lifting the blankets to motion Draco underneath the bed. No, Dobby, Draco said, thankful for the clanging and shattering noises around them as. Take me to my bed, quick, Draco said, before Dobby could ask how he had gotten into Gryffindor Tower as a few things flew off one of the side tables and into the opposite wall. Dobby immediately took his hand. They disappeared just before Dean, Seamus, McGonagall, and, startling enough, the headmaster entered. Luckily, the end of Harry's bed where Draco and Dobby had been was not in the hall's line of sight. Everyone, out, now, Dumbledore stated the moment he saw the condition of the trashed room and felt thick, raw magic in the air, objects still jostling about, the window panes threatening to shatter. McGonagall quickly guided the awake Gryffindors out, Revlis with Neville and Trevor with Ron, shutting the door behind her just in time as a rush of unrestrained, chaotic, out-of-control magic boomed out from the room and through the stone walls in all directions. The force actually propelled them forward as they heard a loud crack before someone, who they could only assume was Harry, roared out words they were unable to make out, probably due to something Dumbledore had risen around the room within. But they all heard Dumbledore as he shouted Harry's name in a tone none of them, not even McGonagall, had ever heard him use, and then all went still. Prefects and other Gryffindor boys slowly began to trickle into the hall, peeking from their doorways, all of them stopping to stare at the only closed door that now looked like a shattered pane of glass, covered in cracks. Dumbledore's paw. Dumbledore and McGonagall were alerted by Dean and Seamus, but they needn't have bothered. Dumbledore had felt the pressure all the way from Minerva's living room. He stepped into the dorm room, no one yet having bothered to turn on the lights as he took in what was before them. Items were still vibrating and collapsing due to the overpowering magic, and he quickly gathered it was about to get a lot worse. Everyone, out, now, he ordered. I will not allow history to repeat itself. I failed in this once, I will not let it happen again, Dumbledore vowed, for a moment thinking of his past family, particularly his sister's chaotic magic. He immediately went forward as they followed his order, and as he moved towards Harry, he cast protections about the room and on himself, to contain the imminent damage about to come forth. And then it came. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. It was unadulterated fury in its most basic form, and he was both relieved and deeply troubled as he discovered it was all solely directed to a single, currently unknown, individual. The magic went into and through the walls, and he was duly aware of the magic harmlessly brushing against him as non-living things got slammed mercilessly, for several things exploded, and he knew the door behind him would have to be replaced without even having to look at it, for he had heard the sound of splitting wood. Before the magic completely passed, he made it to Harry just as the boy sat up, clearly still asleep, as he started yelling, louder than what Dumbledore thought should be possible. You are not the greatest sorcerer in the world. And you never will be. You're an insane, bloody, murdering coward. Do you hear me? A damn bloody coward. I hate you, and you will regret everything you have done. Coming after me was your biggest mistake, and before the end you will know this. Dumbledore firmly planted himself on the side of the bed and grabbed Harry by the sides of his arms as he stared into his furious, slightly raised face. Harry. The sound of the old wizard's voice could have cut through stone, but it was not angry. It was, however, followed by silence, dead silence, as Harry opened his eyes, the magic in the air trailing off into nothingness. Dumbledore first found rage in Harry's eyes, but that was quickly being swallowed by shock, surprise, worry, and fear. "Yes, sir," Harry managed to choke out. "It's all right, Harry. Just breathe now," Dumbledore replied, not yet releasing his firm grasp on Harry's arms. Dumbledore continued searching his face, noting the fact Harry's gaze was calculating, probably wondering how bad everything was, and if he was in trouble. Dumbledore let him go, but stayed sitting on the bed. Dumbledore calmly looked around the room, turning on the dorm's light with the wave of his hand while deciding on the best course of action to take. "Well, you've certainly shown me up in the degree of destroying curtains," he said, looking down at the ashes. I never liked these curtains, made my curtains catch fire in my 4th year myself, by accident of course. Harry just stayed quiet for a moment, not knowing what to say, until he managed, "I'm sorry, sir." "Harry, there are some things nobody can control, but I'd like to hear what had happened, what you had dreamed to make you so clearly angry." Harry looked down, for whatever reason, feeling ashamed. How could he have let himself lose control like that, even if he had thought it was only in his head? "It's all right to get angry, Harry. There's nothing to be ashamed about, but please let me help you." Harry clenched the edge of blankets in his fists. How much could he safely tell him? There were the secrets of the Custose to consider, but he probably shouldn't overlook his sanity either. He settled on the half-truth. "I don't really know, it was hard to make out." That was sort of the truth. The memory had been hard to follow. "I heard him ranting, probably to himself or something, maybe before he didn't finish the sentence, not wanting to outright lie." "Is this Voldemort, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, privately completing Harry's sentence with something involving that night nearly 11 years ago. Harry nodded. "Do you remember what he was saying? Is this what made you so mad?" Yeebit it was also feeling what he was at the time. Cocky and stuff. "What did he say?" Harry paused, Dumbledore able to tell he was wondering if he should paraphrase or quote. He decided on quoting, his very tone unconsciously reflecting the man whom he was citing. "I am the greatest sorcerer in the world, the greatest there has ever been and ever will be with my Horcruxes. I will live forever and my power and greatness will be revered and respected by all. They will fear and tremble at the mention of my name, and purebloods will take their rightful place by my city, for I am Lord Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin." Quote. Harry watched as Dumbledore literally lost a few shades of pigment. "Horcruxes." Dumbledore internally gasped. "More than one. Professor, are you all right?" He was honestly scared. He had never seen Dumbledore falter like that before. "Yes, Harry, but I believe you have just solved the mystery of how Voldemort has been able to escape death. It is a bit of a shock, as I am sure you understand." "Is this about whatever Horcruxes are?" Harry asked, wanting to find out how much Dumbledore knew about them. "Yes, but let us keep this between us. The very knowledge of them can be dangerous. They are very dark, Harry. I don't even think I can fully understand the degree to which they are." "All right, Professor." There was a comfortable pause, and Harry took this moment to get a good look at the damaged room. All of the objects in the room had been shaken, and everything that had been 5 feet from his bed had either been slammed away or was broken, or both. The window was shattered, the door covered in cracks, and all of the beds had been shifted. "How are you feeling now, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, peering over his half-moon spectacles in concern. "Well, I'm not really mad anymore," he said, looking at the damage. "I can't believe I did all of this. Your dorm mates acted accordingly, and there has been no concernable damage. I must say, Harry, I am impressed with the magical strength of your backlash, and how it only harmfully affected non-living things. I was preparing myself for something much worse." "Worse?" Harry asked. "Oh Harry, I cannot begin to tell you how relieved I am that it was not worse. Magic can be very dangerous, and in certain forms, it can be unpredictable," Dumbledore said, before getting out his wand and casting powerful repairing spells about the room. "Second-year Slytherin dorm." Draco immediately put a privacy ward up, among other precautions, before turning to Dobby. "Master can pop?" Dobby asked, somehow immediately knowing. "Apparently," Draco stated. "How, Master?" "I don't know. I was sort of hoping you would know, but I'm more concerned about what's happening to Harry right now. He's not angry anymore, or whatever he was feeling earlier, but Dobby, we'll talk about this later. Could you go and check on Harry, make sure he's okay?" Draco asked. "Yes, Master," Dobby said, before popping away. Draco looked around the room, finding the others blissfully asleep. How was he able to apparate or pop? Was this some kind of weird reaction to the bond? Or something else? He tucked himself under his blankets, but he doubted he would be returning to sleep that night, deciding he would wait until Dobby returned to tell him how Harry and the others were, having seen the ongoing destruction within the room. Second-year Gryffindor dorm. They had gone into another comfortable silence, though Dumbledore was watching Harry attentively. Dumbledore had finished repairing the room, though the door and curtains were beyond repair, the rest was manageable. Dumbledore was now sitting on the edge of Ron's bed, across from Harry who was on his own. Dumbledore knew McGonagall would soon be knocking on the door, and that Madame Pomfrey may have been notified about possible magical injuries. He knew he shouldn't let them worry, it now nearly being 15 minutes since Harry woke, but he also knew he had to talk a little more with Harry. Harry took a calming breath, trying not to think about what Dumbledore must be thinking about him now. He must think I'm a nutcase, hearing Voldemort in my head if he knew the whole truth. But it doesn't matter, I know what I am meant to do, and I will do it, Harry mumbled to himself, not intending to really speak that out loud. What are you meant to do, Harry? Dumbledore asked softly, breaking him from his thoughts. Oh booger, did I say that out loud? I really need to seal my mouth shut. Harry, what is it? I want to help, but I can't unless you let me. I don't know how, I just do, okay. He surrendered, deciding there was no helping it now. I know I'm the only one who can stop him and he knows it. It was clear to them both who he was referring to. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes, not really knowing what to expect to find, but found sadness and defeat, but also resolve and acceptance. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged a little, and he suddenly looked every year of his age. I am so sorry, Harry. I had hoped you would have gone a little while longer not knowing, but now that I know you know, there is only one thing I can rightly do. Know that I am here to help, and will do everything in my power to help you complete what you know you must do. But promise me this, Harry, as much as you can, allow yourself a childhood. Don't let Voldemort take that from you. Thanks, Professor. I'll try, Harry said, but before he could say anything else, someone appeared before him. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, Master Draco asked for me to see if you are all right, Dobby said with a bow, not seeing Dumbledore behind him. Thank you, Dobby, I'm all right now, Harry said. Dobby is so glad to hear that. Master Draco was worried. He knew you were no longer angry, you. Dobby turned around, suddenly realizing there was someone else in the room, and found himself under the curious gaze of Albus Dumbledore. Great Headmaster Dumbledore, sir, Dobby said, bowing again. Hello, Dobby. Mr. Malfoy asked you to come here. Yes, Professor Dumbledore, sir. He was worried, felt Potter was in some kind of trouble. So he asked Dobby to come, Dobby said, not even pausing between words. Well, as you can see, Harry is much better, and soon he and his dorm mates will be returning to their beds. Go back to Mr. Malfoy and tell him all is well and that he may speak with Mr. Potter tomorrow, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling once again. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore, sir, Dobby said with a bow, before disappearing with a pop. Dumbledore decided to overlook the odd statements about Draco knowing something was wrong, rightfully assuming it was another component of the odd magical bond. Harry was glad Dumbledore did that, but then he realized his Gryffindor friends were still out in the hall, and who knew what was happening out there. He was not looking forward to the likely ramifications of this. He could hear it now. The boy who lived has earth-shaking nightmares. He's bonkers, or worse, seeing the looks of pity. Don't worry, Harry, I'll be going out there to explain. You won't be bothered by any rumors concerning tonight, because there won't be any, Dumbledore stated. Harry blinked, but didn't dare hope such a statement would be made true. Dumbledore noticed. I learned something long ago, Harry. Houses take care of their own, if you give them the chance. I hope you're right, Harry thought as he said, yes, sir. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly, motioning him to get into bed as he went to the door. The others will be back in a moment, Dumbledore said, before stepping into the hall and closing the door behind him. Gryffindor Boys' Dormitory Hall. Everyone was looking out into the hall from their rooms, wondering what the heck had just happened, and what was happening now. They had all felt the floor and walls tremble, had all felt the magical pulse resonate from the second-year dorm room as, most startling of all, they heard a young voice, who they quickly learned was Harry Potter, roaring on about something, only to be silenced by the headmaster's voice. McGonagall stood in front of the door, looking slightly worried. The older students knew why, and wondered what had caused this magical explosion. Professor, Ron asked. McGonagall's lips thinned as she turned and faced the students in the hall and those peeking out from their rooms. "Professor, what happened? Should I get Madame Pomfrey?" Percy asked, going past the others in the hall while acting dignified and in control. "No, Mr. Weasley. The headmaster is handling things, and if medical help was needed, we would know," McGonagall stated. Percy looked to his youngest brother, the twins just a few feet away, wanting nothing else but to interrogate him for answers, but knew it was not the time. Whispers sparked, but were instantly silenced by a stern look from McGonagall. Though it didn't really matter because time went surprisingly fast, and everyone nearly jumped when the cracked door finally opened, the only man Voldemort ever feared stepping out. "Albus," McGonagall asked. "He is all right now, Minerva. Madame Pomfrey doesn't need to be called." However, he turned his attention to those in the hall, everyone wondering what had happened to cause the headmaster to pay a visit to the second-year dorm, and what would happen now. "I need to speak with all of you," he said. The boys, from first year to seventh, glanced at one another, before looking back to the old man in front of the shattered door, who was wearing deep, blue robes with neon sparkling stars and twirling constellations. But despite the minutely ridiculous outfit, he was looking much more serious and imposing than most of them had ever seen him being. "Let me start by telling you I do not want to hear any talk about tonight, rumors expanding to absurd proportions, or any rumors at all for that matter. Is that understood?" he asked, the tone in his voice and the spark in his eyes leaving no uncertainties about how strongly he felt about this, while giving a small glimpse into why Voldemort himself feared him. "Good. Now, as I am sure many, if not all, of you are wondering by now is what happened, so let me explain. What we all felt was a backlash of Mr. Potter's magic." The eyes of those listening widened, instantly wondering what had caused that, though the twins were pretty sure they had a good idea of what the reason was. They were pretty observant, and, if their pranks were any indication, pretty dang smart. "I do not think anyone can fully grasp the burden that are on those who suffered at Lord Voldemort's hand, directly or otherwise," he said, his eyes glancing ever so slightly upon Neville who, Dumbledore quickly noted, was holding Revlis before looking at the Gryffindor boys at large. "We all know what happened to Mr. Potter all those years ago, and I will assume we have not forgotten, so let me state simply that it came with less than pleasant dreams. This is what caused the magical surge, and I doubt anyone here can truly understand the effects of such memories. Mr. Potter does not need rumors or pity, he does not want or deserve it, so I ask, as brave, honorable Gryffindors, give him what he does, understanding, which is what we all want, need, and deserve." His eyes scanned the boys and young men before him, their eyes telling him he had affected them the way he had wanted. "All right, any questions before we all go to bed?" He figured that was a fair question to ask, it would also help quell any desire to discuss gossip later. Oliver Wood and the others looked at each other, wondering if anyone would actually ask anything. Finally, it was Oliver who first gathered the needed amount of courage to ask a question. "Professor, what should we do if this happens again?" he asked. Dumbledore gave a soft smile, approving of how Oliver's question focused on how they could help if, or rather when, this happened again. "Go get Professor McGonagall. Don't try to wake Mr. Potter because he won't. Mr. Ronald Weasley and his other dorm mates know what to do." Due to their quick thinking, Professor McGonagall and I were alerted in time, he said as Percy slowly rose his hand. "Yes, how bad can this magical backlash really get? Could Mr. Potter just take a potion to prevent them?" Percy asked, for the first time that year, saying something not fully pompously. "Mr. Weasley, I do not think you fully comprehend the suggestion you are making," Dumbledore said gently, recalling his own deep thoughts concerning the subject the previous year. "Long-term consumption of potions can cause a number of negative effects. You are also bringing in the possibility of dependency, with or without the likelihood of Mr. Potter's body becoming immune to the potion, and that's if it even works correctly to begin with. Curse scars are uncommon enough, but Mr. Potter's. No, potions are not safe when it comes to this, and may even make things worse. I am not willing to risk that," Dumbledore stated, surprising the Gryffindors with his obvious conviction. "As for the severity of possible future occurrences, I am under the firm belief only inanimate objects are harmfully affected. In light of this, I shall be fortifying certain objects in the dorm, including the window and door. Professor, last year it wasn't really the ghosts, was it? A fourth year asked after a moment, there being only one event he could be referring to. No, it wasn't, Dumbledore stated solemnly, his answer alone telling them all the real cause of the previous year's Shaking Tower event. Everyone paused, most thinking along the lines of, man to deal with such things, probably as far as you can remember, and yet Harry tries his best to be like everyone else, never flaunting who he is. After a few more seconds of thought, even the older students, who barely ever saw Harry, found themselves thinking about him differently. He was still the boy who lived for the most part to them, but now they realized something. He needed help, their help. And so they decided, right then and there, they would give it to him. Dumbledore was right, they would be brave, honorable Gryffindors, they would watch over their own. Finding everyone was thinking things over, Dumbledore decided it was time for bed. If any of you have any other questions concerning this, bring it to either Professor McGonagall or myself in private. I am sure Mr. Potter will hear of this discussion later from you four, he said, looking to Ron, Neville, Dean and Seamus, later, in the comfort of your dorm. So, if there is nothing else, I think we all should go back to our beds and count some multicolored sheep. So they went back to their dorms, McGonagall wondering what they would tell the Gryffindor girls. It was very likely, like last time, the pulse had reached the girl dormitories as well. Walking out of the dormitory, Minerva looked closely at Albus. He seemed different, like he had learned something he wishes wasn't true. Albus, what is it? She asked as they entered her living room. Dumbledore put up a second layer of privacy wards and protections, this room already having one layer, and turned gravely to McGonagall. Harry has Voldemort's memory of that night to a degree I had never thought possible. He obtained the man's very thoughts and feelings, it's no wonder he reacts so strongly. What does this mean, Albus? I don't know. He sat down, rather heavily it seemed to McGonagall. What was he yelling? She asked. He looked up at that. His voice was heard from the hall. He asked, clearly shocked and worried. Well, not clearly, but it was obvious he was very mad. But you didn't hear any part of what he said? He asked. No, it was too garbled. Dumbledore looked relieved. No sound should have been able to get out of that room. I had placed wards and protections to ensure that, or so I thought. But at least it worked enough. McGonagall took a seat in the chair beside the fireplace and across from him. Albus, we all clearly heard you yell his name, she said after a moment. I was afraid, Minerva. I was afraid for him, he said. He was yelling at Voldemort, getting angrier, and his magic was responding just as strongly. Well, McGonagall said, her voice a little tense. That is quite understandable, after what the boy must have experienced. McGonagall paused, able to gather that was not everything. What? He knows Minerva. He knows the unfair task that was laid upon him the moment Voldemort cast that curse. McGonagall took a moment for that news to sink in. Perhaps this is for the best. I can't even begin to imagine how he would have felt if he learned this too late and found that you had kept this from him, whether for his peace of mind or not. I know you too well, Albus. I know you would have kept this secret for as long as you could, she said. You were right, I would have. So what now? I told him I would help him in every way I can, and I will. We all will, she said. Dumbledore nodded with a small smile, a glint of determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the second-year Gryffindor dorm, the boys were sleeping peacefully, having decided they would talk about everything the next day in the come-and-go room, and hold another meeting of the Custose, for more change was about to come. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.